You'd think working for a tech startup would keep you busy enough to avoid trouble. Turns out the opposite is true when your job involves testing apps that nobody else wants to touch. 6 weeks ago, I was just a QA tester in Bristol trying to make rent on an apprentice's salary. Now I'm writing this from a service station near Cardiff, knowing that tomorrow night I'll become the main attraction for an audience I helped build, without realizing it. I work for a small company called DevCore Solutions. We're one of those firms that test software for other companies, checking for bugs, security vulnerabilities, user experience issues. Most of our clients are legitimate businesses wanting to make sure their apps work properly before launch, but some of our contracts come from less transparent sources, companies that pay well but ask few questions about what we find. The project that changed everything started in early September. My supervisor handed me a tablet loaded with a beta version of an app called StreamVault. The brief was minimal. Test the streaming functionality, check for lag issues, verify the payment integration worked smoothly. No information about who developed it or what it was ultimately intended for. StreamVault looked like any other live streaming platform at first glance. Clean interface, simple navigation, standard features you'd expect from a video app. The difference was in the back end. This wasn't designed for casual users. It had sophisticated access controls, encrypted payment systems, and viewer analytics that were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before. My job was to test it by setting up streams and checking various functions. I'd broadcast from different locations in the office, test the chat features, verify that donations and tips were processing correctly. Standard quality assurance work. The app performed well, better than many mainstream platforms I'd used. What struck me as odd was some of the advanced features buried in the settings. Options for scheduling automated content, systems for managing large-scale viewer numbers, and something called interactive participation protocols that seemed overly complex for a standard streaming app. When I asked my supervisor about these features, he told me to focus on basic functionality testing and not to worry about advanced options unless they caused obvious problems. After several weeks of testing, I was asked to evaluate the app in more realistic conditions. This meant setting up streams from my flat in the evenings, testing the mobile connection, checking how the platform handled different lighting conditions and camera angles. The company provided additional equipment, professional lighting, multiple camera angles, audio equipment that seemed unnecessarily sophisticated for testing purposes. I'd stream myself doing mundane tasks, cooking dinner, working on a laptop, watching television. The streams were supposed to be private, accessible only to other testers, but occasionally I'd notice viewer counts that seemed higher than our small testing team could account for. When I mentioned this, I was told that automated systems sometimes inflated the numbers and not to worry about it. The requests from my supervisors gradually became more specific. Could I test streaming from different rooms in my flat? Could I check how well the low-light cameras worked in the bedroom? Could I verify the audio pickup was clear enough to capture conversation from other rooms? Each request seemed reasonable in isolation, but together they were creating an unusually detailed map of my living space. About 3 weeks into home testing, I started noticing technical irregularities. The app would occasionally activate when I wasn't running tests. I'd find it open on my tablet or phone, showing a black screen but with active viewer counts in the hundreds. The microphone would sometimes show activity when I wasn't speaking, suggesting the app was recording ambient sound. When I reported these bugs, the development team claimed they were working on fixes, but needed more data to identify the root cause. They asked me to leave the app running continuously for several days to help them monitor the issues. I agreed, thinking I was helping improve the product. That's when things started getting strange. I'd return home to find small items moved in my flat. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed, just things like my keys being on a different table or books rearranged on shelves. I initially attributed it to stress or absent-mindedness. Then I received an email about expanding my testing role. The company wanted me to evaluate StreamVault's real-world application scenarios. They provided a list of locations around Bristol where I should test the mobile streaming, parks, shopping centres, quiet streets at night. The pay for this expanded testing was substantial, nearly doubling my usual fee. During these location tests, I began noticing people who seemed to be watching me work. Individuals who would appear at multiple test sites, always at a distance but clearly observing what I was doing. When I mentioned feeling observed to my supervisor, he said it was probably just curious passers-by, and that public testing always attracted some attention. The app's functionality continued to evolve during this period. New features appeared in updates, enhanced privacy controls, geographic tagging, integration with cryptocurrency payment systems. The viewer capacity seemed to be increasing as well. During my public tests, I'd sometimes see viewer counts in the thousands. One evening, while testing at home, I decided to explore some of the advanced features I'd been told to ignore. I dug deeper into the analytics section and found logs of all my streaming activity. Not just the official tests, but every time the app had been active, including those instances when I hadn't initiated any streams. The log showed detailed information about each session: viewer numbers, duration of viewing, geographic distribution of the audience, and most disturbing, revenue generated. People had been paying to watch my mundane test streams, my evening routine, my phone calls with friends, my conversations with my girlfriend. All of it had been monetized without my knowledge. I confronted my supervisor the next morning, but he claimed that this was a misunderstanding. The revenue data was fake, generated by the testing system to verify payment functionality. The high viewer numbers were simulated to stress test the servers. Everything I'd seen was just part of the comprehensive testing environment they'd built. But that night, I received a phone call from a blocked number. The voice was distorted, probably through software, but the message was clear. They congratulated me on my excellent testing work and mentioned specific details about my daily routines that could only have come from someone watching the streams very carefully. They explained that StreamVault wasn't just another streaming platform. It was designed for a specific type of content and a particular audience willing to pay premium prices for authentic, unscripted material. My testing phase was concluding, but my participation in the platform was just beginning. That's when I realized I hadn't been testing an app. I'd been conditioning an audience. Thousands of people had been watching me live my normal life, becoming invested in my routines, learning my patterns, developing what the industry calls parasocial relationships. I was no longer just a tester. I was the content. I immediately tried to delete the app from all my devices, but found it wouldn't uninstall. The technical support team at DevCore said they needed to remotely remove it to prevent data corruption, but that process would take several days. In the meantime, the app continued running, continued streaming, continued attracting viewers who are now paying increasing amounts to watch someone who was becoming paranoid and afraid. The requests from my supervisors became more direct. Would I be willing to continue streaming, but now as official content rather than testing? The compensation would be substantial, enough to quit my day job and focus solely on this work. They framed it as a natural progression from testing to implementation. When I refused, Strange things started happening around my flat. Mail for previous tenants began arriving addressed to names I'd never heard. Food deliveries I hadn't ordered appeared at my door. People started knocking at odd hours, claiming to be from utility companies or maintenance services, always wanting to come inside to check something. I realized the extended testing period had given them extensive intelligence about my life. They knew my schedule, my habits, my visitors, my vulnerabilities. The app had essentially turned my home into a surveillance center and my daily life into a product. 1 week ago, everything escalated. I came home to find a package containing a new tablet, one I hadn't seen before. When I turned it on, it showed a live stream of the room I was sitting in, but from an angle that suggested the camera was built into the device I was holding. In the corner was a viewer count showing tens of thousands of people watching. But this time, there was also a chat window. Messages were flowing constantly. Comments about my appearance, observations about my living space, questions about my daily routine. Some viewers were offering money for me to answer specific questions or perform certain tasks. Others were discussing what they wanted to see happen next. At the bottom of the screen was a countdown timer, not counting down from weeks or days, just hours, and a message indicating that the beta testing phase was concluded and that live interactive content would begin shortly. I packed what I could carry and left Bristol that night. I've been moving between service stations and cheap hotels since then, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads, trying to stay ahead of whatever system they have for tracking me. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. CCTV cameras that seem to follow my movements too precisely. And constant notifications on any device I use that the StreamVault app is trying to install itself. The countdown reached 0 yesterday. Since then, I've been receiving messages on burner phones I've just purchased, texts from numbers I've never seen before. They all contain the same basic information: an address in Cardiff, a specific time tonight, and a reminder about the extensive audience that has been cultivated for this event. They've also sent proof that they know exactly where my family lives. Photos of my sister leaving her house in London, my parents shopping at their local supermarket in Bradford, my girlfriend at her university in Edinburgh. All taken recently, all clearly intended to show me that running isn't just about my own safety anymore. I understand now that DevCore Solutions isn't a normal software testing company. They're a recruitment and conditioning operation for something much darker. They identify suitable candidates, slowly accustom audiences to watching them, build up viewership numbers, and then transition their testers into live interactive content. The beta testing was never about improving an app. It was about training viewers to become invested in watching me, creating demand for more intimate access to my life, and gradually moving toward a final event that apparently thousands of people have now paid to see. I'm writing this from a motorway service station somewhere between Bristol and Cardiff. The address they've given me is less than an hour's drive from here. The designated time is in roughly 6 hours. I've tried calling the police from 3 different locations, but explaining that a streaming app beta test has led to being recruited for what I believe are red room broadcasts sounds insane even to me. The most disturbing realization is that I've been building my own audience this entire time. Every test stream where I acted naturally, every moment of genuine reaction when I noticed strange things happening, every instance of growing paranoia and fear, it's all been content that people have been paying to watch. I'm not just about to become a victim. I'm about to become entertainment for an audience I've been cultivating for months without knowing it. People who feel they know me, who have been following my story, who have been waiting for this conclusion to what they see as an elaborate performance. The counter on the latest message shows viewership numbers I've never seen before. Tens of thousands of people waiting for tonight's conclusion to the beta testing storyline. Payment processing servers working overtime to handle the demand for premium access to whatever they have planned. I keep thinking about all the other beta testers DevCore must have recruited over the years. How many people thought they were just testing an app while actually training an audience to watch them? How many discovered too late what they had really been participating in? Cardiff is getting closer. The time is running out. I could keep driving, head to Scotland, try to disappear completely. But they've proven they can find me anywhere. And now they have leverage over people I care about. The strangest part is knowing that whatever happens tonight will be broadcast to thousands of people who have been following my story from the beginning. People who watched me test streaming equipment in my flat, who saw me gradually become aware of what was happening, who have been anticipating this moment as the natural conclusion to the narrative they've been consuming. I never signed up to be an actor in someone else's show, but I've been performing for months without knowing it. The beta testing was just the audition. Tonight is opening night. The sat-nav shows 30 minutes to the Cardiff address. The clock shows 5 hours until the scheduled time. The viewers are waiting. The cameras are prepared. The show, as they say, must go on. I still don't know if I'll show up or keep running, but I'm starting to suspect it doesn't matter. With an audience this size, this invested, this willing to pay for the conclusion to my story, they'll make sure the show happens one way or another. If someone told you that ordering a pizza could ruin your life, you'd probably laugh. I would have too, until 3 months ago. Now, I'm sitting in a greasy spoon cafe in Blackpool at midnight, watching every person who walks through the door and wondering which one might be here for me. Tomorrow marks exactly 90 days since I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and apparently that's significant to the people who've been watching me ever since. I'm a delivery driver for Domino's in Manchester. Have been for about 2 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and gives me flexible hours while I try to figure out what to do with my life. Most nights are routine. Pick up orders, follow the sat-nav, hand over food, collect payment, move on to the next address. You develop a rhythm. You stop really thinking about the job and just go through the motions. The night everything changed started like any other. Friday evening rush, orders backing up, everyone wanting food delivered to their homes or offices. I'd been doing runs for about 4 hours when I got an order for an industrial estate on the outskirts of Salford. It wasn't unusual. Lots of businesses operate out of those converted warehouses, and people working late shifts often order in. The address led me to a nondescript building with a loading bay and a few cars parked outside. The order was for 6 large pizzas, which suggested either a late meeting or people pulling an all-nighter. I rang the number provided, and someone told me to bring the food to a side entrance marked Studio B. They said the door would be propped open. When I found the entrance, the door was indeed ajar. I called out that I had a delivery but got no response. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, and I could hear sounds deeper in the building, voices, movement, electronic equipment humming. I followed the sounds, carrying the pizza bags, assuming I'd find whoever had ordered the food. The corridor led to another door that was slightly open. Through the gap, I could see bright lighting and what looked like filming equipment. I knocked and announced the delivery again. but the sounds from inside continued without acknowledgement. Thinking they might not have heard me over their work, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. I found myself in a converted warehouse space set up like a film studio. Professional lighting rigs, multiple cameras on tripods, computer monitors showing different camera angles. But what I saw in the center of the room made me freeze. There was a person strapped to a metal table, conscious but clearly distressed. Around them stood several people wearing surgical masks and disposable coveralls. One was adjusting camera angles, while another was checking what appeared to be medical instruments laid out on a nearby tray. Off to one side, someone was monitoring multiple computer screens showing chat windows and what looked like payment processing interfaces. The whole scene had a clinical, organized quality that made it somehow more disturbing than if it had appeared chaotic or improvised. These people knew exactly what they were doing. This was planned, prepared, professional. I must have made a sound, dropped the pizza bags or gasped, because suddenly everyone in the room turned to look at me. For a moment, nobody moved. Then one of them, a woman in scrubs, walked toward me very calmly. She asked if I was the food delivery, as if finding me there was perfectly normal. I mumbled something about the pizzas and started backing toward the door, but she gestured for me to wait. She explained that they were filming a medical training video and didn't want to break character. She asked me to leave the food by the door and said they'd sort out payment later. Her manner was so casual, so reasonable, that for a moment I almost believed her explanation. But then I glanced at the monitors showing the chat windows. Messages were scrolling by too fast to read properly, but I caught fragments about blood, slow cutting, and increase the payment. These weren't medical training discussions, and the person on the table wasn't acting. Their fear was real. I left the pizzas and backed out of the room, my heart hammering. In the corridor, I could hear the woman talking to the others, though I couldn't make out words. I walked quickly back to my car, trying to process what I'd witnessed. Part of me wondered if I'd misunderstood the situation. Maybe it was an elaborate movie set, or some kind of extreme performance art. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I sat in my car for several minutes, trying to decide what to do. I considered calling the police immediately, but what would I tell them? That I'd seen people in medical attire around someone on a table. That seemed like filming equipment. Without clear evidence of an actual crime in progress, I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously. Instead, I decided to finish my shift and report it the next day, when I could think clearly about exactly what I'd witnessed. I drove away from the industrial estate, completed my remaining deliveries, and went home. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that person on the table and those clinical, organized preparations. The next morning, I called the police and reported what I'd seen. They took my statement and said they'd investigate. I gave them the address, described the setup, explained why I thought something illegal might have been happening. The officer seemed to take it seriously and said they'd follow up with me. 2 days later, they called to tell me they'd visited the location. The building was empty. No equipment, no furniture, no evidence that anything had taken place there. The property manager said the space had been vacant for several months. There was no record of anyone renting studio space or filming permits being issued. The police seemed to think I'd either gotten the wrong address or misunderstood what I'd seen. They suggested that stress from working late shifts might have caused me to misinterpret an innocent situation. The investigation was closed, but I knew what I'd seen, and apparently so did the people I'd interrupted. The first sign that they knew who I was came a week later. I received a pizza order on my delivery app, but when I arrived at the address, no one was home. The order had been paid for in advance, including a generous tip. Attached to the order was a note thanking me for my discretion and suggesting that some things were better left unreported. Over the following weeks, I noticed things that were individually small, but collectively unsettling. The same car appearing in my rearview mirror during multiple shifts. People photographing me while I made deliveries. Orders that would take me to locations where no one was waiting, but where I'd noticed someone watching from a distance. I started varying my routes home and taking different approaches to delivery addresses. But the surveillance continued, sometimes subtle. A person reading a newspaper looked up as I passed. Sometimes more obvious. Cars following me for several streets before turning away. The most disturbing incident came about 6 weeks after that night. I received an order for my own address. When I checked the system, it showed my flat number, my postcode, everything correct. The order was for one large pizza with a note in the special instructions field. You were very helpful that night. Hope you're enjoying your work. I didn't deliver to my own address, obviously. Instead, I called in sick for the rest of the week and stayed with a mate in Liverpool. But when I returned home, I found the pizza box outside my door anyway. Inside, instead of food, was a USB drive and a printed note with a web address. I almost threw it away without looking, almost convinced myself to ignore it and hope they'd lose interest. But something compelled me to check what was on the drive, perhaps hoping for evidence I could take to the police. The drive contained a single video file. When I played it, I recognized the same warehouse space I'd interrupted weeks earlier. But now the setup was different, more elaborate. Multiple camera angles showing a room prepared for what was clearly not a medical training exercise. In the corner of the video was a viewer counter showing thousands of people watching live. But what made my blood run cold was seeing myself in the footage. The video showed me entering the room with the pizza bags, surveying the scene, backing toward the door. My face was clearly visible. Someone had been filming the entire time, even during what I thought was an unexpected interruption. At the bottom of the video was text, "Witness recruitment successful, training complete, event scheduling in progress." I understood then that my stumbling across their operation hadn't been an accident. The pizza order, the open doors, the lack of response when I called out, it had all been orchestrated. They'd wanted someone to find them. They'd wanted a witness. And they'd specifically wanted me. I still don't understand why. Maybe they needed someone with regular access to different locations around the city. Maybe they wanted a delivery driver who already had reasons to be driving around at night. Maybe it was just random selection, and I was unlucky enough to be the one who picked up that particular order. Since then, the surveillance has intensified. I've spotted the same faces in different locations across Manchester. People who seem to know my schedule better than I do. I've received more mysterious pizza orders that lead nowhere, but now they come with messages about preparation phases and final scheduling. 3 days ago, I received the most explicit message yet. Another USB drive, this time delivered directly to my workplace. Inside was a video showing an empty room similar to the one I'd first discovered, but clearly in a different location. Concrete walls, better lighting, professional camera equipment, and in the corner, a countdown timer showing less than a week remaining. Below the video was an address in Blackpool and a date, tomorrow night. The message explained that my witness period was concluding and that it was time for me to transition to participant status. They provided details about travel arrangements, timing, and what they called viewer engagement protocols. They also mentioned that they'd identified my family members and knew their locations and routines. My sister in Leeds, my parents in their retirement flat, my nephew's school route. The implication was clear. Cooperation wasn't optional. I left Manchester immediately after receiving that message, took what cash I had and caught the first train to somewhere else. But Blackpool keeps calling to me. The address they provided, the appointment time tomorrow evening, the knowledge that thousands of people are already gathering online to watch whatever they have planned. I've tried going to different police stations in different cities, but without concrete evidence of immediate danger, and with my previous report having led nowhere, they treat me like someone having a mental health crisis. One officer suggested I seek counseling for work-related stress. The worst part is knowing that this whole system relies on witnesses like me, people who stumble into their operations and then become part of them. The cycle continues because each witness eventually becomes a participant, and each participant helps recruit the next witness. I think about that person I saw on the table months ago. Were they once a delivery driver who saw something they shouldn't have seen? A cleaner who walked into the wrong room? A maintenance worker who arrived at an inconvenient time? Everyone who ends up in those rooms probably started as an innocent bystander who witnessed something terrible. The counter on the latest video now shows tens of thousands of viewers waiting for tomorrow's event. People who've paid to watch, who can interact with what happens, who can influence the proceedings through their participation. I'm not just going to be a victim, I'm going to be entertainment. I keep thinking I should run further, get on another train, go to Scotland, leave the country if I can. But they found my family's information so easily. They tracked me across a city for months. How far could I really get before they'd find me again? The time is rapidly approaching. Less than 18 hours now. I should be terrified, but mostly I feel resigned. This was always where it was heading from the moment I walked into that warehouse with a pizza delivery. Everything since then has just been an extended preparation period, training me for this final role. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch me transition from witness to participant. The delivery driver who brought food to the wrong address will become the entertainment for those who've been preparing for this moment as long as I've been dreading it. And I suppose I should have just left the pizzas in the corridor and walked away without investigating further. But curiosity has consequences, and sometimes the price of satisfying that curiosity is becoming the subject of someone else's. The countdown continues, the viewers await, and I still have a few hours to decide whether to run or to show up at that address tomorrow night. I joined the gardening club because I thought it would be nice to have something to do with my hands again. This was after I'd finished my teaching degree and was waiting for the academic year to start. I had 3 months to kill and a small inheritance from my gran. That meant I didn't need to work over the summer. The bedsit I'd rented near the university was basic but clean, with a window that looked out onto a small communal garden that no one seemed to tend. The previous tenant had left behind a few books and a dead spider plant on the windowsill. I liked the idea of bringing some order to my small space, of having something contained that I could nurture properly. The club met every Thursday evening at the community centre behind the Methodist church. I'd walked past their little sign dozens of times, handwritten in blue biro, laminated, slightly wonky, before I finally stopped to read it properly. Gardening Club, all welcome, Thursdays 7 p.m. The exclamation mark had been added later in different ink, as if someone had decided the original version wasn't enthusiastic enough. I didn't have a garden obviously. Just that view of the communal space that was mostly weeds and broken paving stones. But I remembered helping my gran in her garden when I was younger. How peaceful it had been to work alongside her, pulling weeds and watering the borders. Her greenhouse overflowed with tomatoes, and she'd fuss endlessly over a rockery she was oddly proud of. I thought perhaps I could learn something useful. Maybe even start growing herbs on my windowsill. The community centre smelled of instant coffee and floor polish. I arrived 10 minutes early, unsure of the etiquette, and found myself alone in a room full of plastic chairs arranged in a rough circle. The walls were covered in children's artwork, handprint flowers and cotton wool sheep, and there was a small kitchen area in one corner where someone had left a packet of digestives next to a chipped mug. The others started arriving just after 7. Margaret was first, a woman in her 70s with silver hair and soil permanently embedded under her fingernails. She introduced herself as the club secretary and handed me a photocopied sheet with the evening's agenda. "We're discussing companion planting tonight," she said, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Then came David, who worked at the library and grew vegetables in his back garden. Janet, recently retired from the council, specialized in houseplants. There was a young couple, Emma and Phil, who just bought their first house and seemed eager to learn everything at once. And finally, there was Helen. Helen was probably in her 50s, with dark hair going grey at the temples and the kind of pale skin that suggested she spent more time indoors than the rest of us. She was quiet during the introductions, offering only her name and a brief smile. When Margaret asked what she liked to grow, Helen paused for a moment before saying, "Oh, a bit of everything really." There was something cloying about her presence, a sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit or flowers left too long in a vase. The meeting itself was pleasant enough. We talked about which plants grew well together, which ones should be kept apart. Margaret had brought cuttings from her garden, little slips of mint and rosemary wrapped in damp kitchen roll. David showed us photographs of his prize-winning marrows. Emma and Phil asked questions about soil pH and fertilizer. Helen didn't say much, but she listened intently. When Janet mentioned struggling with aphids on her roses, Helen quietly suggested ladybirds and companion planting with marigolds. When Phil complained about slugs eating his lettuce, she mentioned coffee grounds and copper tape. She seemed to know quite a lot, actually. Though she offered her advice so softly, you had to lean in to hear her properly. After the meeting, we all filtered out into the car park together. The evening was still warm, and there was something nice about standing around chatting instead of rushing straight home. Margaret was giving Emma the phone number of someone who sold organic compost, and David was showing Phil pictures of his greenhouse setup on his phone. Helen had parked near the back, under one of the old oak trees that bordered the car park. Always the same spot, I noticed, though I wasn't sure why that struck me as significant. As I walked towards the road, I caught sight of her at her car, the boot already open as if she'd planned this part of the evening in advance. She was arranging something inside, what looked like tools and plastic containers, positioned with the sort of careful precision you'd use for something fragile or important. I thought nothing of it at the time. Or rather, I told myself I thought nothing of it. The following week, I arrived a few minutes late and found the group already deep in discussion about winter preparations. Helen was there again, sitting in the same chair, wearing the same sort of muted cardigan she'd had on the week before. She nodded hello when I sat down, and that cloying sweetness seemed stronger tonight, mixed with something earthier that made me think of compost bins and root cellars. This time, when the meeting ended, I made a point of walking out with her. I was curious about her, I suppose. She seemed knowledgeable but reluctant to share, as if she were holding something back. Inside the community centre, she was all hesitation and quiet smiles. But as we stepped into the car park, something shifted in her posture. She moved with more purpose, more certainty. I mentioned that I was thinking of starting a small herb garden on my windowsill, and she brightened slightly. "Herbs are lovely," she said, "so much more rewarding than people think, and they don't mind being contained." She paused at her car again, the same spot under the oak tree. The boot was already slightly open, and I could see the edge of something dark inside. She noticed me looking and smiled, but there was something calculated about it now. "I do a lot of my gardening in the evening," she said, "when it's cooler. Less busy." I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure what she meant. Most people I knew preferred to garden during the day, when they could see what they were doing properly. But everyone had their own methods, I supposed. Over the next few weeks, I began to look forward to the Thursday meetings. The routine was comforting, and I was learning more than I'd expected. Margaret had given me some cuttings to try, and David had lent me a book about organic gardening. Even Emma and Phil had started to grow on me, though their enthusiasm could be overwhelming. But it was Helen who intrigued me most. She had a way of listening that made you feel like she was absorbing every word you said, filing it away somewhere. And when she did speak, her suggestions were always practical and surprisingly effective. She seemed to know exactly what plants needed, how to fix problems, when to prune and when to leave things alone. There was something almost predatory about her attention, the way she seemed to catalogue every detail. I started paying more attention to her after the meetings. She always left alone, always parked in the same spot, always had something in her boot. One Thursday, I lingered by the community centre entrance, pretending to check my phone, and watched her walk to her car. That duality was striking now that I was really looking. Inside she was all soft hesitation and careful smiles. Out here, she moved like someone who knew exactly what they were doing. She loaded what looked like a spade and a large plastic container into her boot, then drove away towards the industrial estate on the other side of town. It was probably nothing. People kept gardening tools in their cars all the time. But something about the deliberate way she handled them, the care she took to position them just so, made me wonder what exactly she was doing with them. I found myself thinking about containment again, about the way she'd said herbs didn't mind being restricted. There was something unsettling about that word choice now. The following week, Helen didn't turn up. Margaret mentioned that she'd called to say she was feeling unwell, but that she hoped to be back the following Thursday. The meeting felt different without her quiet presence, somehow less focused. I realized I'd been looking forward to watching her, to trying to decode the careful way she offered her advice. But Helen was back the next week, looking the same as always. She apologized for missing the previous meeting and said she'd been dealing with a problem in her garden. Something about pests, she said, though she didn't elaborate. She seemed tired, I thought, and there was soil under her fingernails that looked fresher than usual, as if she'd been digging recently. That cloying sweetness about her had changed too. Now it reminded me of sour compost, of things breaking down. After the meeting, I made a decision. The rational part of my mind was telling me to go home, to stop thinking about Helen and her evening activities. But there was something else now, a thrill that made my pulse quicken. I wanted to know what she was hiding. I needed to know. Instead of heading straight home, I followed her car at a distance. I told myself I was just curious about where she lived, what her garden looked like. Someone who knew so much about plants must have an interesting setup. But even as I thought it, I knew I was crossing a line. She drove through the town centre and out towards the industrial estate, exactly as I'd expected. But instead of turning into one of the housing developments, she continued past them to a more rural area I didn't know well. The roads became narrower, lined with hedgerows and the occasional farmhouse. Eventually, she turned down a lane that seemed to lead nowhere in particular. I stopped following then. It felt too intrusive, too strange. But as I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to see. The excitement of it was almost overwhelming. The next Thursday, I arrived early and positioned myself where I could watch the car park through the community centre window. Helen's car was already there, parked in its usual spot. But this time, the boot was open, and I could see her moving things around inside. She seemed to be rearranging something, making space. As I watched, she lifted out what looked like a large bag, dark plastic, quite heavy from the way she handled it, and placed it carefully on the ground beside the car. She stood there for a moment, looking down at it, then glanced around the car park. I moved away from the window quickly, not wanting to be caught watching. When I looked again a few minutes later, the bag was gone, and Helen was walking towards the community centre, her hands empty. During the meeting, I found it difficult to concentrate. Helen was sitting directly opposite me, participating in the discussion about winter pruning with her usual quiet authority. She looked perfectly normal, perfectly harmless. But I kept thinking about that bag, about how she'd handled it, about the industrial estate and the narrow lane that led nowhere. My thoughts were becoming less ordered now, more fragmented. I found myself watching Helen's hands as she spoke, noting the way she gestured when she talked about removing dead growth, about making space for new things to flourish. When the meeting ended, I lingered again, watching as everyone made their way to the car park. Helen walked to her car as always, but this time she didn't open the boot. She just got in and drove away, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. I started doing some research, not about Helen specifically, I didn't even know her surname, but about the area where she'd driven, about what might be out there. The industrial estate was mostly small businesses and storage units. Beyond that, according to the maps I found online, there were a few scattered farms and a lot of empty land. Some of it was marked as private, some as agricultural. There was mention of an old quarry that had been filled in years ago, and what looked like a landfill site that was no longer in use. None of it seemed particularly sinister, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. About Helen's evening gardening sessions, about the tools in her car, about the way she'd looked at that bag in the car park. I found myself checking local news websites, looking for anything unusual that might have happened in the area. My search history was becoming obsessive, paranoid. I knew this, but I couldn't stop. The following Thursday, I decided to be more direct. After the meeting, as we were all saying goodbye, I approached Helen by her car. My heart was racing, though I tried to keep my voice casual. "I've been thinking about what you said," I told her, "about evening gardening being less busy. I might try that myself." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Oh, I wouldn't recommend it for a beginner," she said. "It's quite specialized work." "What sort of specialized work?" She paused, her hand on the car door handle. "Just tidying, really. Getting rid of what doesn't belong. It's important to make room for things that matter." Something in her tone made me take a step back. The way she said things that matter made my skin crawl. She got into her car and drove away without saying goodbye, leaving me standing there with the distinct feeling that I'd asked the wrong question. I didn't see Helen for the next 2 weeks. Margaret mentioned that she'd called in sick again, but she sounded less concerned this time. People's lives got busy, she said. Not everyone could commit to coming every week, but I was committed now, in a way I hadn't expected. I found myself driving out to the industrial estate one evening, following the route I'd seen Helen take. The narrow lane was easier to find than I'd thought, and I drove slowly down it, looking for any sign of recent activity. The lane ended at a gate marked private property, no trespassing. Beyond it, I could see open fields, and in the distance, what looked like the edge of the old quarry. The gate was chained shut, but the chain looked new, and there were fresh tire marks in the mud beside it. I sat in my car for a few minutes, engine running, trying to decide what to do. The sensible thing would be to drive home and forget about Helen and her evening gardening. But something about those tire marks, about the newness of that chain, made me want to know more. I parked the car and walked up to the gate. The land beyond looked undisturbed, just grass and weeds and the occasional tree. But as I stood there, I noticed something else. The ground near the gate was softer than it should be for the time of year, as if it had been recently disturbed. And there was a smell in the air, not the cloying sweetness I associated with Helen, but something else. Something that made my stomach lurch and my pulse quicken. It was the smell of things decomposing, of organic matter breaking down in ways that felt wrong. I felt nauseous suddenly, dizzy. My hands were shaking as I gripped the gate, and I had to take several deep breaths to steady myself. Whatever was happening here, whatever Helen was doing, it wasn't gardening. Not the kind that involved flowers and vegetables and carefully tended borders. I was about to turn back when I heard a car coming down the lane. I quickly got back in my car and drove away, but not before I glimpsed a familiar vehicle in my rearview mirror. Helen's car, heading towards the gate. The next Thursday, Ellen was back at the gardening club. She looked tired, but she seemed more relaxed than she had in weeks. When Margaret asked how her garden was doing, Helen smiled and said it was coming along nicely. She'd finally dealt with that pest problem, she said. Sometimes these things took time, but persistence always paid off in the end. The way she said pest problem made my blood run cold. There was something satisfied about her tone, something final. There was something in her smile that made it feel less like a resolution and more like a confession. Emma was still taking notes like every word might save a dying plant, completely oblivious to the undercurrent in Helen's voice. After the meeting, I didn't follow her. I went home and sat in my bedsit, looking out at the communal garden that no one tended. I thought about what Helen had said about tidying work, about removing things that didn't belong. I thought about the gate with its new chain, about the disturbed earth, about the smell of decomposition that had been stronger than any compost should be. I stopped going to the gardening club after that. I told myself it was because I was getting ready for the new term, that I needed to focus on my teaching preparation. But really, I just couldn't sit in that circle anymore. Listening to Helen's quiet voice offering advice about growth and nurturing and the best ways to help things flourish. Sometimes, when I read the local news online, I find myself scanning the missing persons reports, looking for patterns, for connections, for anything that might explain what I think I saw. There's never anything conclusive, of course. People disappear for all sorts of reasons. They move away, they start new lives, they simply choose not to be found. Or perhaps they encounter someone who believes they don't belong, someone who thinks it's important to make room for things that matter. But I can't stop thinking about Helen's garden, about her evening work, about the way she'd looked at that bag in the car park, about the smell of decomposition that was stronger than any compost should be. I've started growing herbs on my windowsill, as it happens. Nothing fancy, just basil and mint and a small rosemary plant. They're doing well, considering they don't get much sun. I find myself pruning them regularly, removing the dead leaves, making sure nothing unwanted takes root. There's something satisfying about that control, about deciding what gets to grow and what doesn't. Sometimes, when I'm tending them, I think about what Helen said about containment, about herbs not minding being restricted. I think about how she moved in the car park, purposeful and certain. How she listened to us all, cataloguing our details, deciding what was useful and what wasn't. And I wonder if she was right, in her own way, about the importance of tidying up, of getting rid of what doesn't belong, about making room for things that matter. The thought should disturb me more than it does. I started volunteering at the hospice because my GP said I needed something to occupy my mind. Fair enough advice, considering I'd been sitting in my flat for 3 months, straight after the redundancy, ordering takeaways and watching daytime television until my eyes felt like they were bleeding. The bereavement coordinator, Mrs. Henley, was delighted to have me. They always need people willing to sit with the patients, she said. Just be present. Sometimes that's all anyone really wants. The Willowbrook Hospice sits on the outskirts of Reading, tucked between a retail park and a housing estate that went up in the 80s. It's not the sort of place you'd notice driving past, which I suppose is intentional. The building itself is modern enough, all glass and blonde wood, designed to look welcoming rather than clinical. Inside, it smells like disinfectant masked by those plug-in air fresheners that never quite work properly. My first shift was a Tuesday afternoon. Mrs. Henley walked me through the ward, explaining how things worked. Most of the patients were elderly, though not all. There was a woman about my age with pancreatic cancer who spent her days doing crossword puzzles, and a man in his 40s who'd been a roofer before the lung disease got him. They put me with someone called Arthur initially. 73, prostate cancer, family visits on Sundays. He was pleasant enough, though he had this habit of staring out the window for long stretches without speaking. The routine was simple. I'd arrive at 2 o'clock, check in with whichever nurse was on duty, then sit with whoever needed company. Sometimes we'd chat about the weather or the football results. Other times I'd read to them, or we'd just sit in comfortable silence. It was oddly peaceful, actually. After months of my own company, having a purpose felt like a small miracle. They put me with someone called Arthur initially. 73, prostate cancer, family visits on Sundays. Arthur reminded me of my dad. Quiet, sharp-eyed, proud of small things like his crossword skills and the way he could still tie his shoes without help. He had this habit of staring out the window for long stretches without speaking. It was during my 3rd week that I first noticed the woman in the family room. She was probably in her 50s, with greying hair pulled back in a neat bun, and clothes that looked expensive but understated. The sort of person you'd expect to see at a National Trust property or a garden centre on a Saturday morning. She was always there when I arrived, sitting in the same chair by the window, reading what looked like the same magazine. The family room is where relatives go when they need a break from the bedside. It's got a small kitchenette, some mismatched armchairs, and a television that's perpetually tuned to BBC News. This woman seemed to live there. Every Tuesday and Thursday, there she was, perfectly composed, flipping through her magazine with the sort of patience that suggested she had nowhere else to be. I wouldn't have thought much of it, except that after a few weeks, I started paying attention to who was visiting whom. The hospice isn't large, maybe 20 beds across 2 wards, and you quickly get to know the regular faces. Mrs. Chen's daughter, who brought flowers every other day. The teenage grandson, who came to see his grandfather after school. The couple who took turns sitting with their son, never both together, as if they couldn't bear to witness each other's grief. But I never saw this woman go into any of the rooms. She'd arrive, settle into her chair, and stay there for hours. Sometimes I'd catch her looking towards the ward, but she never actually got up to visit anyone. When I asked Mrs. Henley about her, she just smiled and said some people find it hard to say goodbye. That made sense, I supposed. Death affects everyone differently. Maybe she was working up the courage to see whoever she'd come for. Maybe she was taking things slowly, processing everything in her own time. It wasn't really my business either way. The woman never used the kitchenette, never made herself a cup of tea, or helped herself to the biscuits that were always laid out on the side table. She never used her phone, never spoke to anyone else in the room. She just sat there, reading her magazine, occasionally glancing up towards the ward entrance. And here's the thing that really got to me. It was always the same magazine. An old copy of Country Living from about 6 months ago, with a cottage garden on the cover and a feature about autumn preserves. I know this because I'd seen it in the waiting room at my dentist's office the previous year. There was a water stain on the back cover that looked like Australia, and a torn page where someone had ripped out a recipe. The exact same magazine, 6 months old, read over and over again. After about a month, I started timing her visits. She'd arrive at 2:15, always walking up from the direction of the car park, though I never saw her drive in. She'd stay until 5 o'clock exactly, then leave the same way she came. Never earlier, never later. The sort of precision that suggested routine rather than emotional need. I mentioned it to Janet, one of the nurses I'd gotten friendly with. She's worked at Willowbrook for 8 years and knows everyone who comes through the doors. But when I described the woman, Janet frowned like I was describing someone from a dream. "There's no one there," she said flatly. I thought maybe she was thinking of someone else, so I pointed the woman out the next time I saw her. Janet looked where I was indicating, then back at me. The family room was empty, except for Mr. Morrison's sister, who was about 30 and had red hair. The woman I'd been watching was gone, though I could have sworn she'd been there just moments before. That evening, I found myself thinking about it more than I should have. There was something about the whole situation that felt wrong, though I couldn't articulate why. The woman wasn't doing anything particularly unusual. Plenty of people struggle with hospital visits, and everyone has their own coping mechanisms. But there was something in the way she held herself, the way she never quite seemed to be looking at anything specific, that made me uncomfortable. I decided to do a bit of investigating. Nothing dramatic or intrusive, just some casual observation. The next Thursday, I made a point of arriving a few minutes early and positioning myself where I could see the family room clearly. Sure enough, at 2:15, there she was. Same chair, same magazine, same distant expression. This time, I watched her more carefully. She turned the pages of her magazine at regular intervals, but her eyes never seemed to focus on the text. Every few minutes, she glanced towards the ward entrance, not as if she was expecting someone, but as if she was checking that something was still there, or maybe checking that something wasn't. I tried to follow her when she left. but she had a way of disappearing that seemed almost deliberate. One moment, she'd be walking towards the car park. The next, she'd be gone. Not dramatically. She didn't duck behind cars or run off. She just wasn't there anymore. The sort of thing that makes you question your own attention span. After 6 weeks of this, I started having dreams about her. Nothing particularly frightening, just unsettling in the way that dreams can be. I'd be sitting in the hospice, and she'd be in her usual chair. But when I looked closely, the magazine she was reading would be blank, or the pages would be covered in photographs of rooms I didn't recognize, empty spaces with furniture positioned in ways that felt fundamentally wrong. It was around this time that I started paying attention to the patients themselves. Not in any professional capacity. I'm not medically trained and wouldn't presume to diagnose anything. But I noticed that some of them seemed more agitated on the days the woman was there. Arthur, who was normally quite placid, would spend those afternoons staring at the door as if he was expecting something unpleasant to happen. Mrs. Williams, who had dementia and usually just dozed in her chair, would become restless and keep asking if someone was coming to see her. The nursing staff didn't seem to notice anything unusual, which made me wonder if I was imagining things. Hospice work wears down parts of you didn't know could fray, and maybe I was projecting my own anxieties onto the situation. It's easy to see patterns that aren't there when you're dealing with death every day. But then Arthur died. It happened on a Tuesday, which meant I was there when it occurred. Natural causes, of course. He'd been deteriorating for weeks, and everyone knew it was coming. But the timing felt significant. He passed away at exactly 5 o'clock, just as the woman was leaving. I'd been sitting with him for most of the afternoon, and he'd been unusually alert, though he kept glancing towards the door as if he was waiting for something. At about 20 to 5, he grabbed my hand with surprising strength and said something that I didn't quite catch. When I leaned closer, he whispered, "She's been waiting for me." Then he closed his eyes and died, just like that, peaceful, the way everyone hopes it will be. I looked towards the family room, but the woman was gone. Not just gone. It was as if she'd never been there at all. The chair where she usually sat was pushed under the table, and there was no sign of the magazine she'd been reading. Janet was in the room, updating some files, and when I asked if she'd seen anyone leave, she just shook her head. Arthur's death affected me more than I'd expected, not because I was particularly attached to him, but because of what he'd said. She's been waiting for me. Waiting for him to do what? And why had she disappeared at the exact moment he died? I started researching the hospice's history, looking for any information about regular visitors or unusual incidents. The local library had some newspaper clippings from when Willowbrook first opened, and I found a few mentions of the building's previous use. Before it became a hospice, the site had been occupied by a residential care home called Elmwood House, which had closed in the early 90s following some sort of scandal. The details were vague. The newspaper reports mentioned concerns about resident welfare and irregularities in record keeping, but there were suggestions that some had quietly disappeared, never properly logged. Nothing criminal was ever proven, but the home had been shut down and the records sealed. The building had been demolished, and Willowbrook had been built on the same site about 10 years later. I found myself thinking about this more than was probably healthy. The woman's routine, her patient watching, the way she seemed to be waiting for something specific. It all felt connected to those missing residents somehow. Maybe she was a former employee or a family member of someone who disappeared. Maybe she was still looking for answers or closure or some kind of resolution. But then I started wondering about the other patients who died since I'd been volunteering. Mrs. Thompson, who'd passed away the previous month, Mr. Shah, who died in his sleep about 3 weeks ago. Had the woman been there for them too? Had she been waiting for them as well? I tried to keep track of the timing, but it was difficult because I wasn't there every day. The woman only appeared on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which meant I could only observe her twice a week. But over the next few weeks, I noticed that patients seemed to die more frequently on those days, not dramatically more. Hospice patients die regularly, and it could easily have been coincidence, but enough to make me pay attention. I started arriving earlier and staying later, trying to understand what was happening. The woman's routine never varied, but I began to notice that she'd glance towards specific rooms, not just the general ward area, and always, it seemed, towards the rooms of patients who would die within the next day or two. This is where the story gets difficult to tell, because I'm not sure I believe it myself. I started to think that she wasn't just observing, she was selecting, not actively causing deaths, nothing that dramatic, but choosing them somehow. The thought terrified me, but it also made a strange kind of sense. If she was connected to the missing residents from Elmwood House, maybe she was still doing whatever she'd been doing then. Maybe she'd never really left, or maybe she'd found a way to continue her work at the new facility. I know how this sounds. I know it's the sort of thing you'd expect from someone who's been unemployed for months, sitting alone in a flat, drinking too much coffee and watching too much television. But I also know what I saw, and I know that patients kept dying on the days she was there. The final incident happened about 2 weeks ago. I'd been assigned to sit with a new patient, a woman called Sarah, who was only 42 and had been diagnosed with breast cancer. She was still relatively alert, though weak, and we'd been having pleasant conversations about books and travel. She was hoping to see her daughter's graduation the following month, though everyone knew that was unlikely. On the Thursday of her second week, I arrived to find the woman in her usual chair, but something was different. Instead of reading her magazine, she was looking directly at Sarah's room, not glancing occasionally, but staring with the sort of focused attention that made my skin crawl. She stayed like that for the entire afternoon, never moving, never looking away. Sarah was agitated that day, though she couldn't explain why. She kept asking if someone was coming to see her, someone she wasn't expecting. When I asked who she meant, she just said she felt like she was being watched. At about 4 o'clock, she grabbed my hand and asked me to close the blinds. She said she didn't want anyone looking in. I closed the blinds, but I could still feel the woman's presence in the family room. At exactly 5 o'clock, Sarah's breathing became labored. The nursing staff were called, but there was nothing they could do. She died at 5:15, just 15 minutes after the woman had left. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd somehow failed to protect her, that I'd known what was coming and hadn't done anything to stop it. But what could I have done? Called security? Reported a woman for sitting quietly in a family room? Told the medical staff that I thought someone was choosing which patients would die? I haven't been back to Willowbrook since Sarah's death. I called Mrs. Henley and told her I needed to take a break, that the work was becoming too emotionally demanding. She was understanding, of course. Volunteer burnout is common in hospice work, and she said the position would be there if I wanted to return. But I won't be returning. Not because I'm scared of death. I'd made my peace with that after months of sitting with dying people. I won't be returning because I'm scared of her. The woman who waits, who watches, who somehow knows. I don't understand what she is or what she wants, but I know that she's still there, still choosing, still waiting. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and think about the patients I sat with. Arthur, who said she'd been waiting for him. Sarah, who felt like she was being watched. All the others who died on Tuesdays and Thursdays, who passed away within hours of the woman's departure. I wonder if they knew what was happening, if they could sense her presence the way I eventually did. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between sleep and waking, I wonder if she's waiting for me too, if I've seen too much, understood too much, become too much of a threat to whatever it is she's doing. The thought keeps me awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for footsteps in the hallway outside my flat. I've been thinking about moving away from Reading, maybe finding work in London or up north somewhere far from Willowbrook and its patient watcher. But I have this nagging feeling that distance won't matter, that once she's noticed you, once you've seen her for what she really is, geography becomes irrelevant. Last week, I was in town doing some shopping when I saw her reflection in a shop window. Same clothes, same patient expression, same magazine tucked under her arm. But when I turned around, no one was there. Just the usual crowd of people going about their daily business, none of them paying any attention to me. I told myself it was my imagination, that months of unemployment and volunteer work had left me jumpy and paranoid. But as I walked home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Not obviously. I never saw anyone behind me when I looked, but there was something in the rhythm of footsteps, the way shadows fell across the pavement, that suggested patient observation. That night, I double-locked my front door and closed all the curtains. I've been doing the same thing every evening since, and I've started avoiding places where I might be alone. The library, the park, the quiet streets near my flat. I stick to busy areas now, surrounded by people, hoping that crowds might offer some protection. But I know it's only temporary. She's patient after all. She's been waiting for decades, sitting in her chair, reading her magazine, watching. A few more weeks or months won't matter to her. She has all the time in the world, and I'm running out of places to hide. I've started leaving my lights on at night, not because I'm afraid of the dark, but because I'm afraid of what might be sitting in it, waiting for me to fall asleep. Sometimes I think I can hear the sound of turning pages, the soft whisper of paper against paper coming from somewhere just outside my bedroom door. The unemployment benefit has run out, and I'll need to find work soon. Real work, not volunteering. Maybe that will help. Having a routine again, being around people, focusing on something other than death and waiting rooms and women who shouldn't exist. Maybe if I can just get back to normal life, she'll lose interest and move on to someone else. But I don't think it works that way. I think once you've seen her, once you've understood what she is, you become part of whatever it is she's doing. Another name on her list, another appointment to keep. And when the time comes, she'll be there, sitting patiently in her chair, reading her magazine, waiting for you to realize that your time is up. I suppose I should be grateful that she's patient, that she doesn't rush things or cause unnecessary suffering. But there's something horrifying about the inevitability of it all, the calm certainty that she brings to the process. Death is supposed to be random, chaotic, unfair. Having someone choose when and how it happens, someone who sits and waits and watches, makes it infinitely worse. I've been thinking about telling someone, the police maybe, or a journalist, someone who might be able to investigate Willowbrook, to find out what really happened to those missing residents at Elmwood House. But what would I say? That I saw a woman reading a magazine, and now I think she's choosing who dies. That patients seemed agitated on the days she was there, that she disappeared at convenient moments. It sounds insane even to me, and maybe it is. Maybe months of isolation and grief work have finally caught up with me, and I'm seeing connections that don't exist. finding patterns in random events. Maybe the woman in the family room is just a grieving relative, and the timing of deaths is nothing more than coincidence. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that somewhere, right now, she's sitting in her chair, turning the pages of her magazine, waiting for the next name on her list, waiting with the patience of someone who has all the time in the world and the quiet satisfaction of someone who always gets what they want in the end. I started noticing the car on my third week at the 24-hour Tesco in Wolverhampton. Same blue car, always parked in the far corner of the car park, never close enough to the entrance to be shopping, never far enough away to be ignored. The job wasn't meant to be permanent. I'd been made redundant from the council offices in March. Budget cuts, they said. Though I suspect it was more about my supervisor finally finding an excuse to get rid of me. 43 years old, living in a bedsit above a kebab shop and stacking shelves from midnight to 8 in the morning. Not exactly where I'd imagined I'd be at this point in my life. The night shift suited me though. Fewer people to deal with, and the ones who did come in were usually too tired or too drunk to cause much trouble. Just me, Trevor the security guard, and Raj, who worked the self-checkout machines. We'd developed a routine. Trevor would do his rounds, Raj would sort the tills, and I'd restock the aisles methodically, section by section. It became a ritual, one that gave shape to nights that otherwise blurred into shelf stacking and fluorescent hum. That's when I'd see it, the car. Always there when I'd glance out through the big windows whilst moving stock from the warehouse. Same spot, same angle, headlights off, but I could sometimes make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. I mentioned it to Trevor one night around 2:30. He was eating a Ginster's pasty by the customer service desk, scrolling through his phone. "Blue car," he said, not looking up. "Yeah, I've seen it. Probably just someone sleeping rough. Can't sleep in a hostel every night." That made sense. The cost of living crisis had people sleeping in their cars all over the Midlands. I'd read about it in the Express and Star. Still, something about it bothered me. The way it was positioned, almost like whoever was in there was watching the shop rather than just seeking shelter. I started paying more attention after that. The car arrived around midnight, always within 20 minutes of the start of my shift. It would stay until just before 6, leaving whilst I was usually in the back sorting the delivery pallets. I never saw it arrive or leave, just noticed its presence and then its absence. The first time I saw him properly was on a Thursday in early June. I was restocking the cereal aisle when movement in the car park caught my eye. A man had got out of the car and was walking slowly along the edge of the car park, staying in the shadows beyond the reach of the security lights. He was average height, average build, wearing dark clothing. Nothing remarkable about him except for the deliberate way he moved, like he was conducting some sort of surveillance. He did a complete circuit of the building, taking about 10 minutes, then got back in his car. I watched from behind a display of cornflakes, my heart beating faster than it should have been. When Trevor came past on his rounds, I mentioned it. "Probably just stretching his legs," Trevor said. "You'd be surprised how stiff you get sleeping in a car." But I'd seen homeless people before. This didn't feel like that. This felt purposeful. The walking routine became regular after that. Every night, around 2:30, the man would emerge from the car and do his circuit. Always the same route, always the same timing. I found myself watching for him, positioning myself near the windows when I knew he'd appear. I tried to get a better look at his face, but he seemed to know where the cameras were, where the light spilled from the shop windows. He kept his head down, his hands in his pockets, moving with the confidence of someone who'd done this many times before. It was Raj who first suggested something might be wrong. "You know that car you're always watching?" he said during our break on a Tuesday night. We were sitting in the staff room, sharing a pot of tea and some biscuits from the reduced section. I looked it up on the DVLA website. Curiosity, you know, comes up as untaxed. Been that way for 3 months. He paused, stirring his tea with more force than necessary. Makes you wonder what else he's not bothering to keep legal. A pressure settled in my chest, like the air had thickened. If anything, it made me more unsettled. Why risk parking in the same spot every night if you were driving illegally? Why not move around, stay inconspicuous? I started noting down the times in a small notebook I kept in my shirt pocket. The man's arrival, his walking routine, his departure. The pattern was consistent to the point of being obsessive. 1:32 a.m. arrival, 2:28 a.m. walk, 5:47 a.m. departure. Give or take a few minutes, but never more than 5. The notebook filled up over the following weeks. I'd write during my breaks, recording anything that seemed unusual. The night he walked his route twice. The night he stood for 10 minutes staring at the shop's side entrance. The night I could have sworn I saw him writing something down while sitting in his car. It was childish, really. A middle-aged man playing detective because he was bored and lonely. But it gave me something to focus on during the long, quiet hours. Something that felt important, even if I couldn't quite explain why. The first time I saw him during daylight was completely by accident. I'd finished my shift at 8 and was walking to the bus stop when I spotted him in the queue at the McDonald's across the road. Same height, same build, same dark jacket. I recognized the way he held himself, the deliberate casualness of his movements. I watched him order food, watched him eat it slowly while staring out of the window towards the Tesco. He spent nearly an hour there, checking his phone occasionally, but mainly just observing. When he finally left, he walked to a different car, a red Vauxhall Corsa, and drove away. It felt like watching a magician reveal a second trick you didn't even know you'd missed. So he had access to multiple vehicles. That felt significant, though I couldn't say why. I made a note in my book. Second car, red Corsa, H7DRP. I'd managed to catch the number plate as he'd pulled out of the McDonald's car park. I looked it up when I got home. Taxed and MOT'd, registered to an address in Bilston. The name on the V5 was Michael Hartley. I felt oddly triumphant, like I'd solved something important. But then I had to ask myself what exactly I'd discovered. A man who sometimes sat in car parks at night and sometimes ate McDonald's during the day. Hardly criminal behavior. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The timing, the routine, the way he studied the shop. It felt like preparation for something. I started varying my position during the nights, trying to see if he was watching specific areas or specific people. The shop was mostly empty between 2 and 5, but we'd get the occasional customer. Shift workers buying sandwiches, insomniacs picking up milk and bread, sometimes people who were clearly intoxicated trying to buy alcohol past the legal cutoff time. I noticed he seemed particularly interested whenever young women came in alone. He'd sit up straighter in his seat, sometimes even get out of his car and walk closer to the building. Never close enough to be obvious, but close enough to get a better view. That's when I started feeling genuinely worried rather than just curious. I'd read enough true crime to know that stalkers often spent weeks or months studying their victims' routines before making a move. The pattern of behavior, the multiple vehicles, the careful observation, it all started to feel more sinister. I tried talking to Trevor about it again, but he just grunted and kept scrolling through his phone. The conversation died there. But Trevor wasn't watching the way I was. He wasn't seeing the focused attention, the note-taking, the systematic observation. He was doing his security rounds, checking doors and watching for shoplifters. I was the one who had the time to really observe. The breakthrough came on a Wednesday night in mid-July. I was restocking the frozen section when I saw him get out of his car earlier than usual. Instead of doing his normal circuit, he walked straight to the side entrance of the shop, the one that staff use for deliveries and breaks. He tried the handle. The door was locked, of course. It always was. But he didn't seem surprised that it didn't open. He just stood there for a moment, looking at the lock, then walked around to check the windows on that side of the building. He was mapping the place, learning its vulnerabilities. I felt cold despite the warmth of the shop. This wasn't casual observation anymore. This was reconnaissance. I started staying alert during the quiet hours, watching not just the car park, but the whole perimeter of the building. I noticed things I'd missed before. The way he'd position himself to see both the main entrance and the side door. The way he'd check his phone and then look back at the shop, as if he was coordinating with someone else. The thought that there might be others made my stomach clench. What if this wasn't just one man with an obsession? What if this was planning for something bigger? I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That a man was sitting in a car park and taking walks, that he'd tried a door handle once. I could imagine the response. They'd probably think I was the one with the problem. So I kept watching, kept noting, kept trying to piece together what he was planning. The notebook was full now, pages and pages of times and observations. I'd started carrying it with me everywhere, adding details whenever I thought of them. The young woman who changed everything came in on a Thursday night at 3:15. She was maybe 25, blonde, wearing a nurse's uniform. She bought a meal deal and a bottle of water, paid with contactless, and left through the main entrance. Nothing unusual about the transaction, except for the way the man in the car reacted. He was out of his car before she'd even paid. He followed her progress through the shop from outside, moving along the windows to keep her in sight. When she left, he walked quickly to the edge of the car park, watching as she got into a small white Fiat and drove away. I saw him write something down, a number plate, almost certainly. And then he got back in his car and drove off, breaking his usual pattern by leaving hours early. I felt sick. This wasn't random observation anymore. He targeted someone specific, someone who was probably driving home alone after a night shift at the hospital. A vulnerable woman who had no idea she was being watched. I never saw her again. Not at Tesco, not in the car park, not anywhere. I tried to sleep that day, but couldn't. I kept thinking about her, about what might happen to her, about what might have already happened to others. How long had he been doing this? How many people had he followed home? When I came in for my next shift, I was jumpy and distracted. Every car in the car park seemed threatening. Every customer seemed like a potential victim. I kept checking my phone, half expecting to see a news story about a missing nurse, but there was nothing. The car wasn't there that night, or the next night, or the night after that. I started to think maybe I'd scared him off somehow, that he'd noticed me watching and decided to move on. Part of me felt relieved, but another part felt frustrated. I'd spent weeks documenting his behavior, and now he was gone before I could do anything about it. But then Trevor mentioned something during our break on the Sunday night. You know that car you were always going on about? The blue one? I saw it parked outside the Asda in Bilston yesterday. Same spot, same routine. Bloke was doing his little walks around the car park there too. A pressure settled in my chest, like the air had thickened. He hadn't stopped. He just moved on to a different location, a different hunting ground. How many places had he done this? How many potential victims had he catalogued? I spent the rest of my shift thinking about it, about all the details I'd collected, all the times and patterns I'd recorded, about the red Corsa and the name Michael Hartley, about the young nurse who'd caught his attention. By the time I got home that morning, I'd made up my mind. I was going to call the police. I had a notebook full of evidence, number plates, times, a name. Maybe individually none of it meant much, but together it painted a picture of something wrong. I never made that call. When I woke up that afternoon, there was a card pushed under my door. Plain white, no envelope. Just my name written in block capitals and a phone number underneath. Nothing else. I stared at it for a long time, my hands shaking. He knew where I lived. He knew my name. He knew I'd been watching him. I thought about calling the police then, but what would I say? That someone had left me a card? That I felt threatened? I had no proof of anything criminal, just a creeping sense of dread and a phone number I was too scared to call. I didn't go to work that night. I called in sick, which wasn't entirely a lie. I felt nauseous and dizzy, jumping at every sound from the street below. I kept the curtains drawn and the lights off, peering out occasionally to check if anyone was watching the building. The next morning, there was another card. Same handwriting, same phone number. This time, there was a message on the back. We should talk. I moved the armchair in front of the door and unplugged the landline. I thought about leaving, going to stay with my sister in Birmingham, but I wasn't even sure that would help. If he knew where I lived, if he knew my name, what else did he know? I called in sick again that night, and again the next night. Trevor left a voicemail asking if I was all right, but I didn't call back. I just sat in my bedsit, watching the street, waiting for something to happen. The third card arrived on Wednesday morning. This time the message was longer. You've been watching me. I've been watching you. We both know what we saw. Call the number. I held the card with trembling hands, reading the message over and over. They weren't threats. That was the worst part. They were invitations. We both know what we saw. What did that mean? What had I seen exactly? A man sitting in a car park, taking walks, trying a door handle, following a woman with his eyes, writing down a number plate. None of it was proof of anything. None of it was evidence of a crime. But it felt like guilt, like complicity, like I'd witnessed something terrible and done nothing to stop it. I looked at the phone number again. 10 digits, starting with 07. A mobile number. I imagined him sitting somewhere, waiting for me to call, waiting to have whatever conversation he thought we needed to have. I didn't call that day, or the next. I just sat in my room, eating tinned food and watching the street, wondering if he was out there somewhere, watching me back. On Friday morning, there was no card. I waited all day, checking the hallway every few minutes, but nothing came. I started to think maybe it was over, that he'd got bored and moved on to someone else. But when I finally worked up the courage to leave the building that evening, just to buy some milk from the corner shop, I saw the blue car parked across the street. He was sitting in the driver's seat, looking directly at me. I stood frozen on the pavement for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. He didn't move, didn't react. just watched me with the same patient attention I'd seen him give to the shop, to the nurse, to everyone else he'd studied. I went back inside and climbed the stairs to my bedsit. I sat on my bed and stared at the 3 cards lined up on my bedside table. The phone number seemed to pulse in my vision, demanding attention. I picked up my mobile and dialed before I could change my mind. It rang twice before he answered. "I was wondering when you'd call," he said. His voice was calm, ordinary. Not the voice of a monster, just a man. "I think it's time we met properly." I wanted to hang up, to throw the phone across the room, to pretend this wasn't happening. But I couldn't. I was trapped in this moment, in this conversation, in whatever was about to happen next. "What do you want?" I managed to ask. "I want to explain," he said. "I want to tell you what you've been watching, what you've been part of." "I haven't been part of anything." "Haven't you?" There was something almost gentle in his tone, like he was talking to a child. "You've been watching me for weeks, taking notes, learning my patterns. You've been very thorough." I thought about the notebook, about all the times and observations I'd recorded, about how I'd followed his routine, predicted his movements, become part of his world without realizing it. "You've helped me more than you know," he continued. "Your attention to detail, your careful observation. You've shown me things I might have missed." I felt cold all over. What things? The nurse, for instance. You saw how I reacted to her. You saw me follow her movements, write down her details. You knew what that meant. I didn't. You did. You knew, and you did nothing. The line went quiet. I could hear my own breathing, loud and ragged in the silence. "Where is she?" I whispered. "Does it matter?" "You had weeks to stop this, weeks to call the police, to interfere, to do something. But you didn't. You just watched and took notes like a good little observer." I was crying now, hot tears running down my cheeks. I was going to call. I was going to... But you didn't, just like you won't now, because you know what you are. You know what you become. The line went dead. I sat there for a long time, holding the phone, staring at the cards on my bedside table. Outside, I could hear the normal sounds of the street. Cars passing, people walking, life continuing as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. I wasn't just someone who'd witnessed something terrible. I was someone who'd been part of it, someone who'd helped it happen through my inaction, my cowardice, my selfish fascination with the drama of it all. I thought about the nurse, about her white Fiat driving away into the night. I thought about all the others he might have watched, might have followed, might have hurt. I thought about the careful notes in my book, the detailed observations that had helped him perfect his methods. The blue car was still parked across the street when I looked out of my window, but the driver's seat was empty now. He was gone, moved on to his next target, his next hunting ground. I should call the police now. I should tell them everything, show them my notebook, give them the number plates and the name Michael Hartley. I should try to make amends for all the chances I'd missed, all the warnings I'd ignored. But I won't, because he's right. I know what I am, and I know I'll do it again. The next time I see something wrong, something that makes me uncomfortable, I'll watch and I'll note, and I'll tell myself I'm gathering evidence, building a case, preparing to act. But I'll never act. I'll just watch until it's too late. That's who I am now. Not a witness, not even a bystander, just another shadow in the car park, pretending to care. I'm already looking for a new job, something with a night shift, somewhere with big windows and good views of the car park, somewhere I can keep an eye on things, just to be safe, you understand. I thought I was doing something good. That's what makes this whole situation so much worse. 6 months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertise themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant, living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age, watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review, videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live-streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it were standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts, standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. A new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months. How many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage. How many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations? How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin, maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours. until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and the button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed along with the words "identity confirmed." I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the fourth morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, "Observer status approved. Event scheduled." There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police, tried to explain what was happening, showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. The counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real. The network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. never meant to find it. That's important to understand. I was just a bored software developer working from my flat in Manchester, running tests on a new algorithm designed to filter illegal content from social media platforms. It was a contract job for a mid-sized tech company. Good money, flexible hours, and the sort of work that looks impressive on a CV. The kind of opportunity you don't question too deeply. My algorithm was supposed to identify and flag videos containing violence, abuse, or other prohibited content before they could be uploaded. Nothing revolutionary, just an improvement on existing systems. I needed sample data to test it, so the company gave me access to a secure server containing thousands of videos that had been previously removed from their platform. Most were exactly what you'd expect: fights, animal cruelty, dangerous stunts gone wrong. The algorithm handled these easily, assigning risk scores with over 95% accuracy compared to human moderators. But there were outliers, videos that humans had flagged, but my system missed entirely. These were the ones I needed to focus on to improve the detection rates. One particular video kept slipping through. The file name was just a string of numbers and letters, and according to the metadata, 6 different human moderators had flagged it for immediate removal, each citing different reasons. When I finally reviewed it myself, I was confused. It showed an empty room with white walls, a concrete floor, and a single metal chair in the center. Nothing happened for nearly 3 minutes. No people, no movement, just static footage of an empty room. The video quality was poor, with occasional digital artifacts, compression issues most likely. I ran it through the algorithm again with different parameters, but it consistently received a low-risk score. I noted this as an anomaly and moved on to other samples. But that night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about it. Why had 6 moderators independently flagged an empty room? What were they seeing that both I and my algorithm had missed? The next morning, I downloaded the video file and examined it more carefully. The metadata contained an unusual string in the creator field. What looked like an onion address, the kind used on Tor networks. Out of professional curiosity, I accessed Tor through a secure virtual machine and entered the address. It led to a black screen with a simple login form and a counter displaying 4,291. As I watched, the number increased to 4,292. The site offered no explanation of what this counter represented. No context, no identifying information. Just a login form and that steadily increasing number. I closed the browser and returned to my work. I had deadlines to meet, and mysterious websites weren't relevant to improving my algorithm. I modified the code to better detect empty rooms with strange metadata and moved on to other test cases. 3 days later, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters as the video file name. The body contained only a username and password, followed by the words, "Observer access granted." I should have deleted it immediately, should have reported it to the company's security team. Instead, I saved the information and continued working as if nothing had happened. That night, after a few glasses of wine, I reopened my secure virtual machine, accessed the .onion address, and entered the credentials. The site loaded to show the same empty room from the video, but now as a live feed. The counter in the corner showed 7,843. A chat window occupied the right side of the screen, messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. From what I could gather, users were discussing preparations for something called an event. Some were placing what appeared to be bets using cryptocurrency. In the bottom left corner was a countdown timer. 47 hours, 12 minutes, and 36 seconds, just under 3 days. I watched for about 20 minutes. Nothing changed in the room. The chat continued with discussions I couldn't fully follow, filled with abbreviations and terminology I didn't recognize. I logged out, shut down the virtual machine, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I received another email from a different random address. This one contained only a postcode, my postcode, and the message, confirmation required for observer status. I immediately strengthened all my security settings, changed passwords, and ran multiple malware scans. Everything came back clean. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence or a scare tactic used by whatever strange corner of the internet I'd stumbled into. Still, I deleted the virtual machine and resolved to focus solely on my work. That evening, my doorbell rang. When I checked through the peephole, no one was there. But on the ground was a small package wrapped in brown paper with no postage or shipping labels. Inside was a cheap mobile phone, switched off, with a handwritten note containing just a time, 2000 hours. Against my better judgment, I turned on the phone at the specified time. It immediately connected to a network I didn't recognize and opened to a video feed. The same room, the same angle, but now the chair was occupied. A person sat there, head covered by a black hood, hands secured behind their back. The counter now showed 12,574 and was increasing rapidly. The chat window was moving so fast it was just a blur of text. The countdown timer read 0031 minutes 8 seconds, 31 minutes. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the phone away, but I couldn't look away. I told myself I needed to know what this was, what I had inadvertently become involved with. At exactly 20:30, a figure entered the frame wearing a featureless white mask and surgical gloves. They carried a small tray of implements I couldn't clearly identify. The masked figure approached the bound person and held up what looked like a scalpel to the camera. The chat suddenly slowed, and a message appeared in red. Bidding begins. Choose location. I switched off the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I understood now what I had found, what the algorithm had failed to detect, what those 6 human moderators had recognized from experience. The empty room wasn't just an empty room. It was a stage being set. I spent the night researching red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even direct. Most credible sources insisted they were urban myths, technically impossible to stream securely. But what if the conventional wisdom was wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I needed to report this to the authorities, but I had a problem. I had accessed the site. I had watched. My digital fingerprints were all over this, and I had no way to prove I had stumbled onto it innocently. I decided to gather more evidence before coming forward. The next day, I returned to work and began examining other videos that had slipped past my algorithm, but been flagged by human moderators. There were 5 more showing empty rooms, each with different layouts, but similar empty chairs. Each file contained hidden .onion addresses in the metadata. That evening, another package arrived at my door. This one contained a USB drive. When I checked it on a secure system, it contained a single video file. It showed the complete event from the previous night. I couldn't watch more than a few seconds before shutting it down. But in those seconds, I saw enough to know this was real. These weren't actors. This wasn't simulated. And according to the counter, over 15,000 people had watched it happen. I decided to go to the police the next morning. I would turn over everything I had found and face whatever consequences came with it. I spent the night copying evidence to an external drive and writing a detailed account of how I had discovered the site. I woke to the sound of an email notification. The subject line was "Observer Status Revoked." The body contained my full name, address, and a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my flat, hours earlier. Below the photo was a message: "Participant status pending. Current bids, 18 inches. I left immediately with just my wallet and phone, checked into a hotel on the other side of the city using cash, spent the day moving between public places, trying to figure out what to do. That evening, I returned to the hotel to find the door to my room slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared untouched except for the television, which was turned onto a blank screen with a counter, 23,109. I packed up again and left, taking a night bus to Leeds, found another hotel, tried to sleep, woke to find my new room's mirror had fogged up despite no one using the shower. Written in the condensation was a set of coordinates and a time, 2 days from now. I looked up the coordinates. They pointed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Birmingham. I've been moving constantly since then, different cities, different hotels, always paying cash. I've disposed of my original phone, bought and discarded several burners. Each time I think I've broken the pattern, I find evidence they found me. A note slipped under a door, a message written on a receipt, a counter displayed on a digital screen as I walk past. The most terrifying part is not knowing how they keep finding me, or who they even are. Is it one person, a group? Is it the thousands of observers, some percentage of whom are actively tracking me? I've examined my clothing for tracking devices, checked for implants under my skin, scanned for rogue wireless signals. Nothing. 3 hours ago, I received a text on my newest phone, one that no one should have the number for. Final preparations underway. Broadcast begins 2100. Viewer count 41,863. I'm writing this in a library in Glasgow using a public computer. I've been on trains, buses and taxis continuously for the past 48 hours. I haven't slept, barely eaten. I'm running out of cash, options and places to hide. I've come to a terrible realization. What I discovered wasn't just a red room. It was an entire ecosystem built around them. My algorithm wasn't failing to detect prohibited content. It was being trained to deliberately ignore it. The company that hired me wasn't trying to remove this content. They were developing sophisticated methods to hide it in plain sight. The contract job, the test videos, the access to the secure server, it was all a setup. They weren't assessing the algorithm's ability to detect prohibited content. They were assessing me, my reaction, my moral flexibility, my potential as either an asset to their operation or a threat to be eliminated. And I failed their test by showing too much curiosity, by looking too closely at what I was meant to overlook. The most disturbing part is how vast this network must be. The resources required to track someone across multiple cities, to always be one step ahead, to have eyes everywhere. It suggests organization and reach that goes beyond what any ordinary criminal enterprise should be capable of. I wonder how many other programmers, content moderators, and data analysts have been pulled into this system. How many recognized what I failed to see and chose to look the other way? How many became observers rather than raising alarms? How many are watching now? I have less than 6 hours until the scheduled broadcast. The counter likely shows over 50,000 by now. 50,000 people waiting to watch what happens to me. I've considered turning myself in to the police, but what if some of them are connected to this network? The level of coordination I've witnessed suggests infiltration of normal systems. Who can I trust? I keep thinking about those other empty rooms I found in the test videos. How many people have sat in those chairs? How many more will follow? And was I selected randomly? Or is there something specific about me that made them choose me as the next subject? I don't know if anyone will believe this account. It sounds paranoid, even to me as I write it. But I know what I've seen. I know what's hunting me. I'm going to post this and then head to the train station. I have a plan to get to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands where a former colleague has a holiday cottage. No internet, no mobile service. Maybe if I can stay off the grid long enough, they'll select another target, move on to someone else. That's the final horror of this system. The knowledge that my only hope for survival may be that someone else takes my place in that chair. That the observer's attention shifts to another victim. That the algorithm selects a new participant. The idea makes me sick, but I'm out of alternatives. If you're reading this and you work in content moderation, data filtering, or AI development, pay attention to what your systems are being trained to ignore. Look closer at the empty rooms. Ask questions about the files everyone seems to overlook. And if you ever receive an email offering observer status, delete it immediately. Don't let curiosity lead you where it led me. The broadcast is scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. I have no intention of being in front of a camera. But as I've learned over these past terrible days, my intentions may no longer matter. I started taking the medication 3 weeks after my mother died. The pills had been sitting in my kitchen drawer for months before that, still in their original packaging from Boots, with the little white label that had my name typed across it, in that familiar pharmacy font. Dr. Morrison had prescribed them back in February, when I'd gone to see him about the insomnia, but I'd never actually taken them. Something about needing chemicals to sleep properly felt like admitting defeat. The funeral was on a Tuesday. Rain hammered against the crematorium windows while the vicar spoke about eternal rest and God's plan. And I found myself thinking about how my mother would have hated the flowers we'd chosen. Too gaudy, she would have said. Too much fuss. Afterwards, my sister Claire went back to her family in Reading, and I drove home to my flat in Acton, where the silence seemed to press against my eardrums like cotton wool. That night, I pulled the medication from the drawer and read the label properly for the first time. Zopiclone, 7.5 milligrams. Take one at bedtime. Do not exceed stated dose. The usual warnings about operating machinery and avoiding alcohol. I'd been awake for 36 hours straight by then, and my hands were shaking as I pressed the first tablet out of its foil backing. The sleep came quickly and completely, like falling into a warm bath. I woke 8 hours later feeling more refreshed than I had in months, though there was an odd metallic taste in my mouth that lingered through my morning coffee. I didn't think much of it at the time. The second night was the same. Deep, dreamless sleep, followed by that strange aftertaste. By the third night, I was already looking forward to the ritual of taking the pill, the way it smoothed away the sharp edges of grief and exhaustion. It felt like a small kindness I was finally allowing myself. The first time I noticed something unusual was about a week in. I was making breakfast when I realized I couldn't remember getting up for a glass of water during the night, though there was a tumbler on my bedside table that I didn't recall putting there. The glass was empty, but there were watermarks on the table beneath it, as if it had been filled and then drained. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to piece together the memory, but it was like grasping at smoke. I asked Dr. Morrison about it during my next appointment, whether the medication might cause memory problems. He was typing notes on his computer as I spoke, his fingers moving across the keyboard with what seemed like practice deficiency. Some people do experience a bit of amnesia with sleeping tablets, he said, still focused on his screen. The response came too quickly, too smooth. Nothing to worry about, just means they're working properly. He looked up then, watching my face as he spoke. Any other side effects? Unusual dreams, sleepwalking. The questions felt oddly specific, as if he was fishing for particular answers. The episodes became more frequent after that. I'd wake to find the television on, tuned to channels I never watched, my front door unlocked, muddy footprints leading from the hallway to my bedroom, footprints that match my own shoes caked with dried earth I couldn't account for. I started leaving myself notes before taking the pills. Simple reminders, check the door or TV was off. But the notes began to disappear, turning up in strange places the next morning. Crumpled in the bin or tucked inside books I hadn't touched in months. Once, I found a note stuck to the inside of my wardrobe door. The handwriting was mine, but the message had changed. Instead of check all windows before bed, it read, "They're getting closer." I told myself it was grief playing tricks on my mind. Loss does strange things to a person's perception, and I'd been under tremendous stress since my mother's death. The medication was just helping me cope with a difficult period, and once I'd processed everything properly, I'd be able to sleep naturally again. The incidents kept escalating. Cooking smells lingering in the kitchen when I woke. Clothes in the washing machine I didn't recall putting there. Phone calls logged on my mobile to numbers I didn't recognize, always around 3 in the morning, lasting anywhere from minutes to over an hour. I tried calling one of the numbers back, but it went straight to voicemail. A woman's voice, professional and clipped. "You've reached the night service. Please leave a message and we'll get back to you as soon as possible." I hung up without saying anything, but the sound of that voice stayed with me for days. The first time I found the photographs, I thought someone had broken into my flat. They were spread across my kitchen table when I woke one morning. Dozens of images printed on standard photo paper, all taken at night with what looked like a phone camera. The subjects were people I didn't recognize, captured through windows or walking alone on dark streets. The photos were grainy and poorly lit, but there was something deliberate about the compositions, as if whoever had taken them had been watching these people for some time. One image showed a young woman unlocking her front door, her face illuminated by the porch light. Another captured a man walking his dog through a park, the flash creating harsh shadows that made him look skeletal. There were more. People in their homes, unaware they were being photographed, going about their evening routines with the blinds open. I gathered the photographs and shoved them into a carrier bag, my hands trembling as I tried not to look at the faces too closely. There was something voyeuristic and predatory about the images that made my skin crawl. I threw the bag into the wheelie bin outside, but when I checked later that evening, it was gone. The medication wasn't working anymore. Even with the pills, I was waking up multiple times during the night, sometimes with the feeling that I'd been walking around the flat. My legs would ache as if I'd been on my feet for hours, and occasionally I'd find mud or grass stains on my socks. I started setting an alarm for 3 in the morning, hoping to catch myself in the act of whatever I was doing, but I never remembered hearing it go off. Dr. Morrison seemed unusually interested when I described the symptoms during my next appointment. He asked detailed questions about my sleep patterns, leaning forward slightly as I spoke. When I mentioned the photographs, his pen stopped moving. "What sort of photographs?" The question came quickly, sharper than his usual bedside manner. "Random pictures," I said, suddenly reluctant to elaborate. "Probably nothing." He made a careful note, then looked at me directly. "Are you certain you want to continue with the medication? We could explore other options." Something in his tone made me pause. The offer felt rehearsed, as if he already knew what my answer would be. I told him I wanted to stick with the pills. The truth was, I'd become dependent on that feeling of sliding into unconsciousness, of having hours where I didn't have to think about anything at all. That night, I took 2 pills instead of 1. The label warned against exceeding the stated dose, but I needed to sleep deeply enough that whatever was happening to me would stop. I wanted to wake up in the morning with no gaps in my memory, no evidence of nocturnal activities I couldn't recall. The extra medication worked. I slept for 12 hours straight, so deeply that I woke with marks on my face from the pillow and a feeling of disorientation that lasted well into the afternoon. But when I went to check whether anything had been disturbed during the night, I found that my laptop was missing from the living room. I searched the entire flat, convinced that I'd moved it somewhere and forgotten, but it was nowhere to be found. The front door was locked and there was no sign of forced entry. All my other valuables were still in place. My watch, my wallet, even the cash I kept in a jar on the kitchen counter. Only the laptop was gone. I called the police, but they seemed skeptical about my story. The constable who took my statement was polite, but clearly thought I was either mistaken about the laptop's whereabouts or possibly trying to file a fraudulent insurance claim. When I mentioned the sleeping medication and the gaps in my memory, I could see him making mental notes about my reliability as a witness. After he left, I sat in my kitchen and tried to piece together what was happening to me. The medication was causing blackouts, that much was clear. But the missing laptop suggested that someone else was involved, someone who had access to my flat and knew about my condition. The photographs, the phone calls, the notes that appeared and disappeared, all of it felt like I was being watched, manipulated, controlled. The next morning, I found a new set of photographs on my kitchen table. This time, the images were of my own flat, taken from various angles around the building. There were shots of my bedroom window, my front door, the courtyard where I parked my car. The final photograph showed me sleeping in my bed, the covers pulled up to my chin, completely unaware that someone was standing in my bedroom taking pictures. I stared at the final image, trying to understand it. The photograph was taken from the foot of my bed, and I could make out the shape of my body under the duvet, my face peaceful in sleep. But what disturbed me most was the timestamp in the corner. It had been taken just 6 hours ago. I called Dr. Morrison's surgery, but the receptionist told me he wasn't available and wouldn't be back until the following week. I asked to speak to another GP, but she said they were fully booked and suggested I contact NHS 111 if it was urgent. Her voice made everything I said feel like a scheduling problem. That evening, I decided not to take the medication. I needed to stay awake, to catch whoever was coming into my flat and leaving these photographs. I made coffee and positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the front door. I had a cricket bat beside me on the sofa, though I wasn't sure I'd have the courage to use it if someone actually appeared. The hours passed slowly. I watched the street outside through the window, noting the patterns of car headlights and the occasional pedestrian walking past. Around 2 a.m, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my flat, but they faded without stopping at my door. A cat yowled somewhere in the distance, and the central heating clicked on and off with mechanical regularity. By 4 o'clock, I was struggling to stay awake. My eyelids felt heavy, and my head kept nodding forward despite my efforts to remain alert. I made another cup of coffee and walked around the flat, checking all the windows and doors. Everything was secure, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. It was as if someone was standing just outside my peripheral vision, waiting for me to let my guard down. I must have dozed off around 5, because I woke with a start to find the morning light streaming through the living room windows. The cricket bat had fallen to the floor, and there was a crick in my neck from sleeping upright on the sofa. I felt groggy and disoriented, but proud of myself for making it through the night without medication. Then I saw the envelope on the coffee table. It was a standard white envelope with my name written across it in block capitals. The handwriting was unfamiliar, neither my own nor anyone else's I could recognize. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a brief message. "You can't stay awake forever." I read the words several times, my hands shaking as I held the paper. Someone had been in my flat while I was sleeping on the sofa, close enough to place the envelope on the table beside me. The thought of a stranger moving through my home while I was unconscious, vulnerable and unaware, made my stomach turn. I called the police again, but this time I spoke to a different constable who was even less sympathetic than the first. He suggested that I might be experiencing stress-related delusions and recommended that I speak to my GP about adjusting my medication. When I showed him the envelope, he handled it with obvious reluctance, as if he was humoring someone with mental health problems. "We'll look into it," he said, but I could tell he was just going through the motions. "In the meantime, you might want to consider staying with a friend or family member. Sometimes a change of environment can help with these kinds of episodes." After he left, I sat in my kitchen and stared at the bottle of sleeping pills. Part of me wanted to take them, to surrender to the chemical oblivion they offered, but I knew that if I did, I'd wake up to find more evidence of activities I couldn't remember, more photographs, more signs that someone was using my unconsciousness for their own purposes. I thought about my sister Claire in reading, about calling her and asking if I could stay for a few days. But how could I explain what was happening without sounding completely unhinged? She already thought I was struggling to cope with our mother's death, and showing up with stories about mysterious photographs and midnight intruders would only confirm her worst fears about my mental state. Instead, I decided to stop taking the medication entirely. I'd managed one night without it, and I could manage more. The insomnia was preferable to the blackouts, and at least, when I was awake, I maintained some control over my environment. The withdrawal was harder than I'd expected. My body had become accustomed to the chemical assistance, and without it, sleep became almost impossible. I'd lie in bed for hours, my mind racing with thoughts and fears, every small sound in the building making me tense with anticipation. When I did manage to doze, I'd wake after an hour or two, convinced that someone was in the flat with me. On the third night, without medication, I heard the front door open. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the building settling around me, when I heard the distinctive click of my lock turning. The sound was soft but unmistakable, and it was followed by the gentle creak of the door opening and closing. I lay completely still, my heart hammering against my ribs as I listened to footsteps moving through my flat. They were careful, deliberate steps, as if the person knew exactly where they were going. I heard the soft whisper of fabric against furniture, the almost inaudible sound of someone moving through the living room toward my bedroom. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe normally, though every muscle in my body was tensed for action. Through my eyelids, I could sense a change in the light, as if someone was standing in the doorway with a torch or mobile phone. Minutes passed. I lay there pretending to be asleep, aware of a presence in the room, but afraid to open my eyes and confirm it. The silence was absolute except for the sound of my own heartbeat, which seemed thunderously loud in the darkness. Then I heard the soft click of a camera shutter. The sound came from somewhere near the foot of my bed, and it was followed by the almost imperceptible whir of a phone camera adjusting its focus. Someone was taking photographs of me, just as they had done before when I was unconscious from the medication. But this time, I was aware of what was happening. I wanted to sit up, to confront whoever was in my room, but some instinct kept me motionless. There was something about the situation that felt dangerous, as if moving would escalate things in a way I wasn't prepared for. So I lay there, feigning sleep, while someone documented my supposed unconsciousness. The camera clicked several more times. Then I heard the footsteps moving away from my bed, back toward the living room. I waited until I was sure they were gone before opening my eyes and sitting up. The flat was silent again, but I could feel the difference in the air, the way a room feels after someone has been in it. I crept to the window and looked down at the street. A figure was walking away from the building, too far and too dark for me to make out any details. They moved with purpose, as if they knew exactly where they were going, and within moments they had disappeared around the corner. I spent the rest of the night checking and rechecking the locks on my door, but I couldn't find any sign of how they had gotten in. The lock showed no evidence of being picked, and all my windows were still secure. It was as if someone had simply walked through the wall. In the morning, I found the photographs on my kitchen table as expected, but this time there was something different about them. Instead of the usual voyeuristic shots of strangers, these images were all of me, taken over what must have been several weeks. Me walking to the shops, me sitting in the hospital waiting room during my mother's final days, me standing at her graveside during the funeral. The final photograph showed me lying in bed the night before, my eyes closed and my body perfectly still. But if you looked closely, you could see the tension in my shoulders, the way my hands were clenched into fists beneath the duvet. It was clear that I hadn't been sleeping at all. Beneath the photograph was a handwritten note. "We know you're not taking your medication. This needs to stop." I stared at the words, trying to understand what they meant. We. There was more than one person involved in whatever was happening to me, and they wanted me to continue taking the sleeping pills, to remain unconscious and vulnerable to whatever they were doing during my blackouts. I thought about Dr. Morrison, about the way he'd lean forward when I mentioned the photographs, about the urgent clicking of his fingers on the keyboard. I thought about the woman's voice on the phone, professional and clipped. "You've reached the night service." The prescription label was still stuck to the medication bottle, with the familiar Boots logo and typed instructions. But looking at it now, I noticed something I'd missed before. The prescribing doctor wasn't Dr. Morrison. Instead, it showed a name I didn't recognize, Dr. Sarah Chen, followed by an address in central London. There was no Dr. Chen at my surgery. The prescription wasn't real. All of it. The photographs, the missing laptop, the midnight visits, tied to something I couldn't name. I was being used, controlled through chemical means. But for what purpose? The photographs came back to me, the phone calls logged on my mobile, the ones made at 3 a.m. to numbers I didn't recognize. Perhaps during my blackouts, I wasn't just wandering around my flat taking photographs. Perhaps I was being made to do things, to go places, to interact with people I would never remember meeting. The idea made me feel physically sick. How many nights had I been out there, walking through London in a chemical haze, following instructions I couldn't recall. What had I done during those missing hours? Who had I spoken to, and what had I told them? I looked at the bottle of pills again, at the fake prescription label and the medication that had seemed like such a blessing when I'd first started taking it. Now it felt like a trap, a way of turning me into someone else's puppet without my knowledge or consent. I flushed the remaining pills down the toilet and threw the bottle in the bin. Whatever was happening to me, it was going to stop. I would stay awake, I would keep my doors locked, and I would find out who was behind this and what they wanted from me. But as I stood in my kitchen, looking at the photographs spread across the table, I realized that stopping the medication might not be enough. These people, whoever they were, had been watching me for weeks. They knew where I lived, they had access to my flat, and they had been documenting my every move. The note had said that my refusal to take the medication needed to stop, which meant they weren't going to simply leave me alone now that I'd discovered their scheme. They were going to escalate, to find new ways of controlling me, of getting what they wanted. I thought about packing a bag and leaving London, disappearing somewhere they couldn't find me. But I had nowhere to go, no money to sustain myself, and no way of knowing how far their reach extended. For all I knew, they were already watching my sister's house in Reading, waiting for me to run to the only family I had left. I went to the window and looked down at the street. A dark saloon idled outside my building. 2 figures in suits stepped out, efficient, practiced. They moved with purpose toward the entrance. I watched them disappear into the building, and moments later, I heard footsteps on the stairs. They were coming up, getting closer to my floor. I counted the steps, trying to determine whether they would pass by my door or stop outside it. The footsteps stopped. Someone knocked on my door, 3 sharp raps that echoed through the flat. I stood perfectly still, hoping they would think I was out. But the knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Mr. Davies," a voice called through the door. "We need to have a chat." I recognized the voice from the phone calls, professional and clipped. The night service. They had come to collect me, to ensure that I continued taking the medication, to maintain their control over my unconscious hours. The knocking stopped, but I could hear them talking quietly outside the door. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was businesslike, as if they were discussing a routine problem that needed to be resolved. After a few minutes, the voices faded, and I heard footsteps going back down the stairs. I waited by the window until I saw them emerge from the building and get back into their car. The engine kept running. They were watching, making sure I understood that leaving wasn't an option. I stared at the photographs on my kitchen table, at weeks of surveillance and control. The missing laptop, the phone calls, the night visits, the fake prescription, all of it leading to this moment. They had been using me, and now that I discovered their scheme, they wouldn't let me simply walk away. The medication had been just the beginning, a way of testing their control. What came next would be different, more permanent. The car remained outside, 2 patient figures waiting for darkness to fall. This time, they were coming for more than pictures. I started at the warehouse in October, after being made redundant from my office job. 23 years in accounts, and they let me go with a handshake and a statutory redundancy package that wouldn't last 3 months. The night shift at the distribution center paid less, but it was something. Loading lorries, checking manifests, keeping busy, whilst the rest of the world slept. The commute was 40 minutes each way, mostly along the A34 through countryside, that looked like every other bit of England in the dark. I'd leave home at 10:30, arrive for the 11 o'clock start, then drive back around 7 in the morning when the day shift was just beginning. It became routine quickly enough. The same route, the same service stations, the same radio programs keeping me company. That's how I started becoming aware of the car. It was a dark blue Vauxhall. Nothing special about it, except that I kept seeing it. Not every night, but often enough that it registered. Sometimes it would be behind me on the dual carriageway. Sometimes parked at the Little Chef near Junction 12. Sometimes overtaking me near the industrial estate where I worked. Always the same car. Always a single occupant, though I could never make out much detail about the driver in the dark. At first, I thought it was just coincidence. Plenty of people work nights, and there are only so many routes between towns. But after a few weeks, I started paying attention to the timing. The car would appear around the same points in my journey, stay visible for 10 or 15 minutes, then disappear again. It felt deliberate, though I couldn't say why. I mentioned it to Gary, one of the other lads on my shift, but he just shrugged, said there were all sorts of odd characters on the roads at night. Shift workers, insomniacs, people with nowhere else to go. He'd been doing nights for 5 years and had his own collection of regulars, people he'd see week after week without ever knowing who they were. The warehouse work was straightforward enough. Scan packages, load them onto the correct lorries, make sure everything matched the delivery schedules. It kept me moving, which was good, because standing still gave me too much time to think about how my life had changed. 52 years old, starting over in a job meant for people half my age, wondering if this was how things would be until I retired. My sleep patterns were a mess, obviously. I'd get home around 8 in the morning, try to sleep until mid-afternoon, then have a few hours of daylight before it was time to leave again. The house felt strange during those afternoon hours. Too quiet, too bright, like I was living in someone else's life. Sarah had moved out 6 months before the redundancy, said she couldn't cope with my moods, and the silence she'd left behind had become something I lived around rather than in. It was during one of those restless afternoons that I first saw the car parked on my street. I was making a sandwich in the kitchen when I noticed it through the window. The same dark blue Vauxhall, or one identical to it, sitting 3 houses down from mine. The driver was still inside, though I couldn't see them clearly from my angle. It could have been anyone. Someone visiting, someone lost, someone making a phone call. But something about it felt wrong. I watched for maybe 20 minutes, and the car didn't move. No one got out, no one approached any of the houses. It just sat there, engine presumably running, though I couldn't hear it from inside. Then, whilst I was washing up my plate, it was gone. No sound of doors slamming or engine starting, just an empty space where it had been. That night, I found myself checking my mirrors more often during the drive to work. The Vauxhall appeared as usual, falling in behind me somewhere near the retail park, staying back far enough that I couldn't make out the registration plate. But this time, I was looking for it, and I noticed things I'd missed before. The way it matched my speed exactly, never getting closer or falling further behind. The way it indicated when I did, even when there was no reason to change lanes. The way it seemed to anticipate my movements. I tried varying my route after that, taking the B roads instead of the dual carriageway, leaving 10 minutes earlier or later, stopping for petrol at different times. But the car still appeared, sometimes in different positions, but always present. It was like it knew where I was going before I did. The sleep deprivation wasn't helping my state of mind. I'd lie in bed during the day, listening to the sounds of normal life happening outside. Children walking to school, delivery vans, people going about their business in daylight. But instead of feeling comforted by these ordinary sounds, they made me feel more isolated, like I was living in the margins of other people's lives, visible only in the dark hours when most people weren't looking. I started keeping a log of when I saw the car. Nothing formal, just notes scribbled on the back of old receipts. Tuesday, behind me, from junction 10 to the warehouse. Thursday, parked at the service station when I stopped for coffee. Saturday, following about 50 meters back for most of the journey home. The pattern wasn't obvious, but it was consistent enough to convince me that this wasn't coincidence. The really unsettling thing was that I began to feel watched even when I couldn't see the car. Driving through empty stretches of countryside, I'd find myself checking the mirrors constantly, expecting to see headlights appear. When I didn't see them, I felt almost disappointed, like something was missing from my routine. It was on a Wednesday night, around 2 a.m, that I first suspected they'd been to my house. I'd come home from work as usual, parked in the drive, and was fumbling with my keys at the front door when I noticed footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window. Fresh prints in the soft soil, still clearly defined despite the light drizzle that had been falling all evening. Someone wearing trainers, size 9 or 10, had stood there recently enough that the rain hadn't washed away the impression. I walked around the house, checking all the windows and doors. Everything was locked, nothing seemed disturbed, but the back door felt different when I tested it. The handle turned more easily than usual, and I had the uncomfortable sensation that it had been opened recently, despite being locked when I left for work. Inside, the house felt wrong in ways I couldn't pin down. Not messy or obviously searched, just subtly altered. Like someone had been there and tried very carefully to leave everything exactly as they'd found it, but hadn't quite succeeded. At work, I started asking around about security. The warehouse had cameras covering the loading bays and the staff car park, but Gary told me they were mainly for insurance purposes. The footage got overwritten every few weeks unless there was an incident. Still, I made a point of checking whether the blue Vauxhall ever appeared in the car park. It didn't, at least not that I could see. But there were other things, small discrepancies that I might not have noticed if I hadn't been paying attention. My usual parking space would sometimes be blocked by cones that weren't there when I arrived, forcing me to park in a different spot. The staff entrance door, which was supposed to lock automatically, would occasionally be propped open when I left at the end of shift. Items would be moved slightly in my locker, not taken, just repositioned in ways that made me doubt whether I'd left them that way. I mentioned some of this to my supervisor, Mr. Peterson, but he looked at me like I was losing it, said the cones were probably from the cleaning contractors, and that the door had a faulty mechanism. As for my locker, well, maybe I was just tired and not remembering things clearly. Night shift could do that to people, he said. Make them see patterns where there weren't any. The first time I saw the driver clearly was purely by accident. I was coming out of the supermarket around 4 p.m, carrying groceries to my car, when I noticed the blue Vauxhall in the car park. It was tucked between a white van and a 4x4, positioned so that the driver had a clear view of the shop entrance. This time, the angle was right, and the afternoon sun was reflecting off the other cars just enough to illuminate the interior. The driver was a woman, probably in her 40s, with short dark hair and glasses. She was holding what looked like a mobile phone, but she wasn't talking into it. Instead, she seemed to be taking photos or videos. The device pointed in my direction. When she noticed me looking, she quickly lowered the phone and started the engine. I stood there watching as she reversed out of the space and drove away, making a note of the partial registration I could see. Something beginning with HJ64. But more than that, I tried to fix her face in my memory. Ordinary looking, the sort of person you'd pass in the street without a second glance. Exactly the kind of person who could follow you for weeks without being noticed. That night, I decided to confront the situation directly. Instead of taking my usual route to work, I pulled into a lay-by about halfway through the journey and waited. If someone was following me, they'd have to pass by or risk losing me altogether. I sat there for 20 minutes, engine off, watching the road in both directions. A few cars went by, a taxi, a delivery van, someone who looked like they were rushing to get somewhere. But no blue Vauxhall. I began to think I'd imagined the whole thing, that Mr. Peterson was right about night shift paranoia. Then I saw it in my wing mirror, parked about 100 meters behind me on the opposite side of the road. It had been there the whole time, far enough back that I hadn't noticed it immediately. The driver was just sitting there, waiting to see what I would do next. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, watching in the mirror as the Vauxhall followed suit. This time, I didn't try to lose it or change my route. I just drove to work as normal, hyper aware of its presence behind me. When I reached the warehouse, the car continued past the entrance and disappeared into the industrial estate. The shift that night was particularly difficult. I kept making mistakes, scanning packages twice, loading items onto the wrong lorries, forgetting to check manifests. Gary asked if I was feeling all right, and I nearly told him everything. But how do you explain that you think someone's been following you for weeks without sounding paranoid or delusional? Instead, I said I was just tired and tried to focus on the work. During my break, I walked around the outside of the warehouse, checking the car park and the surrounding roads. There was no sign of the blue Vauxhall, but I did notice something else. A small white car parked on the street just outside the industrial estate, positioned where the driver would have a clear view of the warehouse entrance. I couldn't see if anyone was inside, but the location seemed too convenient to be coincidence. When I left work that morning, the white car was gone, but as I drove home, the blue Vauxhall appeared again, this time following me from a much greater distance. I could barely see it in my mirrors, just a dark shape that stayed consistently behind me for most of the journey. I started to wonder if there was more than one person involved. The pattern continued for another week. Different cars, sometimes the blue Vauxhall, sometimes the white one, occasionally others that might or might not have been following me. It was impossible to be certain, which was perhaps the point. The ambiguity was almost worse than knowing for sure, because it made me question everything I was seeing. I tried varying my behavior in other ways, shopping at different times, taking different routes to the supermarket, even going for walks around the neighborhood during my afternoon hours. But I kept noticing things. Cars that seemed to be in too many places, people who appeared to be photographing nothing in particular, movements in my peripheral vision that disappeared when I looked directly. My sleep got worse. I'd lie awake during the day, listening for sounds that didn't belong. Car doors closing outside, footsteps on the pavement, voices discussing something I couldn't quite hear. The house began to feel exposed, like people were watching it from all angles. I started keeping the curtains closed even during the day, which made the afternoon hours feel even more oppressive. Sometimes, in those drowsy moments between sleep and waking, I'd have the strangest feeling that I was forgetting something important, something that had happened before all this started, something that might explain why I'd been chosen. But whenever I tried to focus on the thought, it would slip away, leaving only a vague sense of unease. It was Sarah who gave me the first concrete evidence that something was wrong. She rang me on a Thursday evening, which was unusual because we'd barely spoken since she moved out. She said she'd been getting phone calls at her new flat, nothing threatening, just someone ringing and hanging up when she answered. But they'd started asking about me, she said, whether I was coping with the job change, how I was spending my time, if I was seeing anyone new. At first, she'd assumed they were from my work, maybe HR checking up on me. But the questions were too personal, too specific. They knew details about my routines, my shopping habits, even things about our marriage that only we should have known. Sarah had stopped answering calls from unknown numbers, but they kept coming. I asked her to describe the caller's voice, but she said it was always different people. Sometimes a woman, sometimes a man, occasionally someone who sounded younger. They were polite, professional even, but there was something about the calls that made her uncomfortable, like they were gathering information rather than genuinely concerned about my welfare. After Sarah rang off, I sat in my kitchen trying to process what she'd told me. The following, the surveillance, the phone calls. It suggested something more organized than a single disturbed individual. But why? What could anyone possibly want with a middle-aged warehouse worker going through a divorce? That night, I decided to take a different approach. Instead of trying to avoid or confront whoever was watching me, I would document everything. I bought a small digital camera and started photographing the cars I saw repeatedly, noting times and locations. I kept a detailed log of my activities, mapping my routes and schedules. What I discovered was both more and less disturbing than I'd expected. The surveillance was real, but it was also inconsistent. Some days, I could spot multiple cars that seemed to be coordinating their movements around me. Other days, I saw nothing unusual at all. It was like being observed by an organization that was either very sophisticated or completely amateur, depending on the day. I started to recognize individual vehicles, not just the blue Vauxhall, but a red Ford, a silver BMW, occasionally a black motorcycle that would appear and disappear at traffic lights. But I never saw the same driver twice, which made me wonder if the cars were being shared or rented. The breakthrough came 3 weeks later, quite by accident. I was coming home from work on a Tuesday morning when I noticed roadworks ahead. Traffic was being diverted through a residential area I didn't know, winding through narrow streets lined with Victorian terraces. I followed the signs, not paying much attention to where I was going until I found myself in a dead end. There were 3 other cars trapped in the same cul-de-sac. All of us had followed the diversion signs that seemed to lead nowhere. As I reversed to find another route, I recognized 2 of the vehicles. The blue Vauxhall was directly behind me, and the red Ford was at the front of the small convoy. Both drivers seemed as confused as I was, checking maps and trying to work out how to get back to the main road. It occurred to me that either this was an extraordinary coincidence, or whoever was organizing the surveillance had made a mistake. For the first time, the watchers were as lost as I was. I managed to find my way out of the residential maze and back to familiar roads, but the experience stayed with me. If people were following me as part of some coordinated effort, then someone was directing them. Someone who could make mistakes, who might be fallible in other ways. I started paying attention to different things after that. Not just the vehicles, but the infrastructure around them. I noticed that certain car parks seemed to have an unusual number of occupied spaces during hours when they should be empty. I spotted the same faces in different locations. People sitting in coffee shops, waiting at bus stops, browsing in shops where they never seemed to buy anything. The most unsettling discovery was that they were getting better at being invisible. As the weeks passed, I saw fewer obvious signs of surveillance, but I felt watched more intensely than ever. It was like they'd learned from their mistakes and developed more sophisticated methods. I would catch glimpses of movement that disappeared when I looked directly, hear conversations that stopped when I approached, notice people who seemed to know exactly when to look away. My performance at work started to suffer badly. I was making so many errors that Mr. Peterson called me in for a disciplinary meeting. He said several customers had complained about incorrect deliveries and that my timekeeping had become erratic. I wanted to explain about the surveillance, about how difficult it was to concentrate when you felt constantly observed. But I knew how it would sound. Instead, I told him I was having trouble adjusting to the night shift pattern and asked if there were any day positions available. He said he'd look into it, but his expression suggested he was already planning my departure. That same week, I received a letter that changed everything. It arrived on a Wednesday, addressed to me personally, but with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a brief typed message. Your situation is temporary. Cooperation will ensure a swift resolution. Resistance prolongs the process unnecessarily. There was no signature, no letterhead, nothing to indicate who had sent it or what they wanted. But the tone was clear enough. This wasn't a threat, it was an instruction. I was being told to accept whatever was happening to me. I took the letter to the police station that afternoon. The desk sergeant listened to my story politely, looked at the letter, and asked me to wait whilst he fetched someone else. The constable, who eventually appeared, seemed different, more attentive, but also more guarded. He read the letter twice, asked specific questions about the surveillance I'd experienced, then quietly slipped the letter into a folder rather than handing it back. We'll look into this, he said, but his tone suggested they already knew more than they were saying. In the meantime, vary your routines, stay alert, and contact us immediately if anything escalates. As I left, I heard him making a phone call, speaking in low tones to someone about another one, and the usual pattern. It didn't sound like the conversation of someone encountering this situation for the first time. Walking back to my car from the police station, I noticed the blue Vauxhall parked across the street. The same woman was behind the wheel, watching me through her windscreen. This time, she didn't try to hide or drive away. She just sat there, making it clear that she'd seen me go into the police station and wasn't concerned about the consequences. That's when I understood that involving the authorities wouldn't help. Whatever was happening to me operated outside normal channels, with resources and patience that suggested something beyond individual obsession. I stopped going to work the next week, rang in sick on the Monday, then just stopped answering the phone. Mr. Peterson left several messages, each one more irritated than the last, but I couldn't face going back to the warehouse. The routine that had once comforted me now felt like a trap, making me predictable and vulnerable. Instead, I stayed home with the curtains drawn, ordering groceries online and trying to work out what I'd done to attract this attention. But every avenue of thought led nowhere. I wasn't involved in anything criminal or controversial. I had no enemies, no significant debts, no connection to anything that might justify this level of surveillance. The phone calls to Sarah stopped around the same time I stopped going to work. She rang to tell me, sounding relieved, but also puzzled. It was like whoever had been gathering information about me had decided they had enough. I started to wonder if the process was coming to an end. On the Friday of that week, I received another letter. This one contained a single key and an address I didn't recognize, along with a time, 3 p.m., Saturday. Nothing else. I spent that Friday night staring at the key, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to stay barricaded in my house and wait for whatever was going to happen. But another part of me was desperately curious about what lay behind weeks of surveillance and manipulation. Saturday afternoon, I drove to the address. It was a small office building in an industrial estate on the other side of town, the kind of anonymous commercial space that could house anything from accountancy firms to storage companies. The key opened a door on the ground floor, leading to a corridor lined with empty offices. At the end of the corridor was a single occupied room. Inside, a man in his 50s was sitting behind a desk, looking at a file that I somehow knew contained information about me. He gestured for me to sit down, which I did, though every instinct told me to run. He didn't introduce himself or explain what organization he represented. Instead, he talked about patterns of behavior, about how certain life changes made people suitable for particular types of work. He mentioned my redundancy, my divorce, my isolated lifestyle, as if these were qualifications for something. "You're dependable," he said, in the same tone someone might use to discuss the weather. "No close family ties, no career prospects worth protecting, no social connections that would generate awkward questions. You've already demonstrated that you can adapt to significant changes in circumstance." He spoke about people like me as if we were a resource to be managed, a renewable supply of individuals whose disappearance wouldn't cause ripples, not special or chosen, just conveniently disposable and psychologically malleable. The conversation lasted maybe 20 minutes, though I couldn't remember most of it afterwards. It felt like a job interview, but for a position that was never clearly defined. At the end, he handed me another key and an address, along with instructions that seemed simple but felt impossibly complex. I left the building in a daze, driving home through streets that looked familiar but somehow changed. The surveillance was gone. I could feel its absence like a weight lifted from my shoulders. But something else had taken its place, a sense of obligation that I couldn't name or explain. The new address led to a house identical to mine, on a street that could have been anywhere in England. But I'm not entirely sure how I got there. One moment I was driving away from the office building. The next I was standing in a hallway that looked exactly like my own, but felt completely foreign. Inside, everything was arranged exactly as I would have arranged it, down to the books on the shelves and the brand of tea in the kitchen. It was like someone had created a perfect replica of my life, but in a different location. I tried to leave that first day, walked to where I thought my car should be, but the streets didn't lead back to anywhere I recognized. Every road seemed to curve back on itself. Every junction returned me to the same residential maze. After several hours of walking, I found myself back at the front door, exhausted and confused about how I'd gotten lost in what appeared to be an ordinary suburb. I still live there now, though I'm not sure that's the right word for what I do. My days follow the same pattern they always did, but the context has changed in ways I can't quite articulate. I work different jobs, meet different people, follow routines that feel both familiar and foreign. Sometimes I see people who remind me of the woman in the blue Vauxhall, or the man behind the desk, but I can never be certain. They blend into the background of ordinary life, invisible until you learn to look for them. I think about my old life sometimes, about the warehouse job and the empty house, and the silence Sarah left behind. But those memories feel like they belong to someone else, someone who existed before I understood how these things work. The surveillance hasn't stopped exactly. It's just become part of the fabric of daily life, so seamless that most of the time I forget it's there. I'm both the watcher and the watch now, part of a system that extends far beyond my understanding. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if there are others like me. People who were selected, processed, and relocated into lives that look normal from the outside, but serve purposes they'll never comprehend. I wonder if you might be one of them too. Have you started noticing them yet? A car that appears too often in your mirrors, someone asking questions they shouldn't know to ask, the feeling that your daily routines are being quietly observed and catalogued. If so, you should know that resistance only prolongs the process unnecessarily. I started wearing the fitness tracker because my GP said I needed to move more. Simple as that, really. At 43, with a desk job that had me hunched over spreadsheets for the better part of a decade, my body was starting to protest in ways that couldn't be ignored. The persistent ache in my lower back, the way I'd get winded climbing the stairs to my flat, the general feeling that I was slowly dissolving into my office chair. It all added up to a conversation I didn't want to have but couldn't avoid. The tracker was nothing fancy. A basic model from Argos, black silicon band, small rectangular screen that showed steps, heart rate, calories burned. The sort of thing that would nudge you towards taking the stairs instead of the lift. Remind you to stand up every hour. Celebrate when you hit your daily goals with a little vibration against your wrist. Harmless motivation, or so I thought. I'd been divorced for about 8 months when I bought it. Sarah had taken most of the furniture, leaving me with a sparse 2-bedroom flat in Southend that felt more like a waiting room than a home. The tracker was part of what I suppose you'd call my new beginning, along with the gym membership I'd never use and the cooking lessons I'd signed up for but kept postponing. Small gestures towards becoming someone who had his life together, or at least someone who looked like he might. The first week was pathetic but predictable. Around 2,300 steps on average, mostly from kitchen to sofa and back. The tracker would buzz every 10 minutes, reminding me to stand, which I'd do for about 30 seconds before settling back into my chair. I found myself checking it obsessively, the way you might check your phone for messages that never come. But then something shifted. The step counter started showing higher numbers than I remembered taking. Not dramatically higher, just enough to make me wonder if I'd been more active than I'd thought. I started paying closer attention to the data, fascinated by seeing my life reduced to numbers and charts. Sleep efficiency, 73%. Resting heart rate, 68 beats per minute. Average daily steps, 4,847. Except that last number seemed wrong. I'd been deliberately counting my steps for a few days, and I was certain I wasn't hitting anywhere near 4,000 steps. More like 2,500 on a good day. Yet the tracker insisted otherwise. And who was I to argue with technology? I mentioned it to my colleague Dave during lunch. He had a fitness tracker too, a more expensive one that apparently could tell the difference between walking and cycling and swimming. He laughed when I told him about the discrepancy. "They're not exact, mate," he said, sawing through a sandwich that looked like it had been thrown together by someone who hadn't tasted food in years. Sometimes they count arm movements as steps. Sometimes they miss steps entirely. It's all algorithms and guesswork. That made sense, I suppose. But the numbers kept climbing in ways that made no sense. After 2 weeks, my daily average was showing as 6,243 steps. After 3 weeks, it was 7,891. I couldn't remember finishing that film I'd started the night before, or even if I'd actually started it. Small things, but they nagged at me. The sleep tracking was another mystery. According to the app, I was getting about 4 hours of deep sleep each night, with frequent periods of restlessness that I couldn't remember experiencing. The graph showed my heart rate spiking at odd times: 2:17 a.m., 4:33 a.m., 5:45 a.m., as if I'd been having nightmares or panic attacks. But I slept like the dead, always had. I started to suspect the tracker was malfunctioning. The step counts were impossibly high for someone who spent most of his day sitting at a desk, and the sleep data didn't match my experience at all. I considered returning it, but the receipt was long gone, buried somewhere in the chaos of my transition to single life. Then I started noticing other things, small things that probably meant nothing on their own, but began to feel significant when taken together. The tracker would buzz with notifications for text messages I'd never received. The battery would drain faster than the manual suggested it should. Sometimes the screen would flicker in a way that made the numbers hard to read. More unsettling was the way the device seemed to know things about my routine that I hadn't consciously tracked. It would buzz with reminders to take my blood pressure medication before I'd even thought about it. It would congratulate me on reaching my hydration goals when I was certain I'd only had 1 cup of coffee all day. It celebrated my longest walk of the week on a Tuesday when I'd barely left my flat. I started to wonder if the tracker was somehow connected to other devices or systems. Maybe it was pulling data from my phone or my laptop or some other source I wasn't aware of. The privacy settings were buried deep in the app, and I'd probably agreed to all sorts of data sharing without reading the terms and conditions. That's how these things worked, wasn't it? You traded privacy for convenience, and most people never bothered to think about what they were actually giving up. The step counts continued to climb. By the end of the first month, the app was showing an average of 12,431 steps per day. I'd have to be running marathons to hit those numbers, and I could barely manage a brisk walk to the corner shop. The tracker was mocking me, celebrating achievements that belonged to someone else entirely. I tried to ignore it, but the constant buzzing made that impossible. New badges appeared: Night Owl, for being active between midnight and 6 a.m. Distance Champion, for covering more than 8 miles in a single day. Consistency King, for maintaining my routine for 30 consecutive days. None of these achievements made sense. The Night Owl badge was particularly troubling. I was in bed by 10 p.m. most nights, yet the tracker insisted I was moving around during the early hours. My heart rate elevated, my steps accumulating even as I slept. I started to pay closer attention to how I felt in the mornings, genuinely exhausted, as if I'd been awake all night. My feet were often sore, muscles slightly tender in a way that suggested exertion I couldn't remember. I started noticing things around my flat that didn't make sense. Muddy footprints by the door that I didn't remember making. The kettle would be warm in the morning, as if someone had made tea while I was sleeping. My keys would be in slightly different places than I remembered leaving them. Small things, but they accumulated. I tried taking the tracker off at night, leaving it on my bedside table while I slept, but the step count continued to accumulate, and the sleep data still showed the same patterns of restlessness and elevated heart rate. If anything, the numbers were higher when I wasn't wearing the device, as if my supposed nocturnal activity had intensified. I started to wonder if someone else was using my tracker. Maybe there was a way to connect multiple devices to the same account, or maybe the data was being mixed with someone else's. I searched through the app settings, looking for any indication that other users might have access to my data, but found nothing. The account was registered to my email address, secured with a password that I'd never shared with anyone. The possibility that someone else was somehow accessing my tracker led me to consider more disturbing explanations. Maybe someone was in my flat while I slept, wearing my tracker, moving around in the dark. It sounded insane, but the alternative explanations seemed equally implausible. I lived on the third floor of a secure building with deadbolt locks and a chain on the door. Nobody had keys except me, and I'd changed the locks after Sarah moved out. I started to leave small tests for myself. A glass of water positioned carefully on the kitchen counter. A book left open to a specific page. Coins arranged in a particular pattern on the coffee table. Things that would be disturbed if someone was moving around the flat while I was unconscious. In the morning, everything would be exactly as I'd left it, which should have been reassuring, but somehow wasn't. The tracker continued its relentless celebration of my fictional fitness achievements. New badges appeared regularly. Explorer for visiting new locations, social butterfly for being active with friends, early bird for starting my day before sunrise. Each notification felt like a small mockery, a reminder that the device knew something about my life that I didn't understand. I started to document everything, screenshots of the app, notes about how I felt each morning, detailed records of my actual activity versus what the tracker claimed I was doing. I created a spreadsheet, because that's what you do when you're a middle-aged man, trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. Charts that might reveal a pattern I couldn't see. But the pattern that emerged was more troubling than reassuring. The tracker was consistently recording 8 to 10 hours of activity during times when I was certain I was asleep. Not just movement, but purposeful activity. Walking, climbing stairs, even what the app categorized as vigorous exercise. The heart rate data showed sustained periods of elevated pulse, as if I was running or engaged in strenuous physical activity. I started to consider the possibility that I was having some sort of medical episode. Maybe I was sleepwalking more extensively than I'd ever imagined. Maybe I was having seizures or blackouts that I couldn't remember. Maybe the divorce had triggered some sort of psychological breakdown that was manifesting as dissociative episodes. I made an appointment with my GP, the same one who'd recommended the fitness tracker in the first place. I explained my concerns about the discrepancy between the recorded data and my memory of my activities. She listened patiently, asked a few questions about my sleep patterns and stress levels, and suggested that the tracker might simply be malfunctioning. "These devices aren't medical equipment," she said, with the sort of gentle condescension that doctors reserve for patients who've been consulting the internet about their symptoms. "They're designed to give you a general sense of your activity levels, not precise measurements. If you're concerned about your sleep or your physical health, we can arrange for proper testing." She was right, of course. I was probably overthinking things, allowing my isolation and anxiety to transform a simple technical glitch into something sinister. I scheduled a sleep study, more to put my mind at ease than because I genuinely believed there was something wrong with me. But the sleep study was 3 weeks away, and in the meantime, the tracker continued its impossible recordings. I started to feel like I was living parallel lives. One where I was a sedentary office worker struggling with the mundane challenges of middle age, and another where I was apparently an active social person who regularly covered 15,000 steps a day and maintained a fitness routine that would impress a personal trainer. The disconnect between these two versions of myself began to feel less like a technical glitch and more like a fundamental challenge to my understanding of reality. I found myself questioning memories that had seemed solid, wondering if I might be forgetting significant periods of my life. Maybe I was more active than I remembered. Maybe I was going out more, doing things that didn't register in my conscious memory. I started to pay closer attention to my physical state. My legs did feel stronger than they had a few months ago. My stamina seemed to have improved, though I couldn't remember doing anything to improve it. My resting heart rate had dropped to 58 beats per minute, which was actually quite good for someone my age. Maybe the tracker was recording real improvements in my fitness, even if I couldn't remember the activities that had caused them. The app started to offer more specific feedback about my performance. It would congratulate me on maintaining a consistent pace during my evening walks or achieving a new personal best for my morning run. It would suggest rest days when my metrics indicated I might be overtraining. It would recommend specific foods or supplements based on my activity levels and recovery patterns. The personalization was impressive, if slightly unnerving. The app seemed to know more about my physical condition than I did, offering insights and recommendations that suggested a level of data analysis that went far beyond simple step counting. It was like having a personal trainer who was monitoring me constantly, providing feedback on aspects of my health and fitness that I wasn't even aware of. I started to appreciate the guidance, even if I couldn't understand how it was being generated. The tracker would buzz with reminders to stretch during periods of inactivity, suggest optimal times for meals based on my metabolic patterns, and even recommend specific exercises based on muscle groups that apparently needed attention. It was like having a sophisticated health monitoring system that was genuinely trying to help me improve my well-being. The sleep study results came back normal. No evidence of sleep apnea, no unusual brain activity, no indication of the sort of dramatic sleepwalking that might account for the tracker's nocturnal recordings. The technician who reviewed the results seemed puzzled by my concerns. "Your sleep architecture is actually quite good," he said, pointing to charts that meant nothing to me. "Deep sleep phases are normal. REM cycles are healthy. No significant disruptions. Whatever your fitness tracker is recording, it's not related to any sleep disorder we can identify." I felt simultaneously relieved and more confused. If there wasn't a medical explanation for the discrepancy between my memory and the tracker's data, then what was happening? The device continued its relentless recording, celebrating achievements that felt increasingly disconnected from my lived experience. I started to consider the possibility that the tracker was somehow encouraging me to be more active in ways I wasn't consciously aware of. Maybe it was working as intended, gradually changing my behavior through subtle nudges and positive reinforcement. Maybe I was actually walking more, moving more, living more actively than I'd been before, and the changes were so gradual that I hadn't noticed them. It was easier to believe that, easier than facing what I already knew. Something was wrong. I stopped arguing with the data, though. What was the point? I started to embrace the tracker's guidance more fully. When it suggested I take a walk, I would find a reason to go out. When it reminded me to stand up, I would do a few stretches. When it celebrated my achievements, I would allow myself to feel pleased, even if I couldn't remember exactly what I'd done to earn the recognition. The results were genuinely positive. I felt more energetic, more confident, more physically capable than I had in years. My clothes fit better, my posture improved. Even mornings felt less like something to endure. The tracker seemed to be working exactly as intended, helping me become a healthier, more active version of myself. But there were still moments of disconnect that I couldn't quite explain. I would find myself in places I didn't remember going to, with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. The corner shop, the park, the train station. Places that were all within walking distance of my flat, but places I would have remembered visiting. The tracker would show evidence of these journeys, recording the steps and the time and the route, but my conscious memory would be blank. I started to wonder if this was normal. Maybe everyone experienced these small gaps in memory, these moments where your body moved through the world while your mind was elsewhere. Maybe I was just becoming more aware of the automatic nature of daily life, the way we navigate familiar routes and perform routine tasks without really paying attention. The tracker seemed to be mapping a version of my life that was more active, more engaged, more purposeful than the one I remembered living. It was as if the device was showing me who I could be, or perhaps who I was becoming, even if I couldn't quite see it myself. The data suggested a person who was taking control of his health, who was gradually building better habits, who was slowly but steadily improving his life. I decided to trust the tracker, to believe that it was recording something real and valuable, even if I couldn't always remember the experiences it was documenting. Maybe this was what recovery looked like. Not a dramatic transformation, but a gradual shift towards something better, something healthier, something more alive. But the doubt never fully went away. It sat there, quiet and persistent, like a low-grade fever. The notifications continued to arrive, celebrating milestones and achievements that I was apparently reaching without conscious effort. Each buzz against my wrist felt like a small encouragement, a reminder that I was making progress, that I was becoming someone worth celebrating. The tracker had become more than a device. It was a companion, a coach, a constant reminder that I was capable of more than I'd believed. And perhaps that was enough. Perhaps it didn't matter if I couldn't remember every step, every movement, every moment of activity that the tracker was recording. Perhaps what mattered was that I was becoming healthier, more active, more engaged with the world around me. The tracker was helping me become the person I wanted to be, even if I couldn't quite remember the process of becoming him. I stopped questioning the data, stopped documenting the discrepancies, stopped trying to solve the puzzle of my apparently improving fitness. Instead, I simply accepted the tracker's version of my life, trusting that it was showing me something true and valuable about who I was becoming. But the acceptance felt hollow, forced, like I was lying to myself because the truth was too uncomfortable to face. The tracker continued to buzz against my wrist, celebrating achievements I couldn't remember earning, mapping journeys I couldn't recall taking, recording a life that felt simultaneously foreign and familiar. And perhaps that was exactly what I needed. Not to understand everything, but to trust that I was moving in the right direction, one step at a time, even if I couldn't always remember taking those steps. My sister disappeared on a Thursday, but I didn't find out until the following Monday when her employer called looking for her. She'd been working at a recording studio in Camden for about 6 months. Nothing glamorous, just manning the reception desk and booking sessions. The pay was decent enough for London, and she'd even started wearing that old leather jacket again, the one she said made her feel like herself. When I got the call, I assumed she'd just done what Claire always did when life got overwhelming. Packed a bag and vanished for a few days without telling anyone. She'd been doing it since we were teenagers. Mum used to call it her disappearing act, like it was some endearing quirk rather than the source of constant worry. But this felt different. Claire had been making an effort lately. She'd been calling me regularly, had started seeing a therapist, even mentioned wanting to get back into photography. She wouldn't just walk away from a job she actually enjoyed. I drove up to London that afternoon and went straight to the studio. It was tucked away down a narrow street behind the high street, the kind of place you'd walk past without noticing. The sign outside was discreet, just meridian sound in faded gold lettering. The receptionist who'd replaced Claire was young, maybe 19, with nervous eyes and bitten nails. She said Claire had seemed fine on Wednesday evening, had locked up as usual and said goodbye. But she hadn't shown up Thursday morning, and they hadn't heard from her since. I asked to speak to the manager, but she said he was in a session and couldn't be disturbed. She took my number and promised someone would call me back. They never did. Claire's flat was messy, but not in the way you'd expect if she'd left in a rush. Her clothes were still in the wardrobe, her passport in the kitchen drawer where she always kept it. Her camera equipment was still there, which was telling. Claire would never go anywhere without her cameras. But her laptop was gone, and her phone was switched off. I reported her missing on Tuesday morning. The police officer who took the statement was kind enough, but I could tell he'd dealt with hundreds of similar cases. Young women who'd had enough of their lives and decided to start fresh somewhere else. He took down the details, said they'd look into it, but I got the impression they were just going through the motions. I started my own investigation, called her friends, checked her social media accounts, even contacted her ex-boyfriend in Bristol. Nobody had heard from her. It was like she'd just evaporated. The studio was where everything had started to go wrong for Claire. I was certain of it. She'd been excited about the job when she first got it, but over the past few weeks, she'd seemed increasingly anxious. She'd mentioned problems with some of the clients, said there were odd people coming in at strange hours. I went back to Meridian Sound on Friday evening. The same nervous receptionist was there, and she looked uncomfortable when she saw me. I pressed her for more information about Claire's last few days at work, about whether anything unusual had happened. She glanced around the empty reception area, then leaned closer. She said Claire had been asking questions about the basement recordings, about who was booking the overnight sessions, and why they always paid in cash. The basement. Claire had never mentioned a basement. I asked to see it, but the receptionist said it was private, that clients paid extra for the discretion. She seemed scared, kept looking towards the door that led to the main studios. I got the impression she'd already said more than she should have. I hung around Camden that weekend, walking past the studio, watching who came and went. During the day, it seemed normal enough. Musicians, producers, the usual creative types you'd expect. But in the evening, after the official hours, I saw different people arriving. Older, better dressed, arriving in expensive cars. They used a different entrance, a door at the side of the building that led directly to the basement. I found out later that Claire had been keeping her own records. Her flatmate Jessica discovered them when she was looking for Claire's insurance documents. A notebook hidden in her bedroom, filled with times, dates and car registration numbers, all from the past month. The entries were cryptic, just times and brief descriptions. 2 a.m., 3 men, black BMW, or 11 p.m., woman in fur coat, crying. But the last entry was different. It was from the Wednesday night before she disappeared, and all it said was, "They know I'm watching." I took the notebook to the police, but they said it wasn't enough to warrant a search warrant. Just the observations of a bored receptionist, they said. Nothing criminal about people recording music at odd hours. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined it all. Maybe she had just left. Maybe I wanted there to be something darker, because the alternative, that she chose to disappear, was worse. But I knew it was more than that. Whatever Claire found down there, it wasn't something you just walk away from. I started watching the place myself, parked across the street in the evenings, noting who came and went. The overnight clients were always the same type, well-dressed, middle-aged, arriving alone or in small groups. By then, I hadn't slept properly in days. I was living off petrol station sandwiches and caffeine pills. I started writing down license plates like Claire had, convinced someone was watching me too. They never carried instruments or recording equipment. They came empty-handed and left the same way. The basement windows were frosted, but sometimes I could see light bleeding through. Not the warm yellow of regular lighting, but something cooler, more clinical. And on quiet nights, if I wound down my car window, I could hear sounds coming from below. Not music, something else. I broke into the studio 3 weeks after Claire disappeared. I'm not proud of it, but the police weren't taking me seriously, and I was desperate. I waited until the early hours of Sunday morning, when the building was empty, and forced the side door. The basement was larger than I'd expected. A proper studio setup, soundproofed walls, professional gear. But there were other rooms leading off it, and these were different. Smaller, more clinical. Some had cameras mounted on the walls. Some had restraints. I found Claire's notebook in one of the back rooms. It was open to a page I hadn't seen before, filled with her handwriting. She'd been documenting what she'd discovered, trying to piece together what was happening in the basement during those overnight sessions. The studio wasn't just being used for recording. It was being used for something else entirely. Something that required soundproofing, privacy, and clients were willing to pay cash for discretion. I heard footsteps upstairs while I was reading her notes. Multiple sets, moving purposefully through the building. I'd been down there longer than I'd thought, and the overnight clients were arriving. I grabbed Claire's notebook and headed for the exit, but the side door was locked from the outside. I was trapped in the basement while people moved around above me. I could hear voices, muffled by the soundproofing, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Then I heard the basement door open. I hid in one of the smaller rooms, pressed against the wall behind the open door. Footsteps came down the stairs, slow and deliberate. More than one person, judging by the sound. They were talking in low voices, but I couldn't catch the words. They knew someone had been down there. They were checking the rooms, looking for signs of intrusion. I heard them discussing security, talking about cameras and access codes. And then I heard something that made my blood freeze. They were talking about Claire, about what had happened to her, about how they dealt with the problem. I waited in that room for what felt like hours, listening to them move around the basement. Eventually, they went back upstairs, but I could hear them talking in the main studio. They were planning something, making arrangements. I finally got out around dawn, when the building was quiet again. I'd found a small window in one of the back rooms that led to an alley behind the studio. I squeezed through it and ran to my car. I drove straight to the police station and demanded to speak to someone about Claire. I showed them the notebook, told them what I'd found in the basement. But when they went to investigate, the studio was empty, cleared out overnight. The landlord said the tenants had terminated their lease early, paid the penalty, and left no forwarding address. The building was empty, all the equipment gone. It was as if Meridian Sound had never existed. I still drive past that building sometimes. It's been empty for 6 months now, with a "To Let" sign in the window. But sometimes, late at night, I think I can see light coming from the basement windows. And I wonder if Claire is still down there, or if she's become something else entirely. The notebook is all I have left of her. Her handwriting, her observations, her growing fear as she realized what she'd stumbled into. The last entry is dated the day before she disappeared, and it's different from all the others. Not an observation or a time, just a single line. They're recording what people sound like when they know it's over. I've never been able to figure out what she meant by that, but sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I can hear it. A sound like screaming, but muffled, distant, like it's coming from somewhere underground. The police closed Claire's case after 3 months. Missing person, presumed voluntary departure. They said young women disappear all the time, that there was no evidence of foul play. But I know better. I know she found something in that basement, something worth killing for. I started noticing the photographs in March, though I'm certain they'd been there longer. It was one of those strange months where the redundancy money was finally running out, and I'd begun accepting that my marketing career might actually be over. 43 felt too young to be washed up, but apparently the industry disagreed. I'd been living in the same rented flat in Streatham for 6 years, the kind of place you tell yourself is temporary, until one day you realize it's become permanent. The landlord had recently painted over the mold in the bathroom, which was his way of addressing problems without actually solving them. The photographs were in the laundromat on Streatham High Road, stuck up between the detergent dispenser and a notice about not leaving clothes unattended. Just ordinary snapshots, the kind people used to take before everything went digital. Holiday photos, family gatherings. Nothing remarkable about them really, except that someone had taken the time to print them out and pin them to a corkboard that hadn't been there the week before. I'd been using the same washing machines for 3 years, Tuesday mornings when the place was mostly empty, except for Mrs. Chen at the dry cleaning counter. The first photograph I really looked at showed a woman about my age standing in Brighton, the pier visible behind her. Someone had written Sarah, August 2019, in blue biro on the white border. 12 photographs in total that first day, all women. All alone in the shots, even when the setting suggested company just outside the frame. The handwriting was consistent, neat and deliberate, as if whoever had written the names and dates had taken care to make them legible. Mrs. Chen was behind her counter, steam rising from the pressing machine. When I approached with my damp washing, I gestured toward the photographs. When did these go up? She looked where I was pointing, then back at me, her expression unchanged. No understand. I tried again, miming putting something on a wall, but she just shrugged and returned to her pressing. The conversation, such as it was, had ended. Over the following weeks, I found myself timing my Tuesday visits differently, arriving earlier, staying longer. New photographs appeared regularly, sometimes one, sometimes several. Always women, always alone, always with that careful handwriting. The dates weren't random, they were recent. Jessica, September 2022. Rachel, March 2023. The most recent, Lisa, February 2025. I started bringing a notebook, disguising my interest as mundane list-making. The women ranged from early 20s to perhaps 50, photographed in public places with a quality that suggested a decent camera. There was something deliberate about the composition, each woman centered, usually looking slightly off camera, caught in genuine moments. Not social media poses, but real expressions. The kind of photographs you might take of someone you'd been observing. By April, the collection had expanded beyond the original corkboard. Mrs. Chen never acknowledged it, continuing her work with impassive efficiency. I wondered if she'd been told not to discuss them, or if she genuinely found nothing worth commenting on about the growing gallery of women's faces. The breakthrough came on a Thursday, when I arrived earlier than usual. A man I hadn't seen before stood near the photograph wall, tall, 50s, navy windbreaker. Nothing distinctive about him, the sort of forgettable face that would disappear in a crowd. but he studied the photographs with obvious familiarity, occasionally straightening one that had come unstuck. When he passed me on his way out, there was something in his glance, brief recognition, as if he'd been expecting me. I followed him outside, keeping a reasonable distance. He walked south down the high road, past the chicken shops and the paddy power, moving with the measured pace of someone who wasn't in a hurry. At the traffic lights by Streatham Station, he stopped and turned around, scanning the street behind him. I ducked into the doorway of the Coral betting shop, heart hammering in a way that felt ridiculous. When I looked again, he was gone. The job interview was a disaster, though I'd known it would be before I'd even walked into the building. The interviewer, a woman younger than me with the confident efficiency of someone who'd never been made redundant, asked about gaps in my CV and my plans for the future. I gave the expected answers while thinking about the man in the windbreaker, about the careful way he'd straightened those photographs. That evening, I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I searched the names from my notebook, cross-referencing with dates. Not all of them, but enough. Sarah Mills, 34, last seen leaving her flat in Brighton on August 15th, 2019. Emma Thompson, 28, failed to return home from Wimbledon July 23rd, 2020. 3 others matched missing person reports exactly. The reports were brief, clinical. Last seen wearing, height and build. Contact this number. No updates, no indication any had been found. They'd simply vanished, leaving behind details that get recorded and gradually forgotten by everyone except families. The dates match perfectly, not when they disappeared, but from weeks earlier. The photographs weren't recording endings, they were marking beginnings. That Friday, I positioned myself across the street from the laundromat at closing time, pretending to wait for a bus while watching the entrance. Mrs. Chen left at exactly 6 o'clock, locking the door behind her and walking toward the station without looking back. At 6:15, the man in the windbreaker appeared. He used a key to let himself in, moving through the darkened shop with obvious familiarity. Through the window, I could see him adding new photographs to the wall, taking time to position them carefully. He worked for perhaps 10 minutes, then left the same way he'd entered, locking the door and disappearing into the early evening crowd. I waited until Monday to return, claiming my washing from the previous week and studying the new additions. 4 more photographs, 4 more women, 4 more names and dates in that careful handwriting. I recognized one of them immediately, a young woman I'd seen getting coffee from the Cafe Nero near the station. In the photograph, she was sitting on a bench in what looked like Streatham Common, reading a paperback book. The date was from the previous month. On Wednesday morning, I saw the man in the windbreaker again. He was sitting outside the library with a newspaper, but his attention was on the Cafe Nero entrance. When a young woman emerged, one I recognized from the new photographs, sitting on Streatham Common with a paperback book, he folded his paper and began walking in the same direction, maintaining a practiced distance. At the traffic lights, she turned toward the university campus. He continued straight toward the high road. When I approached him later that afternoon, walking past him on the street, he smiled as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Beautiful day for photography," he said quietly, then continued on his way before I could respond. The woman from the coffee shop disappeared on a Tuesday. I noticed her absence immediately, the break in routine I'd been unconsciously anticipating. When her photograph appeared on the wall the following Friday, Catherine, May 2025, written in that familiar blue biro, I understood the collection wasn't random documentation. It was a schedule. I went to the police, bringing my notebook and printed photographs. The desk sergeant listened with professional patience while I explained about missing persons reports and laundromat displays and patterns no one else seemed to notice. He promised someone would look into it, using the tone reserved for concerned citizens whose concerns fell below the threshold of actionable intelligence. But something had changed after Catherine's disappearance. The man in the windbreaker began appearing in places where I was, never close enough for conversation, never obvious enough to seem threatening. A glimpse across the street when I left my building. A familiar silhouette in the cafe window when I passed. As if the act of noticing had made me noticeable in return. Walking home from the police station, I noticed the man sitting in Catherine's usual cafe. He had a newspaper and tea, positioned with a clear view of the street. When a different young woman approached the counter, similar age, similar routine, he looked up with obvious interest. I realized then that Catherine hadn't been special. None of them were. They were simply available. The next target was a postgraduate student with library books and predictable habits. Anna Morrison, according to the nameplate by her ground floor flat. When her photograph appeared on the wall the following Friday, I knew I was witnessing the same patient process that had preceded every disappearance. But by then, something else was happening. I'd started seeing Catherine around the neighborhood, not missing, not gone, but somehow present in ways that didn't make sense. A glimpse in a shop window that turned out to be a reflection. A familiar silhouette boarding a bus, gone when I looked again. Sarah from Brighton too, walking past the common as if she'd never left. They looked exactly as I remembered, only not quite, like someone playing them from memory. The rational part of my mind catalogued these as stress hallucinations, the product of too much observation and too little sleep. But another part, the part that had learned to recognize patterns in seemingly random photographs, suspected these weren't hallucinations at all. 3 weeks later, another photograph appeared. Michelle, June 2025. I stared at it longer than I should have, standing in the laundromat, while my washing sat forgotten in the machine. The careful handwriting was the same, but something about the photograph itself seemed different, more recent, more immediate. That's when I realized I was looking at myself reflected in the laundromat window, and that the man in the windbreaker was standing behind me. "You've been very thorough," he said quietly. "We appreciate thoroughness." When I turned around, he was gone, but the feeling remained that I'd crossed some invisible line, moved from observer to observed, from hunter to prey. I'd spent months cataloging someone else's system. I hadn't realized I was submitting my own application. Walking home that evening, I made a decision that felt both inevitable and insane. Part of me knew I should leave London, change my routine, disappear into the kind of anonymity I'd watched him exploit in others. But a larger part, the part that had spent months trying to solve this puzzle, needed to see how it ended. If no one else would act on what I'd discovered, if no one else could see the pattern I'd identified, then perhaps the only way forward was to follow it to its conclusion. He walked south through the residential streets, moving with the same unhurried pace I'd observed before. Past the common, past the Victorian terraces, into an area of the neighborhood I rarely visited. He turned into a narrow road lined with industrial buildings, storage units, car repair shops, the kind of businesses that closed early and left the streets empty after dark. Halfway down the road, he stopped at a converted warehouse with blacked-out windows and a steel security door. He used another key, disappeared inside, and didn't emerge for over an hour. When he finally left, I waited 10 minutes before approaching the building. There were no signs, no business names, nothing to indicate what the space was used for. But something about it felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The kind of wrongness that makes you walk faster past certain houses, that makes you avoid certain people's eyes on the tube. I started returning to that street every evening, learning the pattern of lights and movement in the surrounding buildings. The warehouse remained dark most nights, but occasionally, always on weekends, I'd see a faint glow from one of the upstairs windows. Never bright enough to identify what was happening inside, but enough to confirm that someone was there. 3 weeks later, another photograph appeared on the laundromat wall. A woman I didn't recognize, photographed outside what looked like Clapham Junction Station. The same careful handwriting, the same methodical documentation of someone who had no idea what was being planned for her. I realized then that this would never stop. The police wouldn't act, the pattern would continue, and more women would disappear into whatever was happening in that warehouse. The photographs would keep appearing, the collection would keep growing, and I would keep watching from the sidelines like a spectator to my own helplessness. Unless I did something about it. Last Tuesday, I followed him to the warehouse. It wasn't difficult. He moved with the unhurried pace of someone who expected to be followed, past the common and the Victorian terraces, into an area of industrial buildings, storage units, car repair shops, the kind of businesses that left streets empty after dark. Halfway down a narrow road, he stopped at a converted warehouse with blacked-out windows and used a key to enter. The security wasn't sophisticated, a standard lock that yielded to amateur techniques. The ground floor was mostly empty, but I could hear sounds from upstairs, voices or something that might have been music. I climbed the metal stairs, following the sound toward a door with light underneath. Was this paranoia or clarity? I couldn't tell anymore. The door was unlocked. What I found wasn't a dungeon or prison or any scenario I'd constructed. It was a dinner party. 6 people around a table, eating roast dinner, drinking wine, chatting about ordinary things. The kind of scene you might glimpse through any suburban window. Except I recognized 3 of the women from the photographs. They looked up when I appeared, showing mild surprise but no alarm. The man in the windbreaker sat at the head of the table, and when he saw me, he smiled. "You must be the photographer," he said, gesturing toward an empty chair. "We've been wondering when you'd join us." Instead of running, instead of screaming, I found myself stepping into the room. The woman I'd known as Catherine asked if I'd like some wine. When I didn't respond, she poured me a glass anyway. "The photographs," I managed. "Marketing," said the man in the windbreaker, as if discussing something mundane. "Mystery is part of the appeal. The ones we want always come looking." "Selection for what?" "For this," said Anna Morrison, "for understanding what we really are." The wine tasted wrong, metallic, bitter. The room grew darker around the edges, faces becoming difficult to focus on. When I tried to stand, my legs wouldn't respond. "The thing about watching," said the man, his voice distant now, "is that eventually you become part of what you're watching." The faces around the table were changing, becoming something that had learned to mimic human expressions without understanding their meaning. "We've been collecting people like you for years," said Sarah, her smile stretching impossibly wide. "People who notice patterns, who follow strangers, who spend their time observing others. Much more interesting than the usual subjects." The last thing I remember clearly is the sound of laughter, though it might have been something else entirely. I'm writing this now from the warehouse. though I'm not sure how much time has passed since that dinner. Days, maybe weeks. It's difficult to tell when the windows are blocked and the lights never change. The others are kind to me, in their way. They explain things gradually, help me understand what I've become part of. The photographs in the laundromat will continue appearing. Someone else will notice them eventually. Someone else will start following the patterns. Someone else will become curious enough to investigate. They always do. The need to watch, to understand, to solve puzzles that shouldn't be solved. It's more common than you might think. When that happens, when the next watcher reveals themselves, I'll be the one adding their photograph to the collection. I'll write their name and the date in careful blue biro, and I'll wait for them to follow the trail that leads here. The man in the windbreaker, though I know now that's not what he really is, has taught me about patience, about the slow cultivation of curiosity, about the art of being observed while believing you're the observer. It's more complex than I'd imagined, more subtle than my amateur following and note-taking. But I'm learning. Yesterday, I saw her across the street, early 40s, notebook in hand, watching the wall like I used to. She'll be back. They always come back. You know how estate agents always say a property has character? That's what Sarah from Millfield Properties said about the flat on Ashford Road. Character. I should have known then, really. I'd been looking for somewhere new for about 3 months at that point. The divorce had gone through in October, and I couldn't stay in the house much longer. Too many memories. Too many neighbors who'd watched the whole thing unfold from their front windows. Plus, Mark had started driving past at odd hours, which my solicitor said wasn't technically harassment, but wasn't exactly normal either. The flat was the 4th one I'd viewed that week. 2-bedroom Victorian conversion, 1st floor, £850 a month. Not bad for reading, though the area was a bit rough. Sarah met me outside on a Thursday afternoon, all smiles and clipboard, apologizing for being late because of traffic on the A4. She let us in through the main door, which opened onto a narrow hallway with peeling wallpaper and that particular smell old buildings get. Damp, maybe, or just age. The flat was at the top of the stairs, and she fumbled with the keys for a moment before getting us in. It was actually quite nice inside. The previous tenant had left it clean, and the living room had these big windows that let in plenty of light. The kitchen was small but functional, and there was a decent-sized bedroom plus a smaller one I could use as an office. The bathroom needed some work, but nothing I couldn't live with. Sarah kept up a steady stream of chatter as we walked around. Local amenities, transport links, the usual spiel. She mentioned that the flat had been empty for a few months, which explained why the rent was reasonable. The last tenant had left rather suddenly, she said, but people's circumstances change, don't they? I was halfway through mentally arranging my furniture when I noticed the marks on the bedroom wall. Scratches, really, like someone had dragged their nails down the paintwork. They were faint, but once you saw them, they were hard to ignore. Sarah noticed me looking and laughed it off. Previous tenant had a cat, she said. Cats do that sort of thing. But the scratches were too high up the wall, and they were grouped in sets of 5. I didn't mention it. The second bedroom was smaller, as expected, but had a nice view of the garden. Sarah opened the window to let some air in, and that's when I heard it. A sort of rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking very quietly on wood. It stopped after a few seconds, and Sarah didn't seem to notice. I told her I'd think about it and get back to her. Standard procedure. But walking back to my car, I found myself already planning the move. It wasn't perfect, but it felt manageable. Like the kind of place no one would think to look. Exactly what I needed. I rang Sarah the next morning and said I'd take it. She seemed pleased, maybe a bit relieved. The paperwork was straightforward, and she said I could move in the following week if I wanted. The landlord lived abroad, she explained, so everything went through the agency. Moving day was a Saturday. I'd hired a van and roped in my brother Dave to help with the heavy stuff. The weather was grey and drizzly, typical November, and we were both knackered by the time we got everything upstairs. Dave made tea while I started unpacking boxes in the living room. He was quiet, which wasn't like him. Usually, he'd be taking the piss about something, but he just sat there drinking his tea and looking around. After a while, he asked if I'd met the neighbors yet. I hadn't, I told him. Hadn't even seen anyone coming or going. He nodded slowly, like he was thinking about something. Before he left, he stood in the doorway and told me to ring if I needed anything. Anything at all. He said it in a way that made me look at him properly. But when I asked what he meant, he just shrugged and said, new places could be strange at first. The first few nights were fine. I slept well, better than I had in months. The flat was quiet, and I liked the way the streetlights made patterns on the ceiling. I'd lie there thinking about how different everything was going to be now, how I could start fresh. It was the fourth night when I heard the tapping again. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when it started. The same rhythm as before, but clearer now. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 coming from somewhere above me. I went outside and looked up at the roof. No trees overhanging, nothing that could be causing it. But it stopped as soon as I opened the front door, so I went back inside and forgot about it. The next morning, I was getting dressed when I noticed something in the wardrobe. A small hole in the back wall, about the size of a 10-pence piece. The wood around it was splintered, like it had been made from the other side. I put my hand through and felt empty space. Cavity between the walls, probably. Old buildings were full of odd spaces. I mentioned it to Sarah when she rang to check how I was settling in. She said she'd make a note for the landlord, but these old places all had their quirks. Character, she said again. I was starting to hate that word. Work was busy that week, which was good. Kept my mind occupied. I was a data analyst for a marketing firm in the town centre, and we were coming up to year-end deadlines. Long hours, but I preferred it to sitting in the flat thinking about things. Thursday evening, I got home late and went straight to the kitchen to find something for dinner. The fridge was humming loudly, and when I opened it, half the things inside were frozen solid. The milk was like slush, and the vegetables were rock hard. I called the emergency number Sarah had given me, but it went to voicemail. The fridge was still working, technically, just too cold. I turned the dial down and went to bed, thinking I'd sort it out properly in the morning. That night, I woke up to the tapping again, but this time it was different. Faster, more urgent, and it wasn't coming from above. It was coming from inside the walls. I got up and followed the sound. It seemed to move around the flat, sometimes from the living room, sometimes from the kitchen. When I put my ear to the wall in the bedroom, I could hear it clearly. Tap, tap, tap. Pause, tap, tap, tap. I stood there for about 10 minutes, listening. The tapping was rhythmic, almost like a code, like someone was trying to communicate. Friday morning, I was exhausted. I'd barely slept, and the sound had continued on and off until about 4 in the morning. I rang Sarah again, and this time she answered. I told her about the tapping, trying to keep my voice calm and reasonable. She was quiet for a moment, then asked if I'd been under much stress lately. Divorce proceedings could be difficult, she said. Sometimes people heard things when they were anxious. But if I was really concerned, she could arrange for someone to come and take a look. I told her I was fine, just wanted to understand what was causing it. She said she'd make some inquiries and get back to me. The weekend was better, no tapping, and I managed to catch up on sleep. I even went to the local pub on Saturday night, just to get out of the flat for a bit. The landlord was friendly enough, and I ended up chatting to a few locals. One of them, an older man called Pete, asked where I was living. When I told him about Ashford Road, he went quiet. Then he asked which flat. When I said the first floor, he nodded like he'd expected it. He didn't say anything else about it, but when I was leaving, he caught my arm and told me to be careful. Said the area had a bit of history, and some of the old buildings attracted the wrong sort of attention. He took a sip of his pint and changed the subject without meeting my eyes. I thought he was just being dramatic, the way old men sometimes are. Monday morning, I was running late for work and couldn't find my keys. I searched everywhere, getting more and more stressed. Finally found them in the kitchen, sitting on the counter next to the sink. I was sure I'd left them on the hall table, but I must have been more tired than I thought. The day was hectic, back-to-back meetings, and I didn't get home until after 8. As I climbed the stairs to the flat, I noticed the door to the bedsit below mine was slightly open. I'd never seen it open before, never seen anyone going in or out. I paused on the landing, listening. There was a light on inside, and I could hear the faint sound of a television. So someone did live there. I wondered why I'd never encountered them. That night, the tapping started again. But this time, there was something else. A sort of scraping sound, like metal on wood. It was coming from the wall between my bedroom and the smaller room. For a while, I wondered if it had been Mark, my ex-husband. He'd been acting strange since the divorce, driving past the old house at odd hours. But he didn't have keys to this place, didn't even know where I lived now. I got up and went to investigate. The hole in the wardrobe was definitely bigger. The old Victorian plaster was crumbling faster now, chunks falling away with each vibration from the heating pipes. I got a torch and shone it through. The cavity was deeper than I'd expected. The light caught something metallic about a foot inside. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was definitely there. Something someone had hidden inside the wall. I should have called Sarah then. Should have insisted someone come round to look at it properly. But I was curious, and I'd been living on my own for long enough to be stubborn about fixing things myself. I went to the kitchen and found a wooden spoon. Back in the bedroom, I managed to hook the metal object and pull it towards the hole. It was a small tin, the sort you might keep biscuits in. Old and dented, with rust around the edges. It must have been wedged deep in the cavity for years, forgotten by builders or hidden deliberately. Inside the tin were photographs, black and white mostly, though some were color. They showed the flat as it was now, but also as it had been years ago. Different furniture, different decorations, but always the same view from the windows. At the bottom of the tin was a key, small and brass, with a number stamped on it, 47. I held it up to the light, trying to work out what it might open. The photographs were unsettling in a way I couldn't put my finger on. They were just pictures of the flat, but there was something wrong about them. The angles were odd, like they'd been taken from hiding places, from inside cupboards maybe, or from behind furniture. I was looking through them when I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, someone coming up to the landing. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I heard the handle turn, very quietly. Then nothing. I waited, but there was no sound of anyone moving away. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. The landing was empty, but I was sure I'd heard someone trying the handle. I went back to the bedroom and looked at the photographs again. In several of them, I could make out a figure, always in the background, always partially hidden. A woman, I thought, though it was hard to tell. She appeared to be watching from the shadows. The next morning, I went downstairs to check the main door. It was locked, as it should be. Each flat had its own key, and you needed one to get in from the street. So whoever had been on the landing either lived in the building or had a key. I knocked on the door of the bedsit, but there was no answer. I could hear the television inside, but no one came to the door. I tried again later, but same result. That evening, I was washing up when I heard voices in the garden. I looked out of the kitchen window and saw two men talking by the back fence. They were too far away to make out what they were saying, but they kept looking up at the building. One of them pointed at my window, and I stepped back quickly. When I looked again, they were gone. I rang Sarah and told her about the photographs. She listened without interrupting, then asked if I still had them. When I said yes, she asked me to bring them to the office. Said she'd like to take a look. I met her the next day during my lunch break. She went through the photographs carefully, frowning at some of them. When she finished, she asked where exactly I'd found them. I told her about the hole in the wardrobe, and she made a note. Then she asked if I'd noticed anything else unusual about the flat. I mentioned the tapping, the footsteps, the voices in the garden. She was quiet for a long time after that. Then she asked if I was happy living there, if I felt safe. But her tone was different now, more professional than concerned, like she was following a script rather than genuinely worried about me. I said I was fine, just curious about the photographs. She nodded, but I could see she was worried about something. She said she'd make some inquiries and get back to me. Walking back to work, I realized I hadn't told her about the key. I'd left it at the flat, hidden in my desk drawer. Something made me want to keep it to myself. That night, I examined the key more closely. The number 47 was stamped clearly on one side. On the other side was a maker's mark I didn't recognize. It was small and intricate, like something you might find on an old pocket watch. I tried it in various locks around the flat, but it didn't fit any of them. Too small for the doors, wrong shape for the windows, but it was clearly meant for something. The tapping started again around midnight. This time I followed it methodically through the flat. It seemed to be coming from different places, but always from inside the walls. Sometimes the kitchen, sometimes the living room. Never the same place twice. I was in the hallway when I noticed something I'd missed before. A small door, about knee-high, painted the same color as the walls. It was almost invisible unless you knew where to look. I knelt down and examined it. There was a tiny keyhole, just the right size for the key I'd found. My hands were shaking as I inserted it and turned. The door opened with a soft click. Inside was a space about the size of a large cupboard, empty except for a bundle of letters tied with string. I took them out and opened the first one. It was handwritten, addressed to someone called Margaret. The date was from 3 years ago. The letter was short and to the point. Someone called David was watching her. He knew where she lived, where she worked. He was going to visit her soon. The second letter was similar, but more detailed. David described what Margaret looked like, what she wore, what time she left for work. He said he'd been inside her flat when she was out. He knew where she kept her spare key. He said he liked the way she looked when she was asleep. The third letter was different. It was from Margaret to someone called Emma. She was scared, she said. Someone had been in her flat, moving things around. She'd found evidence that someone had been sleeping in her bed while she was at work. I read through all of them. The story they told was clear enough. David had been stalking Margaret. He'd somehow got access to her flat, and he'd been watching her for months. The letters from Margaret to Emma got increasingly desperate. She was planning to leave, to disappear somewhere he couldn't find her. The last letter was dated just 6 months ago. Margaret to Emma. She was leaving that night. She'd packed a bag and was going to catch the first train to anywhere. She begged Emma not to tell anyone where she'd gone. I sat on the floor of the hallway, holding the letters, trying to process what I'd read. Margaret had been the previous tenant, the one who'd left suddenly. She hadn't left because her circumstances had changed. She'd left because she was being stalked. And David, whoever he was, might still be around. I thought about the voices in the garden, the footsteps on the stairs, the feeling that someone had been in the flat when I was out, the way my keys had moved from where I'd left them. I went to the bedroom and looked at the photographs again. The figure in the background, always watching, always hidden. I was sure now that it was Margaret, captured by someone who'd been spying on her. The scratches on the wall weren't from a cat. They were from fingernails, from someone who'd been trapped, trying to claw their way out. I should have packed then, should have called Dave and asked him to come and get me. But I was tired and it was late, and I told myself I'd deal with it in the morning. I put the letters back in the hiding place and locked the door. Then I went to bed, though I knew I wouldn't sleep. The tapping started again around 2 in the morning, but this time I understood what it was. Someone was moving around inside the walls, in the spaces between the flats. Someone who knew the building well enough to navigate the hidden passages. I got up and crept to the kitchen. The back door was locked, but I could see scratches around the lock. Fresh ones. Someone had been working on it. I was reaching for my phone to call the police when I heard the front door open. Very quietly, like someone was trying not to wake me. Footsteps in the hallway, slow and careful. I stood frozen in the kitchen, listening. The footsteps moved through the living room, then towards the bedroom. I heard the wardrobe door open, then close. I was trapped. The back door was locked, and I'd have to cross the hallway to reach the front door. Whoever was in the flat would see me. I waited, hardly breathing. After what felt like hours, I heard the front door close again. The footsteps moved away down the stairs. I crept to the bedroom and checked the wardrobe. The hole in the back wall was bigger now, big enough for someone to crawl through. And on the floor was a single photograph. It showed me, sitting in the living room, reading, taken from inside the walls. I packed a bag and left that night. Didn't stop to think about the deposit or the contract. Just grabbed my essentials and drove to Dave's house. I never went back to the flat. Sarah rang a few times, asking about my belongings, but I told her to donate them to charity. I didn't want anything that had been in that place. 6 months later, I saw a news report about a woman who'd gone missing from a flat in Reading. The photograph showed a young woman with dark hair, smiling at the camera. The address was on Ashford Road. I rang the police and told them about the letters, about Margaret, about the hidden spaces in the building. They listened politely and said they'd look into it. I never heard back from them. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder about the new tenant. Whether she's noticed the tapping yet. Whether she's found the hole in the wardrobe. Whether she's seen the figure watching from the shadows. I've moved twice since then. Different towns, different jobs. But I still check the locks every night before I go to bed. still listen for footsteps in the hallway. Because once you know how easy it is for someone to watch you, to get inside your life without you knowing, you never feel completely safe again. The flat on Ashford Road is still advertised for rent. Same description, same price. Sarah still calls it a property with character. I suppose that's one way of putting it. I never meant to find anything illegal. I'm just a research assistant at the University of Durham with a mediocre salary and a small flat in an unfashionable part of town. My job involves digitizing old manuscripts and helping doctoral students find obscure references. Hardly the sort of person who stumbles onto something dangerous, or at least that's what I thought. It started when I was helping Dr. Hargreaves with his research on digital privacy. He's been studying how technology has changed concepts of privacy since the 1990s. Most of his work involves surveys and interviews, but he was curious about the dark web, how anonymous spaces function, what sort of information gets shared there. Being twice my age and barely able to manage his university email, he asked me to help with the technical aspects. I should mention I'm not a computer expert by any stretch. I can navigate basic systems and know how to digitize documents properly, but that's about it. Still, compared to Dr. Hargreaves, I might as well have been a hacker. He gave me some search parameters and asked me to document what I found, all very academic, very above board. We had ethics approval and everything. I was to look for discussion forums, marketplaces, anything that might give insight into how people behave when they think no one's watching. But absolutely nothing illegal. Dr. Hargreaves was very clear about that. So I installed Tor and started exploring. Most of what I found was exactly what you'd expect. Drug markets, forums for people with extreme political views, sites selling counterfeit goods. Nothing particularly shocking if you spend any time reading about the dark web. After a couple weeks of this rather dull research, I stumbled onto a forum where people were discussing something called the archive. The way they talked about it was strange, deliberately vague, using what seemed like code words. They mentioned donations and submissions and viewing privileges. One user asked how to get an invitation, and someone replied that invitations were closed, but occasionally opened when a curator vouched for someone. I probably would have moved on, but someone mentioned that the archive had material relevant to the University of Durham. That caught my attention. What could a seemingly secretive dark website have to do with my university? I created an account on the forum and asked about the archive's connection to Durham. I claimed to be a student interested in digital archives. A user with the handle Curator17 sent me a private message almost immediately. They asked specific questions about the university that only someone familiar with the campus would know. I answered truthfully, thinking this was just verification that I was actually from Durham. After a few exchanges, Curator 17 seemed satisfied and sent me a link, explaining it was a temporary invitation to the archive's waiting room. They said the full site required membership, but the waiting room would give me an idea of what the archive contained. The link led to a minimalist page with a black background and white text. There was a brief description explaining that the archive was a collection of authentic human experiences captured through direct observation. Below that was a preview section with thumbnail images, each labeled with a date and location. The first thumbnail I clicked showed a grainy image of what looked like a basement room. The caption noted it was from 3 months ago in Newcastle. I clicked to view it, expecting perhaps some kind of art project or documentary footage. What loaded instead made my stomach drop. It was a video of a person bound to a chair in a sparse room. Their face was obscured, but they were clearly in distress. A figure in a dark mask stood nearby, adjusting what looked like camera equipment. Text at the bottom indicated this was a preview only, and that full access requires membership verification and £5,000 initial donation. I closed the browser immediately, feeling physically ill. This had to be fake, right? One of those staged horror scenarios that people create for shock value. But something about the person's movements, the muffled sounds they made, it didn't seem like acting. I tried to convince myself it was just an elaborate hoax, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I went back to the forum to see if there were any indications it wasn't real. I found a conversation where users were discussing recent additions to the archive. They talked about them like collectors discussing rare items, commenting on quality, uniqueness, production value. One comment in particular chilled me. A user complained that a recent subject from Leeds had expired too quickly, making the session disappointingly short. Another replied that the lead subject had a previously undisclosed heart condition and that they had improved their screening process since then. These people were talking about actual torture, possibly murder, and they were treating it like entertainment. I should have gone to the police immediately. That would have been the sensible thing to do. But I was worried about having accessed the site in the first place, even though I'd done so as part of approved research. And frankly, I wasn't sure the police would take it seriously. They'd probably assume it was fake, like most people would. Instead, I decided to gather more information first. I messaged Curator 17 again, pretending to be interested in gaining full access. I asked what the membership process involved. Their response was disturbingly professional. They explained that the archive operated on a tiered membership system. Basic access cost £5,000 annually, which allowed viewing of existing content. For £25,000, members could attend live streams and participate in voting on session parameters. For £100,000, members could submit subject recommendations and receive exclusive content. They then asked if I had experience with content creation, or if I was interested solely in viewing. I didn't know what to say, so I claimed I was just curious about viewing for now. They seemed disappointed, but said they could still process my application if I provided proof of funds and passed their verification process. I stopped responding after that. The whole thing felt too real, too organized to be some elaborate prank. I decided I needed to tell someone, but wasn't sure who. Going to my department head seemed risky. What if they questioned why I'd continued engaging after finding something clearly illegal? The police still seemed like they might not take it seriously without more evidence. That evening, I noticed a car parked across from my flat that I didn't recognize. A dark sedan with tinted windows. Probably nothing. There were often visitors to the building next door, but it made me uneasy. The next day at work, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply, "The Archive." The message contained just one line. "We notice you haven't completed your application." I immediately checked the email headers. It had been sent to my personal email, not my university address. I'd never shared that email on the forum or with Curator 17. That night, the car was outside my building again. Same spot, same tinted windows. I drew my curtains and tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. The following morning, I arrived at my office to find Dr. Hargreaves waiting for me. He seemed agitated and asked if I'd made contact with anyone unusual during my research. Before I could answer, he handed me a printout of my conversation with Curator 17. Someone had sent it to his university email. I tried to explain that I'd been gathering information to determine if it was something we should report. He didn't seem angry, just deeply concerned. He said he'd received a phone call that morning from someone claiming to be with the university's cybersecurity team, asking about our research and specifically about me. When he'd asked for credentials, the caller had hung up. We agreed to go to the police together that afternoon. I felt relieved finally having someone else who understood the severity of what I'd found. Dr. Hargreaves said he needed to teach a morning lecture, but would meet me at the campus cafe at noon. He never showed up. After waiting 45 minutes, I called his office. His assistant said he'd cancelled his lecture due to illness and hadn't been seen on campus all day. I tried his mobile but got no answer. That's when I noticed a new email on my phone. Another message from the same unknown address as before. This time it contained an attachment, a photo of Dr. Hargreaves entering his house that morning, taken from what appeared to be a car parked across the street. The message read, "Your professor seems unwell. Perhaps you should check on him." I called the police immediately. They took my report but didn't seem particularly alarmed. They said they'd send someone to check on Dr. Hargreaves and took my contact information. I didn't go home that night. I stayed with a friend from another department, someone completely unconnected to the research. I didn't tell them why I needed a place to stay, just that there was a problem with my heating. The police called the next morning. They'd found Dr. Hargreaves at home, perfectly fine. According to the officer, he seemed confused about why they were checking on him and denied cancelling his lecture or planning to meet me. He apparently told them I'd been acting strangely lately and might be under too much stress. That made no sense. I'd spoken to him just the day before. He'd shown me the printout, expressed concern about the strange call. Why would he deny it all, unless he hadn't been given a choice? I went to the university library and used a public computer to check the news. No reports of anything unusual happening at the university or involving Dr. Hargreaves. I tried to access the dark web forum again, but found it had been taken offline. The link to the archive's waiting room now led to a 404 error. As I was leaving the library, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered without speaking. It was Dr. Hargreaves. His voice sounded strained, unnatural. He said he was concerned about my mental health and thought I should take some time off. Said he'd never shown me any printout or agreed to go to the police. Suggested perhaps I'd been spending too much time on the dark web and it was affecting my perception of reality. Before I could respond, he added that some colleagues from another university were interested in my research and would like to meet me. They could come to my flat that evening to discuss it. He ended the call before I could say anything. I didn't go home. I went to the train station and bought a ticket to London with cash. Once there, I checked into a small hotel in Paddington, also paying cash. I bought a new prepaid phone and turned off my regular one. That was 3 days ago. I've been moving between budget hotels since then, never staying more than one night. I've been checking the news obsessively for any mention of Dr. Hargreaves or anything unusual at Durham. Nothing so far. Yesterday, I worked up the courage to call Dr. Hargreaves' home number from my new phone. A woman answered, his wife. I asked to speak with him, not identifying myself. She said he was away at a conference in Amsterdam and wouldn't be back until next week. But I know for a fact he had no conference scheduled. I'd helped him with his calendar just last month. I don't know what to do now. Going to the police seems pointless. They already think I'm unstable based on whatever Dr. Hargreaves told them. I have no evidence. The forum is gone, the waiting room link dead. All I have is a story that sounds like paranoid delusion. I keep thinking about those thumbnail images, about the casual way the forum users discussed people's suffering, about how organized it all seemed, the tears, the verification process, the careful screening. And I keep wondering about that connection to Durham. Was it just a coincidence that the archive had material related to my university? Or was there some deeper connection that I stumbled upon without realizing it? Sometimes I consider trying to find the archive again to gather actual evidence. But then I remember the car outside my flat, the email with Dr. Hargreaves' photo, the strange phone call. I check the news every few hours, dreading seeing a missing person report for Dr. Hargreaves, or worse, for myself. I've started looking at flights to other countries. Maybe getting far away is my only option now. The most disturbing thought is that the archive might be more than just a hidden corner of the dark web. What if it has connections to people with real influence? People who can make a police report disappear, or convince a respected academic to suddenly change his story. I don't know how long I can keep moving around like this. My savings won't last forever. Eventually, I'll have to stop running and face whatever is coming for me. But when I close my eyes at night, all I can see are those thumbnails. All I can think about are the people in those videos and how no one knows what happened to them. No one except the viewers who pay to watch. I keep thinking this is someone else's life I'm living now. 8 weeks ago, my biggest worry was making rent on my flat in Brixton. Now I have a burner phone, 3 different hair colors in my bathroom bin, and a constant feeling like there's a target on my back, all because I tried to help someone I thought was my friend. My name doesn't matter anymore. I used to be a paralegal at a mid-sized corporate law firm in London. Nothing special, just contract reviews and document preparation. The pay was decent. My flat was small, but mine. And I had what I thought were good friends. Tara was one of them. We met at the firm 3 years ago. She was in marketing. I was in legal. We weren't best mates or anything, but we got lunch together sometimes and complained about our bosses. About 2 months ago, Tara stopped showing up to work. No calls, no emails, nothing. After a week, HR just said she'd resigned for personal reasons. It happened pretty quickly. One day she was there. The next her desk was cleared out. A few people tried calling her, but her number was disconnected. Her social media went dark. Nobody seemed particularly worried. People quit all the time. Except I had just seen her the Friday before she disappeared. We'd gotten drinks after work at our local in Soho, and she seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She was excited about some side project she was working on that was going to let her finally quit the corporate grind. She was being secretive about it, but in a fun way, not concerning. Said she'd tell me all about it once everything was finalized. So when she vanished, I was worried. I tried her email, her old flatmate, even drove by her apartment in Clapham. The flatmate said Tara had moved out suddenly, no forwarding address. The building manager said the same thing. Rent paid through the month, keys left in the letterbox. That might have been the end of it, except for the thumb drive. Tara had borrowed my external hard drive a few weeks before she disappeared, saying she needed extra storage for some marketing videos. When she returned it, apparently she accidentally left one of her own thumb drives in the case. I didn't notice until I was using the hard drive myself and found this unmarked black USB stick. I figured it probably had her marketing stuff on it, maybe something she'd need for her new venture. I plugged it in, thinking I could email whatever files were on it to her personal account. Even if she didn't respond, the drive was password protected, which was odd for work files. I was about to give up when I remembered Tara always used the same password for everything. Her cat's name, plus the year she graduated uni. It worked on the first try. There were only a few files on the drive. One was a text document with what looked like login credentials. Another was a spreadsheet with dates, times, and amounts. Large amounts, like tens of thousands of pounds each. The third was a video file simply labeled verification. The video wasn't long, maybe 2 minutes. It started with a black screen and text stating the date from about a month ago. Then it showed a plain room with concrete walls, maybe a basement. There was a person tied to a chair in the center, head covered with some kind of hood. A figure in a dark mask stood behind them, holding up a piece of paper with a series of numbers and today's date, like those hostage verification videos you sometimes hear about. The masked person then set the paper down, picked up something from a table just off camera, and approached the bound person. That's when I closed the video. I didn't want to see what happened next. I felt sick. My first thought was that this was some kind of joke, or maybe footage from an indie horror film Tara was working on. But then why the spreadsheet with all that money? And why would she have disappeared right after? I reopened the text file with the credentials. There was a URL I didn't recognize, not a normal website address, but something ending in .onion. I knew enough to recognize it as a Tor address, those hidden sites you can only access with special browsers. Below it was a username and password, along with instructions for a 2-factor authentication app. I should have gone to the police right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I kept thinking about Tara. What if she was the person in that chair? What if she was in trouble and needed help? And if I'm being honest, I was curious. What was this thing she had been so excited about that had potentially gotten her into trouble? I installed the Tor browser that night. It took some figuring out, but I managed to get to the address. It looked like a simple login page with a plain black background and the word observatory at the top. No other information, no hints about what the site was for. I entered the username and password from the file. The next page asked for a verification code from the authentication app. I didn't have that, so I couldn't go further. But there was a small help link at the bottom of the page. I clicked it, expecting FAQs or contact information. Instead, it took me to a page explaining what the site was, a viewing platform for private events. The description was clinical, almost businesslike, but I understood what it meant. This was a red room, one of those dark web urban legends where people pay to watch torture or murder in real time. Except it wasn't a legend, it was real, and somehow Tara was involved. The page explained the pricing tiers. Basic membership was £8,000, which allowed viewing access only. Executive membership was £40,000, which granted voting rights on what happened during events. And then there was producer status at £200,000, which allowed members to commission specific events. I closed the browser immediately. This couldn't be real. These things didn't actually exist. They were stories people told to scare each other, like alligators in the sewers or razor blades in Halloween candy. But then I remembered the verification video, the date card, the spreadsheet with all those transactions. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about Tara, about that video, about what I had found. Had she stumbled onto this like I had? Or was she involved somehow? I couldn't imagine her participating in something so horrific. But then again, she had been excited about a lucrative side project. During lunch, I used a computer in an unused conference room to do some research. I didn't want this in my search history. I looked up red rooms trying to find out if they were real or just internet folklore. Most sources said they were myths. technically impossible to stream reliably over the Tor network. But a few suggested they were real, but extremely rare, requiring significant technical infrastructure and insider connections to access. That evening, I made a decision I still regret. I went back to the site, but this time from a public computer at a library in Camden. I wanted to see if there was any way to find out more without actually logging in. There wasn't much, but I discovered a calendar of upcoming events visible on the login page. The next one was scheduled for Friday night, just 2 days away. I spent those 2 days trying to decide what to do. Go to the police. What would I say? I had a thumb drive with a disturbing video and login credentials to what might be an illegal site. Would they take me seriously? Would they think I was involved somehow? And what about Tara? If she was in danger, would going to the authorities put her at more risk? I decided to try one more thing before going to the police. I installed the two-factor authentication app and used the setup key that was in the text file. To my surprise, it worked. I now had access to the verification codes needed to fully log in. I didn't plan to actually view any events, but I thought I might find information about Tara or evidence I could take to the authorities. On Friday night, I used the Tor browser and the authentication codes to log into the observatory site. The interface was surprisingly professional, like a high-end video conferencing platform. There was a main viewing area currently showing a countdown timer with about 20 minutes remaining. Below that was a chat box where members were already discussing the upcoming event. To the right was a list of about 30 users currently online, all with anonymous handles. I didn't interact, just observed. As I watched, I noticed something disturbing. The users were discussing the subject for tonight's event, referring to them by a code name. They mentioned specific details about this person, their occupation, their habits, even their taste in music. The way they talked was clinical, almost bored, like executives discussing a business proposal. That's when a private message popped up on my screen. Someone with the username producer_3 had noticed me. The message asked if I was enjoying my first visit and whether I had received a personal invitation. They noted that my account was registered to someone else, someone who was no longer with their organization. They wanted to know how I had gained access. I didn't respond, but my heart was racing. They knew I wasn't supposed to be there. I was about to log off when another message came through. This one included my real name and address in Brixton. They said they had tracked my connection, impossible through Tor, but maybe they had other ways of monitoring access to the site. They said they knew I had Tara's drive and that I had watched the verification video. They said a car was already on its way to my flat. I shut everything down and left the library immediately. I didn't go home. I went to a hotel in King's Cross and paid cash for the room. That night, I saw on the local news that there had been a gas leak in my building. The residents had been evacuated while authorities investigated. There was footage of people standing outside in their pajamas, looking confused. I recognized my neighbors. The next morning, I withdrew as much cash as I could from my accounts, bought a prepaid phone, and got on a train to Manchester. From there, I kept moving, staying in cheap B&Bs, changing my appearance, using only cash. I've been moving ever since. I never went to the police. After seeing what happened at my flat, I'm convinced they have connections in law enforcement. These aren't amateurs. The site had too many users, too much money flowing through it. This is an organized operation with resources. Sometimes I think about the people in those videos. Were they random victims or chosen for specific reasons? Were they people who discovered something they shouldn't have, like me? Or were they selected based on those detailed profiles the members discussed, targeted specifically for someone's entertainment? I keep wondering about Tara. Was she a victim? Was she involved? Did she try to expose them and pay the price? Or did she try to profit from it somehow? I'll probably never know. I've changed hotels again today. The cleaning lady gave me a strange look this morning, like she recognized me. It might have been nothing, but I can't take chances. I'll dye my hair again tonight, maybe change my style completely. Last week, I saw a missing person flyer at a train station. It was for a man in his 30s, last seen leaving his office in Birmingham. The flyer said he worked as a cybersecurity consultant and had no history of disappearing. Something about his occupation made my stomach turn. Had he stumbled onto the same thing I had? I know they're still looking for me. I'm not important enough for them to spend significant resources on tracking down. But I've seen how their operation works. They're methodical, patient. They have money and connections, and they can't afford loose ends. Sometimes I consider turning myself in, going to the National Crime Agency rather than local police. But what proof do I have now? The thumb drive is hidden, hundreds of miles away. I have no evidence, just a story that sounds impossible. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder. I've become good at spotting details, cars that linger too long, people whose eyes follow me in corner shops. I pay attention to emergency exits and back doors wherever I go. I've learned to live with less sleep. The hardest part is the isolation. I can't contact family or friends, can't use social media, can't stay in one place long enough to make connections. Some days the loneliness is worse than the fear. I don't know how long I can keep living like this. Maybe one day they'll decide I'm not worth the trouble and stop looking. Maybe I'll find a way to disappear completely, get a new identity, start over, somewhere far away. Or maybe they'll find me, and I'll become just another missing person, another name on a flyer that people glance at and forget. What haunts me most isn't the fear of being caught. It's knowing that right now, even as I write this, another event might be starting, another countdown timer reaching zero, another group of bored, wealthy viewers logging in from around the world, another person who has no idea they've been chosen. And no one would believe it's real, even if I told them. That's the perfect cover. Something so terrible most people dismiss it as an urban legend or creepypasta. Something that could never actually happen in the real world. I keep telling myself this will all blow over, that I'm overreacting. Normal people don't suddenly become fugitives because of something they saw at work. But then I remember their faces when they caught me in that room, and I know I'm not imagining things. It started with expense reports that didn't add up, just boring accounting stuff. Nobody gets killed over spreadsheet errors. At least that's what I thought before last month. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble onto something I wasn't supposed to see. My life has always been painfully normal. Working as a forensic accountant for a mid-sized insurance company, living in a one-bedroom apartment in Cincinnati, spending weekends either reading or binging whatever new show everyone was talking about. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would make me a target. It started with a simple discrepancy in the books. Our company had been showing unusual expenses categorized vaguely as network infrastructure maintenance. Large payments happening monthly that didn't match any of our regular vendor contracts. As the senior forensic accountant, it fell on me to figure out why. The CFO was breathing down our department's neck because these unexplained costs were affecting our quarterly projections. My initial audit showed unusual purchases coming from a single cost center within our building, specifically one tied to the executive floor. The strange part was that the equipment being purchased wasn't standard office technology. It was high-end server components, advanced networking gear, and specialized hardware that our insurance company had no business buying. The paperwork traced back to an authorization code for a supply closet on the executive floor. Not an office, not a conference room, a supply closet. I decided to check it out myself rather than escalate to my manager. Looking back, that was my first mistake. Getting access to the executive floor after hours required a security badge with special permissions. I didn't have those permissions, but I did have access to the security logs for my audit work. Another mistake. I noticed a cleaning crew badge that consistently accessed the executive floor every evening. A badge that, according to HR records, belonged to a person who had quit 3 months ago. The badge was still active. I borrowed it from the security office, claiming I needed to check its access history for my audit. Just temporarily, I told myself. Just to solve the financial discrepancy. I wasn't planning to snoop around or anything. The executive floor was eerily quiet after 7 p.m. The cleaning crew had already come and gone, leaving behind the faint smell of industrial cleaner and the soft hum of air conditioning. I followed the purchasing records and traced the equipment deliveries to the supply closet at the end of the hallway. The door was unmarked and locked with a keypad, not standard for a supply closet. I hadn't expected that. I stood there for a moment, contemplating whether I should turn back. But curiosity got the better of me. From my audit work, I had access to the company's vendor payment systems. I checked recent maintenance records for that floor and found the contractor who had installed the keypad. Their invoice included the default access code that had been programmed initially. Another ethical line crossed. The closet was dark when I entered, smelling of dust and electronics rather than cleaning supplies. When I flipped the light switch, I found not mops and paper towels, but a small server setup, a powerful custom-built machine connected directly to our network backbone. It had multiple hard drives attached to it, a high-end graphics card, and several cameras connected via USB. This wasn't company equipment. Someone had installed their own private server in a hidden location. I should have walked away then, should have reported it and let security handle it. Instead, I examined the equipment, thinking I'd just check what kind of operation was running that required such expensive gear. Professional curiosity, I told myself. The server had a spreadsheet with login credentials saved right on the desktop. Whoever set it up probably never expected anyone to physically access it. Within minutes, I was looking through their files. What I found was a sophisticated streaming setup with automated scheduling software that activated every night. It was configured to connect to an encrypted address, a dark website. I recognized enough about cybersecurity from our company's compliance training to know this wasn't good, but I didn't immediately connect the dots to what I was looking at. The server contained archived video files, each labeled with dates going back months. Against my better judgment, I opened one from the previous week. The video showed a room I recognized, our company's soundproofed wellness room that had been installed during the pandemic for employees who needed a quiet space. Only in the video, it didn't look like a wellness room anymore. The furniture had been rearranged, and plastic sheeting covered the floor and walls. A person lay strapped to a table in the center, clearly terrified but unable to move or speak due to restraints and a gag. A figure in a dark mask stood over them, methodically arranging what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. I shut the video off before I saw what happened next. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use the mouse. This was a red room, one of those dark web myth horror stories where people paid to watch torture or worse. Except it wasn't a myth, and it was happening in my building, on my company's dime. My mind raced through implications. The unusual expenses, the specialized equipment, the location on the executive floor. Someone high up in my company was running this operation, using our infrastructure, our building, and I had just accessed their server, leaving fingerprints everywhere. I disconnected from the server, closed the closet door, and tried to appear normal as I walked to the elevator, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure anyone could hear it. I drove home in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror, certain I was being followed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, debating what to do. Go to the police. I had no proof. I hadn't downloaded any files, and accessing that server the way I did was technically illegal. Go to my boss. What if they were involved? The server was on the executive floor after all. Morning came, and I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. I spent the day researching, trying to figure out how these red room operations worked. The more I learned, the worse it got. These weren't just random victims. They were carefully selected, often people without close family or connections, people who wouldn't be missed immediately. My company processed insurance claims. We had access to detailed information about people's lives, their family situations, their medical histories. As a forensic accountant, I had seen patterns in our life insurance claim denials, single people, immigrants, people estranged from their families, all with policies that had lapsed just before their mysterious disappearances. I decided to gather evidence properly. That night, I went back to the office with a plan. I brought a portable drive and planned to copy just enough evidence to take to the FBI, then wipe my prints from the server room. It would be risky, but I couldn't live with myself if I did nothing. The executive floor was dark again when I arrived. I made my way to the closet, used the code, and slipped inside. But as soon as I touched the server, I knew something was wrong. It was cool to the touch, powered down. Someone knew it had been discovered. As I turned to leave, the door opened. My boss stood there, looking unsurprised to see me. Behind him was our chief operating officer, a man I'd seen only in company-wide meetings. They didn't need to speak. Their expressions said everything. The subtle nod of acknowledgement from my boss, the evaluating gaze of the COO as he looked me up and down, the slight gesture toward the hallway, inviting me to follow, the unspoken threat hanging in the air between us. I realized with sickening clarity what was happening. They weren't going to kill me. They were recruiting me. I managed to respond with a non-committal gesture, a nervous smile, pretending to consider their unspoken offer while inching toward the door. They let me leave, their eyes following me all the way to the elevator. I drove home in a panic, threw some clothes in a bag, and headed straight for the interstate. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas, paying cash. I abandoned my car in Indianapolis and bought a used one from a private seller on Craigslist. I withdrew my savings in small amounts from different ATMs to avoid triggering alerts. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm writing this from a motel room in a small town I won't name, using a laptop I bought secondhand and a prepaid internet connection. I've changed my appearance, stopped using credit cards or my phone. In my paranoia, I've checked this room for hidden cameras at least a dozen times today alone. The thing that keeps me awake isn't just fear of being found. It's what I realized on that long drive away from Cincinnati. The financial records I'd been auditing showed connections to shell companies all over the world. This wasn't a small operation. The Red Room was just one part of something much larger, a network that had potentially been operating for years, hidden behind legitimate business transactions. Sometimes I think about the faces I saw in the company directory, wondering which ones were involved and which ones might have been victims. I wonder if I should have gone to the authorities immediately. Consequences be damned. But then I remember the casual confidence of my boss and the COO. How unworried they seemed about my discovery. These weren't people afraid of getting caught. Yesterday, I noticed a car I didn't recognize parked across from my motel. It was there all day, and when I woke up this morning, it was gone. But there was a different, unfamiliar car in its place. It could be nothing, just travelers passing through. But I don't think so. My options are narrowing. I've considered going to the FBI, but I have no evidence, and I accessed that server illegally. I've thought about reaching out to journalists, but how do I know which ones I can trust? Everyone has an online presence now, connections that can be traced, leveraged. The owner of this motel knocked on my door an hour ago. His face was neutral, but his eyes were nervous. Someone had called asking about a person matching my description. A concerned relative looking for their missing cousin, he said. I shook my head, thanked him for letting me know. He nodded and left without another word. I'm checking out tonight anyway. As I pack my few belongings, I keep thinking about balance sheets, how it all started with a simple financial discrepancy, money flowing where it shouldn't. Now my life has become a similar anomaly, moving in patterns I never anticipated, always aware of watching eyes. If you're reading this, it means I've decided to upload my story somewhere public, maybe as insurance, maybe as a warning. I don't know if it will make a difference. All I know is that the world has hidden depths I never imagined, running parallel to our everyday lives, separated by nothing more than a door we're not supposed to open. I opened that door, and now I can never close it again. I joined the Ramblers group because my GP said I needed to get out more. Not in so many words, but when someone suggests you might benefit from community engagement and regular exercise, you know they're politely telling you that sitting in your flat eating pot noodles isn't a sustainable lifestyle choice. The redundancy knocked me sideways. 23 years in insurance. Then one Tuesday they called us in, spoke about restructuring, and handed me 3 months' pay and a handshake from a stranger. At 51, apparently, I was part of the older demographic they were moving away from. So there I was, scrolling through local groups on Facebook at 2:30 on a Wednesday afternoon, when I saw the post about weekend walks around the Surrey Hills. The woman who ran it was called Janet, and she had that aggressive friendliness that comes with too many exclamation marks and photos of herself grinning next to National Trust signs. But it was something to do, and the membership fee was only £15. The first walk was lovely, actually. There were about 12 of us, mostly retired folks, but a few younger people as well. We did a circular route near Dorking, stopped at a pub for lunch, talked about nothing in particular. Janet kept up a steady stream of commentary about local history and wildlife, pointing out things I'd never have noticed on my own. I felt more normal than I had in weeks. It was on the third walk that I started paying attention to Margaret. She was probably in her 70s, small and neat, with the kind of practical outdoor clothing that suggests serious commitment to the hobby. She didn't talk much during the walks, but she had this habit of hanging back from the main group, just far enough to be slightly separate. I only noticed because I tend to do the same thing. I'm not much of a joiner, even when I'm trying to be. The thing about Margaret was how she studied people. She arrived at the meeting point exactly on time, never early or late, wore the same expensive walking boots that never seemed to get dirty, and kept her small rucksack zipped tight, whilst her eyes moved methodically from person to person, not staring, nothing obvious, but memorizing them. I caught her doing it during our stop at a tea room in Cher, watching each walker around the table, whilst Janet told some story about church history. When Margaret noticed me watching her, she smiled. Just a quick, polite smile, but something about it made me feel like I'd been caught doing something I shouldn't. The walks themselves began to take on a different character. Janet always acted surprised when Margaret suggested new routes, but she never once disagreed. Nothing dramatic, just a different footpath here, a shortcut there. She knew the area remarkably well for someone who'd only lived locally for a year, according to Janet. Her suggestions always seemed reasonable. A more interesting view, a historical site worth seeing, a better path that avoided the muddy sections. But I started noticing that these detours often took us past residential areas, not hiking trails or countryside, but the backs of houses, private gardens, quiet streets where people lived their daily lives. Margaret would slow down during these sections, sometimes stopping to adjust her boots or check her map, but her attention was always on the houses. She'd look at washing lines, parked cars, windows. Once, when we were passing behind a row of suburban homes, she stopped completely and stared at one particular house for almost a minute. When I asked if everything was all right, she said she thought she recognized the garden from a previous walk. But we'd never walked that route before. I checked Janet's Facebook posts going back months. The group began to shrink after about 6 weeks. Nothing dramatic. People just stopped coming. First, it was David, the retired headmaster, who said he'd hurt his ankle. Then Sarah and her husband moved away, apparently. A couple of the younger members found other commitments. Janet made jokes about fair weather walkers, but I could see she was disappointed. Margaret never missed a walk. In fact, as the group got smaller, she became more talkative. She started asking questions about the remaining members, where they lived, what they did for work, whether they lived alone. Friendly questions, the kind you might ask when getting to know someone. But there was something methodical about it, like she was completing a survey. She asked me about my routine one afternoon when we were walking near Guildford. Did I have a regular schedule now that I wasn't working? Did I go out much during the week? Did I have neighbors who might notice if I didn't come home one evening? I laughed it off at the time, made some joke about having nowhere to go anyway. But the question stayed with me. Why would someone wonder about neighbors noticing if you didn't come home? The group was down to 6 regulars by the time I started feeling properly uncomfortable. Janet, myself, Margaret, an older gentleman called Frank, and 2 women in their 60s who always walked together. We'd developed a rhythm by then, meeting at the same car park, following Margaret's suggested routes, stopping at the same types of places. It was during a walk near Leatherhead that I realized what had been bothering me about Margaret's choice of detours. They weren't random at all. Each route took us past houses where people lived alone. I started paying attention to what Margaret was looking at, and it was always the same things. Single cars in driveways, washing lines with clothes for one person, houses with single sets of curtains, gardens maintained by one pair of hands. She was scouting. But for what? The answer came to me gradually, like a photograph developing in slow motion. Margaret wasn't just interested in the houses. She was interested in the people who lived in them. People like the members of our walking group. People like me. I started researching the area online, looking for local news, anything that might explain why a walking group would be losing members so regularly. What I found made my stomach turn cold. There had been a series of burglaries over the past year, all targeting elderly people living alone. The victims had all been away from home when the break-ins occurred, usually during daytime hours when they would normally be at home. The burglars seemed to know their routines, their schedules, when they'd be vulnerable. In several cases, neighbors mentioned strangers knocking weeks earlier, asking about gas meters or offering gardening services. But it wasn't just burglaries. There had been 3 cases of older people going missing in the Surrey area over the past 18 months. All of them had been described as socially isolated, living alone with few close friends or family members who might notice their absence quickly. All of them had been members of local groups or clubs, gardening societies, book clubs, walking groups. I stopped sleeping properly after that. Every night I'd lie in bed thinking about Margaret's questions, her careful attention to details, her methodical way of gathering information about people's lives. I thought about the missing members of our group, the ones who'd just stopped coming without explanation. I thought about David, the retired headmaster, who'd hurt his ankle. I tried to look him up online, but there was no trace of him anywhere. No social media, no phone listing, nothing. Like he'd never existed. The same with Sarah and her husband. Janet said they'd moved away, but when I asked for a forwarding address to send a Christmas card, she said they hadn't left one. I didn't want to believe what I was thinking. It seemed too extreme, too organized, too calculated. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Margaret wasn't just interested in our walking routes. She was interested in us, in our lives, our routines, our vulnerabilities. The final walk was scheduled for a weekend in late November. Janet had suggested a route near Haslemere, somewhere we'd never been before. That morning, I hovered over the sorry can't make it message on my phone, but I didn't send it. I almost didn't go, but I knew I needed to see this through. I needed to understand what was happening to our group. Margaret was waiting in the car park when I arrived, earlier than usual. She smiled when she saw me, that same quick, polite smile that had first made me uncomfortable. But this time, I noticed something else, relief, like she'd been worried I might not come. We were the only ones there. Janet called 5 minutes after our scheduled start time to say she had a family emergency and couldn't make it. Frank sent a text saying he was feeling unwell. The 2 women, who usually walk together, had apparently decided to visit a garden centre instead. It was just Margaret and me, standing in a car park at the edge of the Surrey Hills, with a walking route that would take us far from any main roads or populated areas. Margaret suggested we continue anyway. After all, she said, we both needed the exercise, and the weather was perfect for walking. She'd already studied the route, knew exactly where we were going. I should have left then. I should have made some excuse about not feeling well, or having forgotten something at home, or any of the dozen reasonable explanations for why 2 people shouldn't go walking alone in isolated countryside. But I didn't. I wanted to know what Margaret was planning. I wanted to understand what had happened to the others, what was really going on beneath the surface of our friendly walking group. So I followed her onto the footpath, into the woods, away from the car park and the main road, and any chance of encountering other people. The route Margaret chose was beautiful, I'll give her that. Deep woodland, ancient trees, the kind of scenery that makes you understand why people move to the countryside. But it was also remote, very remote, the kind of place where you could walk for hours without seeing another human being. We'd been walking for about an hour when Margaret stopped beside a fallen tree trunk. She sat down and opened her rucksack for the first time since I'd known her. I expected to see the usual walking supplies, water, snacks, a first aid kit. Instead, she pulled out a mobile phone. Not her usual phone, but an older model, the kind with actual buttons. She turned it on and started scrolling through what looked like a contact list. Then she looked at me with that same polite smile and said she had a confession to make. She told me she wasn't really interested in walking. She joined the group for research purposes, to study the members, to understand their routines and habits. She explained this calmly, matter-of-factly, like she was discussing the weather or the local wildlife. She said she'd been doing this for years, moving from group to group, area to area, identifying suitable candidates for what she called opportunities. She had a network of associates, people who shared her interests, who were always looking for new prospects. The missing members of our group, she explained, had been carefully selected based on their circumstances. People who lived alone, who had few close relationships, who wouldn't be missed quickly if they disappeared. People whose routine she'd studied, whose vulnerabilities she understood. Margaret asked if I had any questions. She seemed genuinely curious about my reaction, like she was conducting an interview or a psychological study. I asked what happened to David, to Sarah and her husband, to the others who'd stopped coming to the walks. She said they'd moved on, she said, found better uses. She was very careful with her language, never quite saying what she meant, but making it clear that these opportunities were not voluntary. Then she asked if I was interested in learning more about these opportunities myself. We always ask first, she said. It's better when they say yes. I said I thought I should probably head back to the car park now. Margaret smiled and said that wasn't really an option anymore. She'd brought me here for a specific purpose, and we needed to see it through. She had colleagues waiting nearby, people who were very interested in meeting me. I could hear them now, she said. Voices in the distance, people moving through the trees, getting closer. That's when I started running. I'm not in good shape. 3 months of unemployment and ready meals don't make for peak physical condition. But fear is a powerful motivator. I crashed through the undergrowth, following what I hoped was the path back to the car park, trying to put distance between myself and whatever Margaret had planned. I could hear them behind me. At least 3 people, maybe more, calm, methodical, like people who'd done this before. They weren't shouting or rushing. They were patient, methodical, like they'd done this before. I ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The woods all looked the same, and I'd lost the path completely. I was stumbling through bracken and fallen branches, my lungs burning, my legs shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline. Eventually, I found a road. Not the main road where we'd parked, but a narrow country lane that looked like it might lead to civilization. I followed it for about a mile before I came to a village, then kept walking until I found a pub with people in it. I called the police from the pub car park, told them about Margaret, about the walking group, about the missing members and the implied threats. They took it seriously, I'll give them that. Squad cars, interviews, a proper investigation. But when they went to search the woods near Haslemere, they found nothing. No sign of Margaret or her associates. No evidence of any criminal activity. The car park was empty. No trace of anyone having been there. The police checked into the missing members of the walking group, but there was no evidence they'd been harmed. David had indeed hurt his ankle, according to his GP, though they couldn't reach him for comment. Sarah and her husband had moved to Spain, apparently, though their forwarding address led to a postal box that had been closed for months. There was no proof that anything criminal had happened. No victims, no crime scene. No evidence beyond my own story about a walking group that had gradually lost members over several months. Margaret herself seemed to have vanished completely. The address she'd given Janet led to a house that had been empty for 2 years. The phone number went to a disconnected line. Even her membership fee had been paid in cash. It's been 4 months now since that walk near Haslemere. I've moved to a different area, found a new job, started trying to rebuild my life. But I still think about Margaret, about the walking group, about the people who stopped coming to the walks. I wonder if they found their opportunities after all. I wonder if Margaret is still out there, joining new groups, studying new people, identifying new candidates for whatever network she was working with. Sometimes I think I might have imagined the whole thing. Unemployment, divorce, isolation. They can play tricks on your mind, make you see threats where none exist. Maybe Margaret really was just an enthusiastic walker with poor social skills. Maybe the missing members really did just lose interest, move away, find other commitments. But then I remember the look in her eyes when she was studying people, the methodical way she gathered information, the careful selection of walking routes that took us past the homes of people who lived alone. I remember her smile when she told me about the opportunities her network provided for suitable candidates. And I remember the sound of people moving through the trees, getting closer, while Margaret sat calmly on that fallen log and explained why I wouldn't be going home that day. I've thought about trying to track her down, to warn other walking groups, to do something to stop whatever she's doing. But how do you warn people about a threat you can't prove exists? How do you explain that the friendly woman who suggests interesting detours might be cataloging your vulnerabilities for purposes you can't imagine? So I just try to stay alert now. I pay attention to new people in groups I join. Watch for the signs I learned to recognize too late. I look for the methodical questions, the careful observation, the way someone might study you when they think you're not paying attention. Because Margaret is still out there somewhere, still joining groups, still making friends, still offering to show people interesting routes through quiet countryside, still looking for suitable candidates who live alone, who wouldn't be missed quickly, who might be interested in learning about new opportunities. And she's very, very good at what she does. I've been clearing out dead people's houses for 8 months now, and I'm starting to think some of them weren't actually dead when I got there. It sounds mad, I know, but there were things I found, things that didn't make sense if they were truly gone. It began after my divorce went through. Sarah kept the house, naturally, and I found myself in a bedsit in Walthamstow, with nothing but a suitcase and a growing overdraft. The settlement had been brutal. 23 years of marriage, and I walked away with my car and whatever savings she hadn't already transferred to her sister's account. I needed money, quickly, and the job centre wasn't offering much beyond shelf stacking and telemarketing. My brother-in-law mentioned house clearances. He'd done a few himself after redundancy, cash-in-hand work for families who couldn't face sorting through their relatives' belongings. The money was decent if you knew where to sell things, and most people were just grateful to have someone else deal with the mess. He gave me the number for a woman called Janet, who coordinated these jobs through word of mouth. Janet was probably in her 60s, the parish committee type. All cardigans and calm authority. She explained how it worked over tea in her immaculate sitting room in Epping. Families would contact her when someone died, usually elderly relatives who'd lived alone for years. The families often lived far away, couldn't take time off work, or simply couldn't bear to go through decades of accumulated possessions. That's where I came in. The first house was in Enfield. Mrs. Patterson, 91, found dead in her armchair by a neighbour who'd noticed the milk bottles piling up. Her grandson lived in Scotland and just wanted the place emptied so he could sell it. Janet gave me the keys, a rough inventory of valuable items to look out for, and instructions to bag everything else for the charity shop or tip. The house smelled of old fabric softener and cat food, though I never saw a cat. Mrs. Patterson hoarded, but tidily. Every surface was covered with ornaments, books, photographs, and random household items she'd apparently been unable to throw away. I started in the kitchen, working methodically through cupboards full of expired tins and drawers crammed with takeaway menus from restaurants that had probably closed years ago. It was when I reached the bedroom that I found the first photograph. It was tucked inside a romance novel, a Polaroid of a man lying on a bed. He was fully clothed, but something about his position looked wrong. His arms were at odd angles, and his face had a slack quality that didn't look like sleep. There was a date written on the back, March 1987. I nearly threw it away with the rest of the junk, but something made me slip it into my pocket instead. I told myself I kept it out of curiosity, but the truth is I didn't want to let it go. The second house was in Barnet. Mr. Krishnan, 78, heart attack in his garden shed. His daughter lived in Bristol and wanted everything cleared within the week. This time, I found the photograph almost immediately, hidden inside a recipe book in the kitchen. Another Polaroid, another man, this one younger, lying on what looked like a sofa. Same unnatural positioning, same slack expression. The date on the back was June 1991. That's when I realized it wasn't a one-off. That should have been enough. Should have called the police, or at least mentioned it to Janet. But I didn't. I kept the photograph and continued working. By the fifth house, I'd developed a system. I'd do the regular clearance work first, sorting through the obvious items, loading the van with furniture and saleable goods. Then I'd conduct my own search, looking for the photographs I was now certain I'd find. They were always hidden in books, never in albums or frames, always Polaroids, always of men, always with that same wrong quality about them. The houses started to blur together. Terraced houses in Tottenham, semis in Hornsey, a flat in Wood Green. All elderly people who'd lived alone. All natural deaths, according to the paperwork Janet provided. But the photographs told a different story. I counted them obsessively. 23 in total, spanning from 1979 to 2003. The locations varied, but there were repeated elements. The same blue curtains appearing in multiple shots, the same wooden coffee table, the same patterned carpet. I started paying closer attention to the houses themselves. Mrs. Patterson's place had those blue curtains, though faded now. Mr. Krishnan had the coffee table, though it was buried under years of newspapers and magazines. The flat in Wood Green had the carpet, worn thin but still showing traces of that distinctive geometric pattern. The photographs weren't just hidden in these houses, they were taken in them. I began researching the deceased residents. Nothing obvious, just casual internet searches, checking old newspaper archives, looking at obituaries. Most had lived quietly, unremarkable lives. Widows and widowers, retirees, people who'd outlived their families and friends. But I noticed patterns. Several had worked in social services or healthcare. Others had been involved in community groups, volunteer work, positions that would have given them access to vulnerable people. The breakthrough came when I was clearing a house in Palmer's Green. Mrs. Hartwell, 86, found dead in her kitchen after a neighbour reported a smell. Her house was different from the others, more chaotic. less carefully maintained. I found the photographs in her bedroom, not hidden in books but scattered across her dressing table as if she'd been looking at them recently. 27 photographs this time, including several I recognized from other houses. But there were new ones too, and these were different. The men in them were clearly alive, though barely conscious. Their eyes were open but unfocused, and in some shots, you could see restraints around their wrists. Under the photographs was a notebook filled with Mrs. Hartwell's spidery handwriting, names, dates, addresses, details about the men's routines, their vulnerabilities, their social connections, or lack thereof. They were all homeless, addicted, or mentally ill. People who wouldn't be missed immediately, if at all. The notebook described the network. Mrs. Hartwell wasn't working alone. The other houses I'd cleared weren't just coincidentally connected. They were part of something organized, methodical. A group of elderly people who'd been selecting, stalking, and killing vulnerable men for decades. Not just victims, targets. I spent 3 days in that house, reading through the notebook, matching names to photographs, trying to understand the scope of what I'd discovered. The notebook contained addresses for 12 houses, all in North London. I'd already cleared 9 of them. The remaining 3 addresses were still occupied. I know I should have gone to the police then. Should have handed over the photographs, the notebook, everything. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the methodical nature of it all, the careful documentation, the way they'd operated for so long without detection. Maybe it was the realization that these people were still out there, still active. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe I was curious. I started watching the first address, a terraced house in Southgate. Mrs. Fleming, according to the notebook, 82 years old, widowed, retired nurse. I sat in my car across the street for 3 evenings noting her routine. She rarely left the house, but when she did, it was always on Thursday afternoons, presumably for shopping. On the 4th Thursday, I followed her. She didn't go to the shops. She drove to a car park behind a community centre in Arnos Grove and waited. After 20 minutes, a man approached her car. 50s, unkempt, carrying a sleeping bag and a plastic bag of belongings. They talked through her window, and then he got into her passenger seat. I followed them back to her house. The man never came out. I waited outside for 2 hours, watching the windows, looking for movement. Nothing. The lights went on in what I assumed was the kitchen, stayed on for about an hour, then went out. The house went dark. I drove home and spent the night staring at the ceiling, trying to decide what to do next. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I called Janet and told her I was taking a break from the house clearances. Personal reasons, I said. She didn't sound fussed. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been watching the news, checking missing person reports, looking for any mention of the man I saw get into Mrs. Fleming's car. Nothing. It's as if he never existed. I still have the photographs, the notebook, all the evidence I collected from the houses. It's sitting in a cardboard box under my bed, waiting for me to decide what to do with it. Some days I think about going to the police. Other days I think about going back to Mrs. Fleming's house, finding out what really happened to that man. But mostly, I think about the job advert I saw yesterday. Janet's looking for someone new to help with house clearances. Good money, she says. Flexible hours. Perfect for someone who needs a fresh start. The thing is, I'm starting to wonder if the clearances ever really end. If maybe the people whose houses I've been clearing aren't actually dead at all. Maybe they're just moving on, starting over somewhere else, leaving their old lives behind like everything else I've been boxing up and throwing away. Maybe that's what happens when you've been doing this work for too long. You start thinking every coincidence means something. You begin to think that patterns are everywhere, connections that aren't really there. But then I remember the photographs, the notebook, the man getting into Mrs. Fleming's car. And I wonder if the real problem isn't that I'm seeing patterns where none exist, but that I'm finally seeing the pattern that's been there all along. I've been cleaning up after them for 8 months now, disposing of the evidence, erasing the traces they left behind. And I'm starting to think that maybe that was the point. Maybe the house clearances weren't random jobs at all. Maybe they were deliberate, carefully orchestrated, designed to ensure that someone would find the evidence and then make it disappear. Maybe I haven't been discovering their secret. Maybe I've been helping them keep it. The cardboard box is still under my bed. Sometimes I can hear it rustling in the night, as if the photographs are trying to rearrange themselves, trying to tell me something I haven't figured out yet. But I don't look anymore. I've learned enough. Tomorrow, I'm going to call Janet back, tell her I'm ready to return to work. There are 3 more houses on Mrs. Hartwell's list, and I suspect they'll be coming up for clearance soon. Very soon. After all, I've become quite good at this job, and there's always more work to be done. I found the key under the 3rd flower pot on Tuesday morning, exactly where the estate agent said it would be. Divorce papers were still sitting on my kitchen table back in the flat, and my solicitor kept ringing about property division, but I couldn't face any of it. Sometimes you just need to disappear for a while. The house had been empty for 6 months, which explained the price, and I needed somewhere cheap whilst I figured out what came next. The rental advert was basic. 2 bedrooms, garden, quiet street. No photos, which should have been a red flag, but I was desperate. The agent met me outside, showed me round quickly, and handed over the keys the same day. Cash up front, 6 months minimum. She seemed eager to get it sorted, kept checking her watch like she had somewhere else to be. The house was fine, ordinary even. Magnolia walls, beige carpets, the kind of furniture that comes with furnished rentals. Serviceable, but soulless. The previous tenants had left it clean mostly. There were still some personal touches scattered about that the cleaning company must have missed. A mug in the kitchen cupboard with "World's Best Dad" printed on it. A single earring on the bathroom windowsill. A paperback novel wedged between the sofa cushions. Bookmark still marking someone's place on page 127. I moved my things in over the weekend. It didn't take long, just clothes, laptop, a few books. Everything else was still tangled up in the divorce, and I didn't want to fight over any of it. The silence in the house was different from my old flat, heavier somehow. But silence was what I needed. The neighbors were the usual mix you'd expect in a street like this. Young families, pensioners, a few single professionals like myself. The woman next door introduced herself as Carol when I was bringing in my last box. She was probably in her 60s, had that look of someone who'd lived in the same house for decades. She asked if I was planning to stay long, and when I said 6 months, maybe more, she nodded, like that made sense. The previous tenants were lovely, she said, unprompted. Shame they had to leave so suddenly. I asked what happened, making conversation more than anything, but she just shrugged and said sometimes people's circumstances change. She mentioned they'd been there almost 2 years, seemed settled. Then one day the removal van came, and they were gone. No forwarding address, no goodbye. The house sat empty after that. It was Carol who told me about the viewing times. She brought it up a few days later when I was getting my mail. Said she'd noticed people coming and going at strange hours, early morning, late evening, sometimes weekends. The estate agent had mentioned they were still showing the house to potential buyers, but Carol seemed to think it was excessive. 3 times last week, she said, then paused. Or was it 4? I lose track sometimes. I only notice because they always park in the same spot, right across from my kitchen window. She hesitated, looking confused for a moment. Actually, now I think about it, they don't always park there. Sometimes it's further down, but definitely the same type of car. Dark blue, I think, or possibly green. I hadn't seen anyone, but then I'd been spending most of my time in the back rooms, working on my laptop or reading. The front bedroom, where I'd set up my desk, faced the street, but I kept the curtains drawn during the day, too bright otherwise. Or maybe I just didn't want to look out. I wasn't sleeping well, and everything felt a bit off-kilter. The first time I actually saw them was on a Thursday. I was making tea in the kitchen when I heard a car door slam. Through the window, I watched a man in a dark suit approach the house opposite. He had keys, slipped inside without hesitation. I assumed he was the estate agent, though he didn't match the description of the man Carol had mentioned seeing. This one was younger, thinner, moved with quiet confidence, rather than the brisk efficiency you'd expect from someone just doing property viewings. He was inside for maybe 20 minutes. When he came out, he didn't get straight into his car. Instead, he stood on the pavement for a moment, looking up and down the street. His gaze lingered on my house. Or maybe it was Carol's. It was hard to tell from my angle. Then he drove away. I mentioned it to Carol the next time I saw her. She said she'd noticed him too, but thought he might be a surveyor or something. The house had been on the market for months apparently, and she'd seen all sorts of people coming and going. Valuers, contractors, potential buyers. But this felt different, she said, more regular. It's like they're not really looking at the house, she said. More like they're looking at everything around it. When I asked her about the estate agent she'd mentioned before, she looked blank for a moment. Which agent was that? Then she brightened. Oh yes, the man with the clipboard. Lovely fellow. Though thinking about it, I'm not sure he was an agent at all. Might have been from the council. Or maybe that was someone else entirely. I started paying attention after that. Not obsessively, just casually noting when cars pulled up outside. Carol was right. There was a pattern. Always different vehicles, but the same type of people. Professional looking, usually alone, never staying long. They'd go inside, spend some time moving through the rooms, then emerge and drive away. But they never seemed to bring the usual estate agent paraphernalia. No clipboards, no for sale signs, no obvious measuring equipment. The viewing schedule became part of my routine. Tuesday mornings, Thursday afternoons, sometimes Saturday evenings. I found myself timing my activities around them without really meaning to. Making tea when I heard the car doors, checking emails when I saw them approach the front door. It was something to break up the monotony of my days. During one of my sleepless nights, a thought crept in that made me feel slightly sick. What if my ex-husband had arranged this somehow? He'd always been vindictive when things didn't go his way, and he certainly had the connections through his work. Property development, planning permissions. He knew people in estate agencies, but the idea seemed paranoid, even for him. Still, once the thought was there, I couldn't quite shake it. I should mention that I wasn't sleeping well. The divorce, the uncertainty about work, the general upheaval of moving. It all added up. I'd lie awake at night, listening to the house settling around me. Old houses make sounds, everyone knows that. Floorboards creaking, pipes expanding, the occasional thump from upstairs when the water pressure changed. But some nights, the the sound seemed more deliberate. Footsteps in the hallway, doors opening and closing, the soft whisper of someone moving carefully through rooms. Though maybe that was just my mind playing tricks. I'd been having trouble concentrating during the day, losing track of conversations, forgetting where I'd put things. The stress was getting to me more than I wanted to admit. The logical explanation was that I was hearing things from next door, or from the house opposite during one of their viewings. Sound carries strangely in these old terraced houses, but the timing never seemed right. I'd hear the footsteps at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m., hours when no one should be conducting property viewings. One night, I got up to investigate. The hallway was empty, of course. All the doors were exactly as I'd left them. But standing there in the dark, I had the strangest feeling that someone had been there moments before. The air felt disturbed, if that makes sense, like the wake of a boat on still water. I started leaving little markers around the house after that. Nothing obvious, just small things that would tell me if someone had been inside. A hair across the bathroom door, a book positioned just so on the kitchen counter, the angle of a chair in the living room. It was probably paranoia, but it made me feel better. The markers were always exactly where I'd left them. It was Carol who suggested I call the estate agent. She'd been keeping a log, she said, of all the viewings she'd witnessed. More than 30 in the past month, which seemed excessive for a house that wasn't generating any offers. When I called, the woman who answered seemed confused. She said they'd only conducted 5 viewings in the past 6 weeks, all of them scheduled and accompanied by their staff. "Are you sure you're seeing viewings?" she asked. "Because we've had very little interest in that property. It's been quite disappointing, actually." I described the cars, the people, the regular schedule. She went quiet for a moment, then said she'd look into it. She never called back. The next Tuesday, I made a point of being in the front room when the usual time arrived. Sure enough, a silver hatchback pulled up just after 9 a.m. The woman who got out looked like all the others, professional, purposeful, carrying a small bag. She produced keys and entered the house with practiced ease. I watched from behind the curtain as she moved through the house. I could see her silhouette passing from room to room, pausing at the windows, spending time in what would be the bedrooms. But something about her movement seemed wrong. She wasn't examining the property. She was looking out of it, standing at each window, studying the street, the neighboring houses, studying my house. When she reached the front bedroom, the one that faced directly toward mine, she stopped. I couldn't see her clearly through the glass, but I could feel her attention like a weight. She stood there for several minutes, completely still, gazing across at my window. Even though I was hidden behind the curtain, I had the uncomfortable sensation that she could see me. Or maybe I was imagining the whole thing. My perception felt unreliable lately, colors seeming too bright or too dim, distances hard to judge. Was she even really looking this way? Or was that just what my paranoid mind was telling me? After she left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The house felt different, more exposed somehow. I found myself avoiding the front rooms, staying in the kitchen and back bedroom where the windows faced the garden. But even there, I felt watched. The viewings continued. If anything, they became more frequent. I started recognizing some of the people. The thin man in the dark suit, the woman with the silver car, an older man who always wore the same brown jacket. They came at different times, in different vehicles, but they all did the same thing. They'd go inside, spend time at the windows, then leave. I stopped answering the door. When the postman came, when Carol knocked to check on me, when someone from the gas company needed to read the meter, I just ignored them all. It was easier that way. The markers I'd placed around the house started moving, not dramatically, just small shifts that could have been coincidence. The book on the kitchen counter rotated slightly. The chair in the living room angled toward the window. The hair across the bathroom door disappeared entirely. I confronted Carol about it when I saw her in the garden. Asked if she'd noticed anything unusual, if she'd seen anyone else coming and going from my house. She looked at me strangely, said she'd been meaning to ask if I was all right. She hadn't seen me around much lately, and my lights were always on, even during the day. The people in the house opposite, I said. The viewings, are they still happening? She frowned, and for a moment she looked genuinely confused. What viewings? That house has been empty for months. I stared at her. But you told me about all the people coming and going. You were keeping a log. I think you must be confused, she said gently. I've never seen anyone at that house. Not since you moved in. She paused, studying my face with what looked like concern. Actually, that's not quite right. There was someone there yesterday, I think. Or was that last week? My memory comes and goes, she said, frowning. But I remember lights in that house, not sure when. The doubt that had been building inside me suddenly felt overwhelming. Was Carol lying or forgetting? Or was I losing my grip on reality? I found myself wondering if she might be connected to my ex-husband somehow. She'd mentioned knowing people in the area for decades. What if she knew him too? The paranoia felt absurd, even as I thought it. But I couldn't shake the suspicion. I went inside and rang the estate agent again. This time, a different woman answered. When I asked about the viewings, she said the property had been withdrawn from the market weeks ago. No viewings scheduled, no one authorized to show the house. If I was seeing people going in and out, I should ring the police. But I didn't ring the police, because when I really thought about it, when I tried to remember the specific details of what I'd seen, everything became vague and uncertain. Had I actually seen people entering the house, or just walking past it? Had I really watched them moving from room to room, or was that just what I'd assumed they were doing? The doubt crept in like cold water, filling all the spaces where certainty used to be. I started spending more time in the back of the house, away from the street. The garden was overgrown, but peaceful. I set up my laptop on the kitchen table and tried to focus on work, on the practical things that needed doing. The divorce papers were still waiting, along with job applications and council tax forms and all the mundane administration of a life in transition. But concentration was difficult. The house felt different now, not empty, but expectant, like it was waiting for something to happen. I'd catch myself listening for sounds that never came, watching shadows that never moved. The silence was no longer comforting. It was while I was working in the kitchen that I found the camera. It was tiny, no bigger than a button, tucked behind the microwave where the cable ran down to the socket. If I hadn't been looking for somewhere to plug in my phone charger, I would never have noticed it. My hands shook as I worked it free. It looked like a camera, the kind of lens you'd expect tucked just out of sight. Though there was no light or sign, it was active. It might have been old or broken, or maybe it was still working in a way I couldn't detect. I searched the rest of the house systematically. I found 2 more suspicious devices, one embedded in the base of a lamp, another tucked inside the ceiling rose in the bedroom. They all looked similar, all aimed toward the center of each room. Whether they still worked, I had no idea. The previous tenants, the ones who'd left so suddenly with no forwarding address, had they known? Had they found the cameras and fled? Or had they been complicit, willingly performing their daily lives for whoever was watching? I thought about all the nights I'd heard footsteps, all the times I'd felt observed, the moving markers, the sense of presence in empty rooms. How long had they been watching me? How long had I been entertainment for people I'd never met? I packed my things that night, threw everything into boxes and bags, loading them into my car by the light of the street lamps. I left the devices where they were, let them film empty rooms, if that's what they did. Carol's curtains twitched as I carried out the last box, but she didn't come outside. Maybe she was part of it too. Maybe everyone was. I drove until I found a service station, bought coffee, and sat in the car park trying to think clearly. The devices proved something was wrong, but they also raised more questions than they answered. Who had installed them? Who might have been watching? And why me? But then another thought crept in, and I felt cold despite the heater. What if I hadn't stumbled onto this by accident? What if the cheap rent, the eager estate agent, the house that was perfect for someone in my exact situation? What if it had all been arranged? What if I hadn't been running from my old life but being guided toward this one? The rental agreement was in my name, but I'd never spoken to the actual landlord. Everything had gone through the estate agent who'd been so eager to get the house occupied. 6 months minimum, cash up front. Had they been looking for someone like me, isolated, vulnerable, recently divorced, unlikely to ask too many questions? I tried ringing the estate agent from the service station, but the number just rang out. When I finally got through to their office the next day, they claimed no knowledge of the rental arrangement. Said they only handled sales, not lettings. The woman I dealt with didn't exist in their records. The house is still there, of course. I drive past it sometimes when I'm in the area. There's always a different car parked outside. Always someone new living behind those windows. The for sale sign is long gone, replaced by a discreet to let board from an agency I've never heard of. I wonder about the people who live there now, whether they've found the devices, whether they know they might be being watched, whether they lie awake at night, listening to footsteps that might be their own imagination, or might be something else entirely. The divorce papers are still in a box somewhere, along with the job applications and council tax forms. I should probably deal with them eventually, but for now, I'm staying in different places. Hostels, short-term rentals, friends' spare rooms. It's complicated, but it feels safer. I've started to wonder if I was never meant to escape that house. If everything that happened there, the isolation, the paranoia, the gradual breakdown of my ability to trust my own perceptions, was being evaluated, measured, recorded for some purpose I'll never understand. Maybe I wasn't running from them. Maybe they were running me. And maybe, wherever I am now, the process is just continuing in a different form. I inherited the house from my aunt 3 months after the divorce was finalized, which felt like the universe throwing me a bone for once. It felt convenient at the time, maybe too convenient. I'd been staying in my mate Paul's spare room since September, and while he was decent about it, we both knew it wasn't sustainable. The house was in Sutton Coldfield, a 1930s semi with a long back garden that my aunt had loved, but I'd never paid much attention to, so I was told. I hadn't visited much. 2 years of illness had left everything overgrown and wild. I wasn't planning to do much with the garden initially. I had enough on my plate just making the house habitable. The heating needed work. The kitchen was stuck somewhere in the 1980s, and every room required at least 2 coats of paint to cover the nicotine stains. But the shed bothered me from the start. It sat at the very back of the garden. almost hidden behind a tangle of brambles and an enormous holly tree. The thing was bigger than I'd expected, more like a small outbuilding really, and it was locked with a heavy padlock that looked relatively new, which was odd, but the shed stood out. Too well maintained, too deliberate. I asked Paul about it when he came round to help me move some furniture. He'd known my aunt better than I had, visited her regularly in the last few years, when I'd been too caught up in my own problems to bother. She was always fussing about that shed, he said, hauling a wardrobe up the stairs. Wouldn't let anyone near it, not even the gardener. Said it was full of old junk she'd get round to sorting eventually. That seemed reasonable enough. Old people accumulate things, and my aunt had lived in the house for nearly 40 years. But when I found the key in her kitchen drawer a week later, tucked inside an old tobacco tin with a note that said, "For the shed, please be careful," I felt a strange reluctance to use it. The note was in my aunt's handwriting, but the paper looked fresh, not the yellowed, brittle stuff you'd expect from someone who'd been ill for months. And why please be careful? Careful of what? I left it for another week, telling myself I was too busy with the house to deal with the garden. It sat on my kitchen table the whole time, like it was waiting. But the truth was, something about that sheet made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was the way it seemed to loom over the garden, or how the shadows fell differently around it, but I found myself avoiding that corner of the property altogether. Eventually, practical concerns won out. I needed somewhere to store the lawnmower and the other garden tools my aunt had left behind. The shed was the obvious solution, and I was being ridiculous about a simple padlock and a perfectly normal outbuilding. I went out on a Saturday morning in late February, when the weather was crisp and bright and everything felt manageable. The key turned easily, as if the lock had been used recently. The door swung open with barely a creak. The inside was nothing like I'd expected. It was clean, spotless actually. The floor was concrete, painted grey and unmarked by oil stains or dirt. The walls were lined with metal shelving units, the kind you'd find in a warehouse, and everything was organized with an almost military precision. Garden tools hung from hooks, each one clean and properly maintained. Bags of compost were stacked in perfect rows. Even the cobwebs seemed to have been dusted away. But it was the back wall that made me stop breathing for a moment. It was covered in photographs. Not family photos or holiday snaps, but surveillance-style pictures taken with a long lens. People walking down streets, sitting in cars, entering buildings. All of them were candid shots. The subjects clearly unaware they were being photographed. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, pinned to the wall in neat rows, like an evidence board. I moved closer, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The photos were all of different people, men, women, various ages. Some were in color, others black and white. A few looked recent, but others had the faded quality of pictures taken years ago. Each one was labeled with a small white sticker bearing a name, date, and location. Jennifer Mills, 15th of March 2019, Erdington High Street. Michelle Foster, April 11th, 2021, Bullring Car Park. The names meant nothing to me, but the locations were all local. Birmingham and the surrounding areas. Places I recognized, places I'd been to countless times without knowing someone had been watching, photographing, cataloguing. I backed away from the wall, my heart hammering. This had to be some kind of mistake. My aunt had been a retired librarian, for God's sake. Quiet, bookish, the sort of person who fed stray cats and complained about the noise from next door's television. She wasn't someone who took secret photographs of strangers, but the evidence was right there in front of me. I forced myself to look more carefully at the shelving units, Between the gardening supplies, I found other things. A collection of notebooks, their pages filled with dense handwriting. Maps of the local area marked with colored pins. A camera, expensive looking, with a telephoto lens that would have cost more than my aunt's monthly pension. I'd seen setups like this in documentaries, but never in someone's garden shed. One of the notebooks was lying open on a small table I hadn't noticed before. The page was headed Current Subjects and contained a list of names and addresses. Some were crossed out in red ink. Others had question marks beside them. At the bottom of the page, in my aunt's careful script, were the words, "Remember, they never suspect the elderly." I slammed the notebook shut and stumbled backwards, knocking over a watering can. The clatter echoed in the confined space, unnaturally loud. My aunt hadn't been a harmless old lady. She'd been watching people, following them, recording their movements. For how long? And why? I grabbed the nearest notebook and flipped through it randomly. The entries went back years, maybe decades. Page after page of observations, times, dates, patterns of behavior. Subject arrives at office 8:47 a.m. every Tuesday. Subject visits mother on Sundays, usually stays 2 to 3 hours. Subject has been sleeping badly, lights on until late. Subject failed to return home last Tuesday. Investigate. The level of detail was extraordinary and disturbing. These weren't casual observations, but careful surveillance, the work of someone who had made watching people their primary occupation. In the earlier entries, the tone was clinical, almost scientific. But as I flipped through the years, something had changed. The handwriting became more urgent, the observations more personal. The detachment had given way to something else, a kind of possessive intimacy that made my skin crawl. I thought about the years when I'd barely visited, when work and marriage had consumed all my time and energy. What had my aunt been doing during those long, empty days? How many people had she watched? How many had she followed? And what had she done with the information? Some of the notebooks were older, dating back to the 1980s. The handwriting was more confident then, the entries more detailed. But there were gaps, periods of months where nothing had been recorded. I found myself wondering if those gaps corresponded to times when my aunt had been ill or away, or perhaps when she'd been doing something that required her full attention, something that didn't need to be written down. I was still standing there, notebook in hand, when I heard footsteps in the garden. A woman was making her way up the garden path, alone, calm. I peered through the shed's single window and saw she was in her 60s, wearing a long coat and carrying what looked like a bunch of flowers. She was walking straight towards the shed. I had perhaps 30 seconds before she reached the door. There was no back exit, nowhere to go, no way out. I shoved the notebook back onto the shelf and tried to look casual, as if I was just sorting through my aunt's gardening supplies. The woman appeared in the doorway. She was older than I'd first thought, with grey hair pulled back in a neat bun and intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She looked like a teacher or maybe a social worker. She came across as trustworthy, calm, polite, maybe even a bit motherly. "You must be Margaret's nephew," she said, smiling warmly. "I'm Dorothy. I live just down the road. I was so sorry to hear about your aunt's passing." I mumbled something polite about it being a difficult time. "She was a remarkable woman," Dorothy continued, stepping uninvited into the shed. "Very dedicated to her work. I imagine you've been wondering about all this." She gestured at the photographs on the wall with casual familiarity. I felt the blood drain from my face. "You know about this?" "Oh yes, we all did. The network, I mean. Margaret was one of our most reliable contributors." Dorothy's smile never wavered. She had such a gift for observation, and people never suspected her, you know. Who pays attention to a little old lady with a walking stick? The flowers in her hand, I realized, weren't flowers at all. They were covering something else, something that caught the light when she moved. The thing is, Dorothy said, still smiling, we're going to need someone to take over Margaret's work. Someone who can access the house, maintain the shed, continue the observations. Someone who already has a legitimate reason to be here. I started to back towards the door, but Dorothy was already moving, faster than her age should have allowed. The bunch of flowers dropped to the floor, revealing what I'd already begun to suspect. A knife, its blade bright and sharp and businesslike. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be," she said, and her voice was still perfectly pleasant, still the voice of someone's favorite teacher. "You're going to help us, one way or another. We'd rather you were cooperative. It's cleaner that way." I thought about the photographs on the wall, the crossed-out names in the notebook, the years of careful surveillance. I thought about my aunt's final note, "Please be careful," and wondered if it had been a warning I'd been too naive to understand. But mostly I thought about the empty spaces in those notebooks, the gaps where nothing had been recorded, the times when observation had given way to action, when watching had become something else entirely, something that required a garden shed with concrete floors and metal shelving, and walls that no one would think to look behind. Dorothy took another step forward, and I realized I was about to become part of the network, whether I wanted to or not. Just before she reached me, my eye caught one last label pinned to the wall. Thomas Bradley, 28th of February, 2024, inherited property. My own name, today's date. She'd been preparing for this. The first time I noticed him, he was already watching Margaret. I'd started volunteering at the food bank because I needed something to fill the days. After the redundancy, I'd been spending too much time indoors, scrolling through job sites and feeling sorry for myself. The Riverside Community Centre was a 10-minute walk from my flat, and they were always desperate for volunteers. It might make me feel useful again. The woman who ran it was called Margaret. She was one of those efficient, no-nonsense types who wear sensible shoes and always know exactly what needs doing. She showed me round on my first day, explaining how they sorted donations, how the queue system worked, how to spot the regulars who might try to take more than their fair share. It was all very organized, very proper, a place that made you feel good about yourself just for being there. Most of the people who came through were exactly what you'd expect. Pensioners stretching their money, young mothers with tired eyes, the occasional rough sleeper who'd managed to clean themselves up enough to come inside. They were grateful, polite, the sort of people who'd fallen on hard times through no real fault of their own. It made me feel better about my own situation, if I'm being honest. At least I wasn't queuing for tinned beans and day-old bread. The man I'm thinking about started coming in around my third week. He was different from the others somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on why at first. Well dressed for one thing. Not expensive clothes, but clean and pressed. Dark jeans, a grey jumper that looked like it came from Marks and Spencer. He was probably in his 50s, with greying hair and a face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Unremarkable if you passed him on the street. What struck me was how he moved through the space. Most people who came to the food bank had a particular way about them. Heads down, apologetic, trying not to take up too much room. This man walked like he belonged there. Not arrogant, exactly, but comfortable. Like he was doing us a favor by accepting our help. He always came on Tuesdays, usually around 11:30 when the morning rush had died down. Never rushed, never seemed particularly hungry. He'd chat with Margaret while she packed his bag, asking about her weekend, complimenting her cardigan. She seemed to like him, said he was one of the polite ones, not like some of the others who just grabbed what they could and left. I started paying attention to what he took. It wasn't much, a few tins, some pasta, maybe a loaf of bread. Never the fresh stuff, never the meat when we had it. Always the basics, things that would last. Like he was being deliberately modest, or maybe like he didn't actually need much food at all. I noticed she'd started locking the back room again, even when no one else was around. She never said why. The first time I spoke to him properly was on a Tuesday in October. Margaret had nipped out to collect a donation from the co-op, and I was manning the desk on my own. He came in with that same unhurried walk, smiled at me like we were old friends. He asked if Margaret was about, seemed disappointed when I said she'd be back in 20 minutes. Then he asked if I'd been volunteering long, how I'd heard about the place. Normal questions, the kind of thing people make conversation about. His voice was soft, well-spoken, the kind of accent that suggested a decent education, maybe a professional background. What bothered me was how he kept glancing towards the back room while we talked. Not obviously, just little flicks of his eyes when he thought I wasn't looking. The back room was where we stored the bulk donations, where Margaret kept the paperwork. Nothing particularly interesting, certainly nothing that should concern someone who was just there for a free meal. I mentioned it to Margaret when she got back. She laughed it off, said he was probably just curious about how things worked. Some people like to understand the process, she said. Made them feel less like they were taking charity, but I noticed she made sure to lock the back room door after that. Something she'd never bothered with before. The following week, he didn't come. I found myself looking out for him, which was strange because I'd only spoken to him once. But Tuesday 11:30 rolled around and he wasn't there. Margaret mentioned it too, said it was unlike him to miss a week. He'd been so regular, she said, reliable. He turned up the week after that though, same time, same pleasant manner. When I asked where he'd been, he said he'd been helping a friend move house. The answer was too smooth, like he'd practiced it. This time I watched him more carefully. He spent longer than usual talking to Margaret, asking about the other volunteers, about how the rota worked. Who came in when, whether we ever worked alone. She said Tuesdays were usually quiet. Sometimes it was just her. Sometimes only one person was in. I could see her becoming slightly uncomfortable, glancing at the queue building up behind him, trying to move the conversation along. It was then that I noticed something I'd missed before. While he was talking to Margaret, his hands were moving. Not fidgeting exactly, but purposeful little movements. Touching the edge of the desk, brushing against the sign-in sheet, picking up and putting down the pen we used for the register. Like he was mapping the space, memorizing the layout. I started asking Margaret about him after he'd gone. Casual questions, the sort of thing you might ask about any regular. How long had he been coming? Did he live locally? Had he mentioned what sort of work he used to do? But Margaret didn't know much more than I did. He'd started coming in the summer, she said. Always polite, always grateful. She thought he might have been made redundant too, like me. There was something about the way he carried himself that suggested he wasn't used to needing help. The next Tuesday, I made sure I was there when he arrived. I'd started taking more interest in the day-to-day running of the place, volunteering for extra shifts when I could. It gave me something to do, and I was becoming genuinely useful. Margaret had started leaving me in charge when she had to pop out, trusting me with the keys and the register. He seemed pleased to see me, asked how I was settling in. Then he did something that made my skin crawl, though I couldn't say why at the time. He leaned across the desk, lowered his voice like he was sharing a secret, and asked if I lived nearby. When I said yes, he smiled and said he thought he might have seen me around. Near the big Morrisons, said, walking past the bus stop. The thing is, I don't shop at Morrisons. It's a 20-minute walk from my flat, and there's a smaller co-op much closer. I'd been past it a few times, but not regularly. Not enough that someone would casually notice me there. And the bus stop he mentioned wasn't one I'd ever used. I told him he must have me confused with someone else. He nodded, said that happened to him all the time. But he didn't look confused. He looked satisfied, like he'd confirmed something he already knew. That night, I found myself thinking about him as I was trying to get to sleep. Something about the conversation had unsettled me, though I couldn't work out what. It was perfectly innocent, the sort of small talk you might make with anyone. But there was something underneath it, something that felt calculated. I started noticing things about my routine that I'd never paid attention to before. The route I took to the shops, the times I usually left the flat, the way I could see into my kitchen window from the street if the lights were on. It was like becoming aware of your own breathing. Once you start thinking about it, you can't stop. The following week, I made a point of being busy when he came in. I stayed in the back room, sorting through donations, letting Margaret deal with him. But I could hear them talking through the thin partition wall. The usual pleasantries, the same questions about her weekend. Then I heard him ask something that made me freeze. He wanted to know about the volunteers. How many of us were there, whether we had set days, whether Margaret ever had to work alone. She told him we were a small team, that Tuesday was usually quiet, that sometimes it was just her and one other person. I heard him make some comment about how hard it must be, running a place like this with so few people to help. When I came back out, he was just leaving. He nodded to me, smiled that same pleasant smile, but as he walked away, I saw him glance back at the building, taking in the windows, the entrance, the little alley that ran down the side where we kept the bins. The next morning, I found an envelope pushed under my door. No stamp, no postmark, just my name in block capitals. Inside was a photograph of me leaving the community center, taken from across the street. I was carrying a bag of shopping, looking relaxed, unaware. No note, no message. Just proof that someone had been watching me closely. I didn't say anything to Margaret. What could I say? That I had a bad feeling about someone who'd been nothing but courteous. That's what made it worse. And the worst part, the volunteering had given me purpose, a reason to get up in the morning. Without it, I was back to the endless cycle of job applications and rejection letters. I started looking for other volunteer opportunities, but my heart wasn't in it. Every time I walked past a community center or charity shop, I found myself checking for familiar faces, looking for signs that I was being watched. The photograph had poisoned something in me, made me suspicious of everyone. A few weeks later, I saw a small article in the local paper. A woman had gone missing from the next town over. She'd been volunteering at a homeless shelter, they said. A reliable person, not the type to just disappear. The last anyone had seen of her, she'd been locking up the shelter on a Tuesday evening. The article didn't mention whether anyone had been asking questions about the shelter's operations, or whether any of the volunteers had been photographed. But I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach clench, that they had been. I moved house 3 months later. A new town, a new start, a new routine. I told myself it was about the job market, about finding better opportunities. But really, I was running from the memory of that photograph, from the knowledge that someone had been watching me so closely. I never volunteered anywhere again. It's not that I stopped wanting to help people, but I couldn't risk it. Couldn't risk being that visible, that predictable. Because somewhere out there I knew he was still watching other community centers, other volunteers, other people who just wanted to help. The woman from the homeless shelter was never found. Neither were the two others who disappeared over the following months. All volunteers, all last seen on quiet weekdays when they might have been working alone. I sometimes wonder if I could have done more to stop him. If I'd spoken up sooner, been more insistent with the police, maybe those women would still be alive. But then I remember that photograph, the way it felt to know I was being hunted. And I'm glad I got away when I did, because I'm certain now that's what he was doing. Hunting, learning our routines, our vulnerabilities, our moments of isolation. And when he found what he was looking for, when he'd identified the perfect target, he took them. The volunteering was just cover, I think. A way to get inside these places, to study them from within. To find people who were isolated, who worked alone, who might not be missed immediately. People like me, trying to rebuild their lives after redundancy. People like those women who disappeared. I still get the occasional photograph in the post. Never threatening, never obvious. Just pictures of me going about my daily life, taken from a distance. A reminder that he knows where I am, that he's still watching, that I got away, but only just. Last one came yesterday. Me leaving the job center. On the back, just one word in those same careful block letters. Soon. I started working nights at the Tesco Express on Bethnal Green Road 3 months after my redundancy. It wasn't exactly a career move, but the job centre had been getting increasingly aggressive about my benefit claims. And frankly, I needed something to fill the hours between midnight and dawn when sleep wouldn't come anyway. The thing about night shifts is that you see a different side of people, not just the obvious ones. The shift workers heading home, the students stumbling back from clubs, the early morning commuters grabbing coffee before catching the tube. It's the regulars that get to you, the ones who come in at 2:30 a.m. for a single packet of crisps, or spend 20 minutes inspecting ready meals like they're selecting wine. There was this woman who started coming in around my second week, always between 3 and 4 in the morning, always bought the same thing: a bottle of water, a packet of paracetamol, and whatever flowers we had that were starting to wilt. The discount ones. She'd pay with exact change, never spoke beyond a quiet "thank you," and always left through the side door that led to the car park rather than the main entrance. She wasn't particularly memorable at first. Middle-aged, average height, dark hair usually pulled back in a ponytail. The kind of person you'd walk past on the street without a second glance. But when you see someone at 3 in the morning several times a week, you start to notice things. The way she'd glance over her shoulder before coming in. How her hands would shake slightly when she handed over the money. The fact that she never seemed to be coming from anywhere or going anywhere specific. Just appeared and disappeared like she'd materialized from the night itself. I mentioned her to Graham, the bloke who worked the day shift before me. He'd been at the store for nearly 15 years, knew all the regulars by name, could tell you which newspapers they read and whether they preferred their tea bag square or round. But when I described the woman, he just shrugged. "Doesn't ring a bell, mate. You sure she's not just passing through?" but she wasn't passing through. She came in every Tuesday and Friday, never late, never early, like she was following instructions. Always the same routine, always the same purchases. I started looking forward to it, in a way. Night shifts can be lonely, and even that brief interaction felt like proof that the world still existed beyond the fluorescent lights and the hum of the refrigeration units. It was about a month in when I noticed the newspaper clippings. She dropped her purse while fumbling for change, and when she bent to pick it up, several folded pieces of paper fell out. I helped her gather them up, and that's when I saw they were all from the Hackney Gazette. All thin grey clippings with headlines I couldn't fully read, but I caught one word: missing. She was more flustered than I'd ever seen her, stuffing the clippings back into her purse while muttering apologies. But what stuck with me was the way she looked at me afterwards. Not embarrassed exactly, more like she was trying to work out whether I'd seen something I shouldn't have. I started paying more attention after that. Not deliberately, not like I was investigating or anything. It's just that when your nights are filled with the same routine, stock the shelves, serve the occasional customer, clean the floors, you notice when something breaks the pattern. And she was definitely a pattern breaker. For one thing, she never bought anything perishable. Never milk or bread or anything you'd need to keep fresh. Just water, paracetamol, and dying flowers. Always dying flowers. I started wondering what she did with them all, whether she was visiting someone in hospital, or tending to a grave, or just liked having flowers around even when they were past their best. Then there was the car. I'd never seen her arrive or leave, but one night when I was taking the rubbish out to the bins, I noticed a dark Ford Fiesta parked under the broken street light at the far end of the car park, engine running, headlights off. It was there when I went out at 3:30, and still there when I checked again at 4. The next morning, it was gone. Could have been anyone's car, of course. Could have been someone sleeping rough or a taxi driver taking a break, or any number of perfectly innocent explanations. But the timing bothered me. The fact that it was there every Tuesday and Friday, and only on Tuesday and Friday. I started watching from the window when she left. Sure enough, she'd walk straight to the Fiesta. But here's the thing, she never got in the driver's seat. She'd go to the passenger side, open the door, and slide in. Then the car would pull away, always towards the main road, always turning left toward the city centre. Someone was waiting for her. Someone who sat in the dark with the engine running while she made her strange little purchases. Someone who never came into the store, never showed their face, never did anything but wait. I told myself it was none of my business. People have their reasons for things, and maybe she was just someone who didn't drive, who had a friend or family member who gave her lifts. Maybe the newspapers were about someone she knew, someone she was worried about. Maybe the flowers were for a memorial or a shrine, or just because she liked having them around. But the more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. The way she'd look over her shoulder, the way her hands shook, the way she'd clutch that purse like it contained something precious or dangerous, the way she never ever looked directly at the car when she walked towards it. I found myself going further than I should have. Checking CCTV when my manager wasn't around, searching local news archives during slow hours, looking up the Hackney Gazette online, searching for missing persons reports. Nothing concrete, nothing that definitely connected to her, but enough to keep me awake during the day when I should have been sleeping. The articles were all about women, different ages, different backgrounds, but all from the same general area, all reported missing by family or friends, all last seen in the evening or early morning hours, all still missing. I printed out a few of the articles and started keeping them in my locker. Told myself I was just being paranoid, that I was reading too much into coincidence. But the dates bothered me. The most recent disappearance was 3 weeks ago. A woman called Sarah Chen, 28 years old, worked as a teaching assistant at a primary school in Bo. Last seen leaving her flat on a Tuesday evening. The article mentioned she'd been receiving strange phone calls in the weeks before she vanished. The Tuesday before that, it was Rebecca Martinez, a 34-year-old nurse from Mile End. Before that, Emma Thompson, a 22-year-old student from Queen Mary University. All on Tuesdays, all in the same few square miles. I started dreading Tuesday nights, started hoping she wouldn't come in. But she always did, always at the same time, always with the same purchases. Water, paracetamol, flowers, always flowers. It was a Tuesday in November when everything changed. She came in as usual, but something was different. She seemed more agitated than normal, kept glancing at the door, kept checking her phone. When she got to the counter, she didn't have the exact change ready like she usually did. Instead, she fumbled in her purse, and that's when I saw them. More newspaper clippings, but these were different. These weren't from the Hackney Gazette. These were from other papers, other areas. Manchester Evening News, Birmingham Mail, the Scottish Herald, all missing persons reports, all women. The names stretched across cities, Manchester, Birmingham, even Glasgow. Different places, same pattern, same purchases, same disappearances. She caught me looking and slammed the purse shut. But this time, instead of the usual flustered apology, she leaned across the counter and spoke in a whisper. "You need to stop watching me." My blood went cold. I didn't think she'd noticed. Didn't think I'd made it obvious. "I don't know what you mean," I said. My voice betrayed me. Too high, too quick. She stared at me for a long moment, and I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen before. Not fear, not embarrassment, something calculating. "You work here every Tuesday and Friday," she said. "You watch me leave. You watch the car. You've been taking pictures." I hadn't been taking pictures. I'd thought about it, but I hadn't. But the way she said it, so matter-of-fact, so certain, made me feel like I had. "I think you're mistaken," I said. She smiled then, and it was the worst smile I'd ever seen, like she was genuinely pleased about something. "No," she said, "I'm not." She left her money on the counter, exact change, as always, and walked out. I watched her go to the car, watched her get in the passenger side, watched them drive away. But this time, I noticed something else. The car didn't turn left towards the city centre. It turned right, towards the residential streets, towards the area where most of the missing women had lived. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd looked at me, the way she'd known I'd been watching, the way she'd seemed almost relieved to have it out in the open. I called in sick for my next shift, told my manager I had food poisoning, that I'd be back by the weekend. I spent the night at home, curtains drawn, checking the locks on my door every few minutes. Told myself I was being paranoid, that I was letting my imagination run away with me. But I kept thinking about those newspaper clippings, about the pattern, about the way she'd collected them like trophies. Friday came and went, and I didn't go to work. Saturday too. By Sunday, I was starting to feel like maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe she was just unwell, obsessed with missing persons cases for reasons that made sense only to her. Maybe I'd read too much into it. I went back to work on Monday. My manager was annoyed but understanding. Night shift workers called in sick fairly regularly, and I'd never done it before. The store felt different somehow, smaller. like the walls had moved closer together while I was away. Tuesday came around again. I found myself watching the clock, waiting for her usual time. 3:30 came and went, 4 o'clock, 4:30. She didn't come. I told myself I was relieved, that whatever strange routine she'd been following, she'd broken it. That maybe she'd moved away or found help, or simply decided to shop elsewhere. But Wednesday night, she was back, same time, same purchases. But when she got to the counter, she placed something extra next to the water and paracetamol and flowers. A photograph, a small print, the kind you get from a photo booth. It showed a young woman with dark hair and a nervous smile. Someone I didn't recognize. "Do you know her?" the woman asked. I shook my head. Her name was Lisa. She used to work nights too. Different place, but same hours. She noticed patterns, asked questions, the kind that get you into trouble. My mouth went dry. I tried to speak, but no words came out. She asked too many questions, the woman continued. Got too curious about things that weren't her business. You remind me of her. She picked up the photograph and put it back in her purse, next to all those newspaper clippings. "I'll see you Friday," she said, and left. I didn't call in sick this time. I didn't go home and check the locks. I stood there in the empty store under the fluorescent lights and understood with perfect clarity that I was going to die. Not tonight, maybe not Friday, but soon, because I'd seen too much, noticed too much, become too much of a problem. Because somewhere in this city, there was a car driving through the night with a woman who collected newspaper clippings and a driver who never showed their face and was very good at making people disappear. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know, need someone to understand that when I don't show up for work, when my flat stays empty, when my name appears in the local paper under missing persons, it won't be because I chose to disappear. It'll be because I worked the night shift at a Tesco Express on Bethnal Green Road, and I noticed things I shouldn't have noticed. I started noticing him because he always carried the same newspaper. Not just the same title, The Guardian, but literally the same copy, week after week, month after month, the same issue from February 14th, 2023. The edges were getting soft and yellow, and there was a coffee stain shaped like Australia near the bottom corner. You see odd things on the 743 from Reading to Paddington when you take it every day for 18 months. The woman who counts her fingers obsessively. The man who writes the same grocery list over and over. The teenage girl who hasn't looked up from her phone once in all that time, not even when we derailed last spring and sat stranded for 3 hours. But the newspaper man bothered me in a way the others didn't. I'd been commuting since I lost my job at the marketing firm. Well, not lost exactly. Made redundant, they called it, though it felt more like being quietly erased. 34 years old, and suddenly I'm sitting in job interviews, trying to explain gaps in my CV, whilst pretending I'm not desperate for anything that pays more than JSA. The temp agency found me something eventually. Data entry for an insurance company in London. Boring work. But it paid £12.50 an hour, and I could do it with my eyes closed. The sort of job that lets your mind wander, which probably wasn't ideal given how much time I was already spending thinking about things I shouldn't. That's when I really started watching people. It made me feel like I was in control again, like I could predict something when nothing else in my life made sense. The newspaper man sat 4 rows ahead of me, always in the same seat. Window side, facing forward, right-hand side of the carriage. He'd board at Reading like me, settle in with that same yellowing paper, and pretend to read it for the entire journey. But I could see his eyes weren't moving. They just stared at the same spot on the page, whilst his fingers drummed against his knee, in a pattern I started to recognize. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, pause. Always the same rhythm. Always the same duration. I began timing it with my phone. Exactly every 7 seconds. For 53 minutes, from Reading to Paddington, he'd maintained that precise pattern while staring at page 4 of a newspaper from last Valentine's Day. After about 2 weeks of noticing this, I started changing my seat to get a better look at him. Nothing obvious. I'm not completely mad. Just moving around the carriage naturally, the way people do. One morning, I managed to sit diagonally behind him and caught a glimpse of what he was looking at. It was the obituaries. Specifically, he was staring at one obituary. I couldn't read the name from that angle, but I could see it was a small notice, maybe 3 lines, the kind they run for people who die quietly, without much fuss. I tried to find that exact newspaper online when I got to work, but the Guardian's digital obituaries don't match their print versions exactly. Different layout, different selections. I'd need to see the actual physical paper to know what had caught his attention for so long. This was around the time I started having trouble sleeping. Not insomnia exactly, just a restlessness that kept me awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd lie there thinking about the newspaper man, wondering what sort of person reads the same obituary for months, whether he knew the deceased, whether he'd known them very well indeed, or waiting for it to change. The not sleeping meant I was often tired on the commute, which probably explains why it took me so long to notice that other people had started watching him too. There was a woman with short grey hair who sat near the doors. She'd been on my train for months, always knitting the same blue scarf that never seemed to get longer. But now she'd stopped knitting. Her hands still moved like she was working the needles, but her eyes were fixed on the newspaper man. I watched her watching him for 3 days before I was certain. Then there was the businessman in the expensive suit who always worked on his laptop, except his laptop screen was black. Had been for weeks, possibly months. He just sat there with his hands positioned over the keyboard, staring at the newspaper man's reflection in the dark screen. And the elderly gentleman with the walking stick who played chess against himself. Only his board was empty. No pieces. Just the same wooden pawn in his palm, resetting it to the same square over and over, whilst his attention remained locked on that 4th row. Once you notice one person pretending, you start noticing them all. By my count, there were at least 7 regular passengers who had stopped whatever they usually did and were now focused entirely on watching the newspaper man. All of them maintaining the pretense of their normal activities whilst their real attention was elsewhere. I wondered if they'd noticed each other, whether they knew they weren't the only ones watching, whether they'd formed some sort of silent conspiracy, or if each thought they were the only one who'd spotted something unusual. I wondered if they'd noticed me noticing them. The thought made my mouth go dry. I started checking over my shoulder more often, but trying to make it look casual, just stretching my neck, or glancing at the departure board, or looking for a free seat. Normal passenger behavior. But the feeling of being observed never left. I tried to break the pattern by taking earlier or later trains, but somehow I always ended up back on the 7:43. My body clock, I told myself. 18 months of routine. Hard to break. Except the newspaper man was always there too, no matter which train I caught. The 7:21, the 7:43, the 8:17. He was on all of them with his yellowing Guardian and his 7-second rhythm. Different carriages sometimes, but always the same seat position, always the same page. That's when I realized he wasn't just a regular commuter. He was following a schedule that had nothing to do with getting to work. I started a spreadsheet at home, tracking his appearances. Train times, carriage numbers, seat positions, any variations in his behavior. I know how that sounds, but I needed to understand the pattern. Patterns are important. They tell you things about people. The spreadsheet revealed something interesting. He only appeared on trains I was taking, every single time. When I caught the early train, he was there. When I caught the late train, he was there. When I missed my usual train and caught the next one, somehow he was on that one too. But there were other passengers I recognized taking those off-schedule trains, people with genuine reasons to vary their commute times. The woman with the knitting was on the 7:21 sometimes because she had early meetings. The businessman took later trains when his flight was delayed. Normal variations. The newspaper man's presence on every train I took wasn't normal. It was deliberate. I considered confronting him directly, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way he never seemed to blink when he was staring at that obituary, or how his fingers continued their precise drumming, even when the train was delayed or stopped between stations. Most people's nervous habits change when their routine is disrupted. His never did. Instead, I started testing him. First, I deliberately took a train 2 hours early one Tuesday. I bought my ticket at the last minute, made the decision on the platform. No way he could have known in advance. He was in carriage B, seat 14A, reading page 4 of that same newspaper. Then I tried taking the train in the opposite direction, towards Bristol instead of London. Just rode it to the next stop and came back. Completely spontaneous decision. He was on the return journey. Same newspaper, same rhythm, same vacant stare. That's when I knew he wasn't just watching the train. He was watching me. The other passengers, the knitting woman, the businessman, the chess player. I wasn't sure about them yet. They might have been coincidence. But the newspaper man was definitely tracking my movements. I started varying my route to the station, taking different streets, leaving at different times. Nothing helped. He was always there before me, already settled in his seat like he'd been waiting. My job performance began to suffer. Hard to concentrate on data entry when you're wondering whether the person 4 rows ahead has been planning your murder for the past 6 months. I made mistakes, missed deadlines, had to stay late to catch up, which meant taking later trains home. He was on those too. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That someone was reading the same newspaper every day, that he seemed to be on the same trains as me. They'd ask if he'd threatened me, if he'd spoken to me, if he'd done anything actually illegal. The answer to all of those was no. Reading old newspapers isn't a crime. Taking public transport isn't suspicious. Even following someone isn't necessarily illegal, provided you don't make contact or cause harassment. And he was careful never to make contact. I tried photographing him, thinking I'd have something concrete to show people. But every picture came out blurred, or he was turned away at just the wrong angle, or someone's head was blocking the shot. After a week of attempts, I had nothing usable. It was like he knew when I was looking. The breaking point came on a Thursday in March. I'd been off work with flu for 3 days, genuine illness, not an excuse, and was nervous about taking the train again. What if he hadn't been there whilst I was absent? What if his presence really was coincidence, and I'd been imagining a threat that didn't exist? Or worse, what if he had been riding the trains those 3 days, waiting for me to return? I almost called in sick for another day, but I needed the money. Rent was due, and I'd already used up most of my sick leave. The train was crowded, a delay earlier in the morning. I had to stand near the doors instead of sitting, but I could still see him 4 rows from the front, window seat, right-hand side. Same newspaper, same rhythm, same blank stare, except this time something was different. The page was turned to the obituaries as always, but he was looking at a different notice, still small, still 3 lines, but in a different position on the page, lower down, closer to the fold. I squeezed through the crowd, trying to get a better angle. A woman with a buggy moved aside just as we pulled into Slough, and I caught a clear view of what he was reading. It was my name, my full name, my age, and yesterday's date. 3 lines in the Guardian's obituary section, just like all the others. James Michael Thornfield, 34, died peacefully at home on the 12th of March after a brief illness. Beloved son and former husband. Private funeral. I stood there staring at my own death notice whilst the train pulled away from Slough Station. The newspaper man's fingers continued their 7-second rhythm, and his eyes remained fixed on my obituary with the same vacant intensity he'd shown for months. But now I understood what I was seeing. He hadn't been reading old obituaries. He'd been reading future ones. I looked around the carriage, suddenly aware of how exposed I was standing in the aisle. The knitting woman was there, her needles moving in empty air. The businessman with his black laptop screen. The chess player moving invisible pieces. All of them watching me with the same blank stare. All of them waiting. The train was pulling into Reading, my stop, the end of the line for most passengers. But I knew with absolute certainty that if I got off, they would follow. If I stayed on, they would stay too. There was nowhere to run that they hadn't already been. I thought about my empty flat in Reading, about how I'd been living there for 18 months without really knowing my neighbours, about how I could disappear and it might be days before anyone noticed. Weeks, maybe. The train came to a stop and the doors opened with their familiar electronic chime. Other passengers began filing out onto the platform, the normal evening crowd heading home to families and friends and lives that would continue tomorrow. I stood in the doorway, 1 foot on the train and 1 on the platform, whilst the newspaper man folded his Guardian carefully and placed it in his jacket pocket. My name, yesterday's date, a brief illness. They'd already written my ending. The doors started to close, and I had to choose. Step onto the platform and face whatever they'd planned, or stay on the train and see where it would take me. I chose the platform. The newspaper man smiled for the first time in 6 months, and I noticed his teeth were perfectly straight and very white. His smile isn't warm, it's patient, like he's waiting for me to understand something I'm not ready to see. That was Tuesday evening. It's Friday now, and I'm still here, still alive, still going to work, still taking the same trains. Nothing has happened to me, nothing obviously threatening, but I'm not the same person who stepped off that train. I've started carrying my own newspaper now, The Guardian, naturally. I read the obituaries every day, checking to see if my name appears again. So far it hasn't, but I keep looking. And I've begun to notice other people on the train, people who seem out of place, who carry newspapers they don't read, who perform the same small actions over and over whilst watching someone else. There's a woman 2 carriages down who's been watching a man with a briefcase for what looks like months. She pretends to do crosswords, but the book is always open to the same page. There's a teenager who follows an elderly woman with shopping bags. He plays games on his phone, but the screen never changes. There are more of them than I initially thought, many more. I think I understand now what I've become part of. It's not just about me or about the newspaper man. It's bigger than that. Much bigger. We're all watching someone. We're all being watched by someone else. I still don't know if they were like me, warned and changed, or if they were part of what warned me. And somewhere in London, there's an office where they print tomorrow's obituaries today, deciding not just when we'll die, but exactly how long we'll spend knowing it's coming. I've started carrying a notebook, writing down everything I see. Names, faces, patterns, connections. Someone needs to document this, even if no one will believe it. Especially because no one will believe it. The newspaper man still sits 4 rows ahead of me, but he doesn't read the obituaries anymore. Now he reads the sports section, following cricket scores from matches that haven't been played yet. And sometimes, when I look up from my notebook, I catch him watching me in the window's reflection. I started getting the wrong post about 3 weeks after I moved into the flat. Nothing dramatic at first, just the odd catalogue addressed to someone called Margaret Thornley, which I'd leave in a neat pile by the door for the postman to collect. The estate agent had mentioned the previous tenant was elderly, died in hospital, no family to speak of. Standard stuff for a rental property in Walthamstow. The flat itself was decent enough for what I could afford after the divorce. Ground floor, small garden, close to the station. Sarah had kept the house, obviously, and my salary from the insurance office barely covered a bedsit in most parts of London. But this place had potential, and I needed potential more than I needed anything else right then. Margaret's post kept coming though. After the first week, I rang the letting agency to update the forwarding address, assuming there'd been some administrative oversight. The girl on the phone, couldn't have been more than 20, assured me she'd sort it out. She didn't sound particularly bothered. I got the impression these things happened all the time. But it didn't stop. If anything, it got worse. Credit card statements, pension correspondence, even personal letters with handwritten addresses. I stared at those personal ones for days before I finally opened the first one. Told myself I was just checking if it was urgent, if someone needed to know what had happened to Margaret. But that was bollocks, really. I was curious, and I knew opening someone else's mail was wrong. I did it anyway, standing in my kitchen with my heart beating faster than it should have been. Most were from someone called Patricia, Margaret's sister apparently, living in Bournemouth. The letters were chatty, filled with updates about grandchildren and holiday plans, complaints about the weather and the cost of everything. Normal family correspondence, except Patricia clearly didn't know Margaret was dead. She kept asking why Margaret hadn't called, wondering if she'd received the birthday card, suggesting they meet up for Christmas. In one letter, she mentioned she was thinking of taking the train up to London for a surprise visit, if Margaret didn't ring back soon. I should have contacted her, should have found a way to break the news gently. Instead, I kept reading the letters, filing them away in a shoebox under my bed. There was something compelling about Patricia's voice, the way she assumed Margaret was still there, still listening. It felt like eavesdropping on a conversation that would never have a proper ending. The first package arrived on a Tuesday morning in October. I was running late for work, grabbed my coat and keys, and nearly tripped over the box sitting on my doormat. It was addressed to Margaret Thornley, same as always. But this one was different, heavier, more substantial. I carried it inside and left it on the kitchen table while I made coffee. The return address was from a company called Whitmore and Associates, somewhere in Surrey. The logo looked professional, serif font, tasteful burgundy letterhead. I turned the package over in my hands, feeling the weight of it. There was something solid inside, wrapped in bubble wrap by the feel of it. I opened it over my morning coffee. Inside was a small wooden box about the size of a paperback book, with brass hinges and a tiny lock. The wood was dark, well crafted, with a smooth finish that suggested it wasn't cheap. Tucked underneath was a business card from Whitmore and Associates, with a handwritten note on the back. As requested, please confirm receipt. The box was locked, obviously, but the mechanism looked delicate. I could probably force it open with a screwdriver if I wanted to. Instead, I put it back in the packaging and left it on the table. Margaret was dead. Whatever she'd ordered, she wouldn't be needing it now. I went to work, spent the day processing claims and arguing with customers about policy details, came home to find another package waiting. This one was smaller, a padded envelope with the same burgundy logo. Inside was a key, brass, old-fashioned, with an ornate bow. No note this time, just the key wrapped in tissue paper. I knew it would fit the lock on the wooden box. I could feel it somehow. But I left it on the table next to the box and tried to carry on with my evening. Made dinner, watched the news, even started a book I'd been meaning to read. But I kept glancing over at them, the box and the key sitting there like a question I couldn't ignore. It was nearly midnight when I finally gave in. I told myself I'd just have a quick look, satisfy my curiosity, then pack everything up and send it back. The key turned easily in the lock with a soft click that sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet flat. I should have stopped there. Should have packed everything up and returned it to Whitmore and Associates, explained the situation, let them sort out their own administrative mess. But I was curious now, properly curious, in a way I hadn't been about anything for months. The box contained photographs, black and white, professional quality, the kind of portraits you might see in an upmarket gallery. They showed people in various poses, some formal, some casual, all with the same unsettling stillness, like mannequins arranged by someone with an eye for composition, but no understanding of human warmth. The subject's eyes were the worst part, present but somehow absent, as if they were looking through the camera rather than at it. There were maybe 20 photographs in total, each one carefully mounted on thick cardstock. On the back of each mount, someone had written details in neat handwriting. Names, dates, locations. Michael Hartwell, 15 June Hampstead. Susan Chen, 3rd October, Canary Wharf. The dates went back several years, but the locations were all London addresses. I spent the evening going through them, trying to make sense of the collection. The photography was excellent. Whoever had taken these knew what they were doing. The subjects were all well dressed, posed in what looked like expensive settings. Hotels, restaurants, office buildings. But their faces were wrong somehow, too blank, too compliant. The next morning brought another package. This time it was a manila folder, thick with paperwork. The covering letter was from Whitmore and Associates again, apologizing for the delay and confirming that Margaret's commission was proceeding as agreed. They'd identified 3 potential candidates and would be in touch with location details shortly. The paperwork was bizarre. There were what looked like surveillance reports, detailed breakdowns of people's daily routines, maps of residential areas with certain buildings marked in red. At the bottom of the pile was a typewritten list of names and addresses, all in London, all with small photographs attached. The photos looked like they'd been taken from a distance, without the subject's knowledge. I recognized one of the faces. It was a woman I'd seen on the tube, someone who caught the same train as me most mornings. She lived somewhere near Leighton, judging by where she got off. The report attached to her photo was 3 pages long, detailing her work schedule, her shopping habits, her weekend routine. Someone had been watching her for weeks. I called in sick to work that day, couldn't concentrate, couldn't stop thinking about the implications of what I'd found. Margaret had been paying someone to watch people, to photograph them, to document their lives in minute detail. But why? And what was the commission the letter had mentioned? I should have called the police then, should have taken everything straight to the local station and let them sort it out. But what would I have said? That I'd been opening a dead woman's mail, that I'd unlocked a box that wasn't mine, that I'd stumbled across what looked like surveillance files. I'd be the one in trouble, not whoever had taken the photographs. The thought of trying to explain my own actions, my own guilt, was almost worse than doing nothing at all. The flat felt different now. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the corner made me jump. I kept checking the locks, peering through the curtains at the street outside. The rational part of my mind knew I was being paranoid, but the evidence was there in black and white. Someone was being watched, and now I was part of it. I tried calling Whitmore and Associates, but their number went straight to an automated message saying they were closed for business. I googled the company name and found nothing. No website, no directory listings, nothing. The address on their letterhead was a P.O. box in Guildford. More packages arrived over the next few days. Equipment, mostly. A telephoto lens, a digital camera, some kind of audio recording device. Each delivery came with brief instructions, always handwritten, always assuming I was Margaret. The tone was professional but friendly, like they were dealing with a valued client. The final package arrived on a Friday. It was just a single sheet of paper, folded once, with an address in Stratford, and a time, 3:30 p.m., Saturday. At the bottom, in the same neat handwriting, final payment due on completion. Thank you for your business. I knew I should ignore it, should pack everything up and move somewhere else, leave no forwarding address, pretend none of this had ever happened. But I couldn't stop thinking about the woman from the tube, wondering if she knew she was being watched, wondering what was going to happen to her at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. I went to Stratford that afternoon, told myself I was just being careful, just checking whether this was real or some elaborate hoax. The address led to a residential street, Victorian terraces converted into flats. I positioned myself at the corner, where I could see the building but wouldn't be too obvious. At 3:25 p.m., a van pulled up outside. Plain white, no markings, 2 men in dark clothing. They sat there for a few minutes, checking something on a mobile phone, then got out and walked calmly to the front door. One of them had a small black bag, the kind doctors use for house calls. I should have called the police then. Should have done something, anything, to stop what was clearly about to happen. Instead, I stood there and watched as they let themselves into the building with what looked like a key. They were inside for maybe 10 minutes. When they came out, they were carrying something wrapped in a blanket. It was roughly person-sized, but it could have been anything. Furniture, carpet, equipment. The way they handled it though, the care they took, suggested it was fragile, or heavy, or both. They loaded it into the van and drove away. I never saw their faces clearly, never got the registration number. By the time I thought to move to follow them, they'd already turned the corner and disappeared into the afternoon traffic. I walked home in a daze, my mind refusing to process what I'd witnessed. The rational explanations, someone moving house, a medical emergency, a perfectly innocent explanation for everything, felt hollow and unconvincing. I knew what I'd seen, even if I couldn't bring myself to acknowledge it. The packages stopped coming after that. No more letters from Whitmore and Associates. No more equipment. No more photographs. Even Patricia's letters to Margaret dried up. Perhaps she'd finally realized her sister wasn't responding, wasn't ever going to respond again. I kept the evidence though. The photographs, the surveillance reports, the equipment. I told myself I was keeping it safe in case the police ever came asking questions. But really, I think I kept it because it was proof. Proof that something had happened, that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. 3 weeks later, I got a cheque in the post. £5,000 made out to Margaret Thornley from an account I'd never heard of. The memo line just said, "Services rendered." I stared at it for a long time, trying to decide what to do. The rational thing would have been to destroy it, or return it to sender, or take it to the police as evidence. But I'd been living on beans on toast for weeks, and my rent was going up, and £5,000 would solve a lot of problems. I told myself Margaret was dead, that the money would just sit in some unclaimed account otherwise. But the real reason was simpler than that. I wanted it. I wanted to benefit from whatever Margaret had been part of, even if I couldn't bring myself to acknowledge what that was. I deposited it on a Tuesday morning, standing in the queue at the bank, with my hands shaking slightly. The cashier barely glanced at it, just another routine transaction. I felt like I was crossing a line I hadn't even known existed. I used it for the deposit on a new flat, somewhere further out, somewhere cheaper, somewhere I could pretend none of this had ever happened. But I kept the box, the photographs, the reports. I tell myself I'm going to do something with them eventually, contact the authorities, try to make sense of what Margaret was involved in. The truth is, I don't think I want to know. Some things are better left buried, better left unexplored. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in my new flat, I wonder if Margaret really was just an old woman who died in hospital. I wonder if she's still out there somewhere, still receiving packages, still watching people through telephoto lenses. I wonder if she's watching me.